Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome on behalf of the Faculty of Philosophy to this, the 42nd series of John Locke Lectures. It's a great pleasure to introduce the John Locke Lecturer for 2015, Professor Ray Langton of the University of Cambridge, who will give a series of lectures entitled Accommodating Injustice. It's sometimes been the custom to choose John Locke lecturers from the ranks of those who have most of their philosophical careers already behind them. Although this is happily not so in the case of Professor Langton, she has already enjoyed a career of high distinction. After receiving her BA from the University of Sydney, she got her PhD at Princeton and held posts at Monash and Sheffield and professorships at Edinburgh and at MIT, before in 2013 taking up her chair at Cambridge, where she's also a Fellow of Newnham. She's held visiting appointments at Inter Alia, Princeton, Yale, ANU, and the University of Texas at Austin. She was HLA Hart Fellow at University College in this university, and she is a Fellow both of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and of the British Academy. Professor Langton's philosophical interests are wide-ranging. Her first book, Kantian Humility, which came out in 1998, on Kant's epistemology and metaphysics, argues that Kant's claim that we're ignorant of things in themselves is to be seen as an expression not of idealism, but of epistemic humility. Prior to that, she had already made her mark on the philosophical scene with an article, Who's Right?, taking issue with Ronald Dworkin's views on pornography, and which takes us closer, I suspect, to some of the themes of the lectures she's about to deliver. And her collection of essays, Sexual Solipsism, from 2009, collects but a fraction of her more than 40 papers on topics ranging from love and resentment to the concept of an intrinsic property, and from feminism in philosophy to the objectivity of value. Public engagement has been an important dimension of her philosophical work, as witness her invited submission to the Leveson Inquiry on press freedom. And the breadth of her philosophical interests is matched by the fineness of her ear for the rhythm of a sentence. Now, of course, if you'd like to know more about what Professor Langton's views in philosophy really are, happily there's a much better way of finding out than by listening to me, and it is almost instantly available. But I say almost advisedly because before I hand over to her, there are one or two housekeeping remarks which I need to get out of the way. These lectures will be recorded and podcasts placed on the Philosophy Faculty website, so unauthorised recordings on phones or by whatsoever other means are forbidden. There will be a drinks reception at 6:30, for which we're grateful to Oxford University Press, straight after the lectures in the foyer outside, and Professor Langton will take questions from the end of her lecture through until the drinks at 6:30. Finally, Professor Langton has kindly agreed to offer a seminar to accompany these lectures, and these are scheduled for Thursdays, 11 o'clock till 1, in the Ryle Room in Radcliffe Humanities. So without more ado, let me hand over to the John Locke Lecturer for 2015, Professor Ray Langton.
Thank you very much for those extremely undeserved words. To say it is an honour to be standing here would be an understatement, but I'll say it anyway. It is an honour to be standing here. The overall title for my lectures is Accommodating Injustice, and my title for today is Accommodating Authority. We should let truth and falsehood grapple without constraint, for whoever heard of truth being put to the worse in a free and open encounter? So John Milton wrote in a celebrated defence of free speech. Justice Brandeis wrote with similar optimism. To courageous, self-reliant men, with confidence in the power of free and fearless reasoning applied through the processes of popular government, no danger flowing from speech can be deemed clear and present unless the incidence of the evil apprehended is so imminent that it may before there is opportunity for full discussion. If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehood and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. Brandeis knew a lot. Brandeis knew an awful lot. Here are 5 things he knew. He knew what speech is. Discussion, consisting of free and fearless reasoning. Number 2, he knew the relevant defects of speech, falsehood and fallacies. Number 3, he knew how those defects could be remedied through free and fearless reasoning. Number 4, he knew the conditions for free and fearless reasoning, namely time, opportunity for full discussion, education, processes of popular government. Number 5, he knew that these conditions actually exist. Oops, I missed one. Number 6, he knew who the speakers are. Courageous, self-reliant men. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Brandeis was brilliant. He gets an A for effort. He gets an A for pizzazz. But alas, 0 out of 6, he gets an E for achievement on this particular piece of work. We can turn a blind eye to number 6. It would be churlish to do otherwise for this courageous, self-reliant man, this champion of the oppressed, this Robin Hood of the law. Apparently that's what he was known as for his, heroic work. He obviously meant man in its straightforward, gender-neutral sense. He was a man of his time. He was writing in 1927. He was a man of his time, just as I am a man of mine. Let's look at the first 5. Brandeis was wrong about what speech is. Speech is more than free and fearless reasoning. It is doing things with words, as J.L. Austin put it. Doing all sorts of things, reasoning, yes, but a whole lot more, and we'll get to that in a minute. Number 2, he was wrong about the salient defects of speech, falsehoods and fallacies. Those defects abound, and they matter, but other defects matter too. Speech acts can be bad, not because of the injustice they do to truth, but because of the injustice they do to people. Number 3, he was wrong to think that the defects of speech can be remedied through free and fearless reasoning. Falsehoods and fallacies can sometimes be thus remedied, but injustices done with words to people can be harder to remedy, especially if those people are silenced by that very injustice. Number 4, he was wrong to think that the conditions for free and fearless reasoning would be supplied by time, opportunity, education, and the democratic process. A great deal more is needed to make free speech a real capability. Number 5, he was wrong to assume that the conditions for remedying bad speech, time, opportunity, education, democratic process, the ones on his list, actually exist. They do not. Brandeis paints an inspiring ideal, a free speech utopia, but our journey to that promised land is less likely to reach its destination if we assume that we've already arrived. That's a nod to Charles Mills's famous paper about ideal theory and ideology. This brings me to my title, Accommodating Injustice. As theorists, we could do a better job of accommodating injustice, of acknowledging actual injustice and making space for it as a challenge to address. That is one sense of my title. Let's be like the good cook who begins with what we already have on the shelf. J.L. Austin began that way. He looked at what we do with words when we make promises, warn, marry, and all the rest. Catherine MacKinnon began that way. She showed how authoritatively saying someone is inferior is largely how structures of status and differential treatment are demarcated and actualized. David Lewis, not always the most earthly-minded of philosophers, began that way too when he observed the phenomenon of accommodation, the routine process of adjustment that tends to make our speech acts count as correct play for good or ill. And this is what brings me to the main sense of my title. I said, as theorists, we could do a better job of accommodating injustice, that is, of acknowledging it and making space for it as a challenge. But as speakers and hearers, we already do a good job of accommodating injustice, that is, of adjusting to it and helping it along. That's the sense of accommodation that's going to be the main one. That's going to be my chief topic. Now, the implications of accommodation, this phenomenon, for philosophy of language and for epistemology have been very widely discussed in philosophy. Its implications for ethics and politics somewhat less. Lewis's framework has been elaborated by many other people, perhaps for the better, but I'm going to neglect those elaborations. I actually like his original version better than any of the later elaborations. I'm going to put a spotlight on the way injustice feeds into accommodation and comes out of it. I'll be able to draw on the work of many other people because there has, in a way, been an interest in something like accommodation, though not under that heading. From all sorts of thinkers interested in normative social issues, ranging, in fact, from pioneer theorists of gender in law like MacKinnon, in then figures like Judith Butler looking at performativity, and Jennifer Hornsby as well was an early speech act theorist looking at normative issues, to linguistically informed philosophers who've given it new momentum in recent times. So there's been a tremendous flowering of interest in normative aspects to philosophy of language recently, including a lot of work on epithets and slurs and many other topics. So what I say is going to have some implications, I think, for policy and for the politics of free speech, but you won't hear much about them today. I'm going to postpone those till later. Lewis said that when we're alert to the pattern of accommodation, we will see many instances of it. He was right. People have focused on presupposition, on standards for knowledge, but there's much more. Authority follows rules of accommodation, and this includes epistemic and practical authority. That's my topic today, Lecture 1. Norms follow rules of accommodation. I have in mind social norms. That's the topic of Lecture 2. Through authoritative commands, informal standard shifting, salience, epithets, generics, presuppositions about normality, and lots more. I haven't completely decided which of those I'm going to take up, so this is a bit... you'll have to see next week. Okay. Knowledge follows rules of accommodation through lies and misleading assertions, through standard shifting, that's well known by anyone who's interested in contextualist theories about knowledge. So standard shifting, stake shifting, and the undermining of credibility and confidence, which can undermine knowledge. These in turn silence some speakers by placing limits on correct play. Correct play was Lewis's term. And this kind of silencing will be my topic, I think, that's the current plan, for lectures 4 and 5. In this situation, the sort of situation I'm envisaging, your speech misfires, to use Austin's term. It fails to be accommodated, to use Lewis's term. You say your words, but you don't end up performing the speech act you intend. So what I'll be looking at in these lectures is the darker side of something that has a really familiar, bright side. Accommodation is ubiquitous, inevitable, and responsible for the good as well as the bad in our lives as speakers and hearers. Knowledge and humour and intimacy and more all exploit it and depend on it. Even its dark side relies on something bright, on human virtues, our powers to make sense of each other, trust each other, and cooperate. But, to borrow Iago's sinister words about Desdemona, it sometimes turns these virtues into pitch, and out of our own goodness makes a snare that does enmesh us all. Ta-da! Attending to the problems makes visible some solutions. That's the topic of Lecture 6. Accommodation reveals speech acts as things we do together with words, involving the attitudes, acts and omissions of hearers and bystanders as well as speakers. Free speech will look different on this picture and will demand richer resources. The action, not merely the inaction, of other agents, states, institutions, hearers and bystanders can be needed to secure it. Now I'm going to talk about authority. Speech acts can create injustice when they have authority, finding innocent people guilty, incarcerating them, even making them count as non-persons. An example, an 1861 Alabama slave code said, oh, and by the way, I haven't said much about my handout, but as is typical for my handouts, the first page or two gives an outline of what I'm going to say, and then there's a section with quotations, and then there's a section with references. So you should be able to follow with that clue. Good. So the Alabama Slave Code said that slaves are rational beings who are capable of committing crimes, and in reference to acts which are crimes are regarded as persons. But nonetheless, because they are slaves, they are incapable of performing civil acts, and in reference to all such, they are things, not persons. Isn't that an extraordinary piece of doublethink, that slaves are persons from the point of view of putting them in jail if they steal something, and they're things from the point of view of having no civil rights, of being able to be bought and sold? One other thing that I haven't written about enough here, but and I haven't put on the handout, is that part of the same Alabama slave law was destroying the credibility of the slaves. They were not allowed to testify in court against their masters because their word didn't count in that context. Authoritative speech can enact discrimination, whites only. They can promote hatred and genocide. The next two quotations come from the publications of Julius Streicher, who was a Nazi publisher who was tried at the Nuremberg courts, and in fact he was condemned to death for his speech crimes. The devilish hatred of the Jews plunged the world into war, need and misery. Our holy hate will bring us victory and save all of mankind. Actually, that's from an essay written by someone else, by Ernst Hiemer, and Streicher was the publisher. In another book, this was a children's book, Streicher warned, just as it's often hard to tell a toadstool from an edible mushroom, so too it is often very hard to recognize the Jew as a swindler and a criminal. That was the caption accompanying picture of a mother with her little boy in the forest going mushroom hunting and being alert to the fact that the really poisonous ones that are going to kill you are completely indistinguishable from the healthy ones that you really want. So again, attacking the credibility of the target of the hate. So these are cases of speech that subordinates a social group. What do I mean by subordinate? Elsewhere I've argued that it can be unpacked, this is not necessary in sufficient conditions, but perhaps sufficient conditions, unjustly ranking a group as inferior, legitimating discrimination against them, depriving them of powers, rights and authority. I should have said, but didn't say enough. Their force depends on the speaker's authority, which fulfills a felicity condition that allows it to be accommodated as correct play. Correct, I hope you realise, is correct in the Speech Act sense. Unjust authority supplies a condition for Speech Acts whose accommodation enacts further injustice and takes power and authority away. Now, in this abstract description of, authoritative speech that deprives of powers and rights, legitimates discrimination, there is so much that's missing. And I sometimes hate myself for being the sort of philosopher who is looking at this abstract talk about authoritative enactment when there is so much else that's going on, including all of the affective stuff. Why not some more about the hate in hate speech? Why is it that people who read hate speech are then driven to hate? There's not nearly enough in what I'm saying to clarify the affective part of it, and I'm working on that elsewhere. Okay, so within these limitations, let's just stick to this issue of authoritative subordinating speech. Now, authority is a topic that has had a lot of attention in philosophy of law. People have especially written about the special authority of the law, its conditions and its role in enabling good hierarchies and legitimate commands. More needs to be said about authority's role in bad norms and hierarchies and about where that comes from. To do this, we need to broaden our inquiry a bit. Hate speech can be much more informal. In fact, I'm not claiming, by the way, that the Alabama Slave Code is hate speech. I am claiming that it's an instance of subordinating speech, and the thought is that some hate speech can be subordinating speech. I wasn't very clear about that, sorry. So, some more informal hate speech. Baseball fans wrote hate mail to Babe Ruth's black competitor, Hank Aaron. He got a barrage of hate mail when he was about to get a greater number of home runs than Babe Ruth. Whites are far more superior than jungle bunnies. My gun is watching your every black move. There's a whole lot of it that's listed in a book by Randall Kennedy that's in your in the readings at the back. Internet trolls sent Mary Beard, my Newnham colleague, bomb threats, rape threats and sexually abusive messages, splicing pornography onto images of her face. An anonymous street graffito in New Jersey, this is an example described by Jeremy Waldron, said, "Muslims and 9/11, don't serve them, don't speak to them, and don't let them in." Now, none of these more informal, actually none of these speech acts, in fact, the formal ones and informal ones, none of these are just falsehoods and fallacies remediable by free and fearless reasoning. All of them are more than only words, to borrow Catherine McKinnon's title of a book she wrote, more than expressions of a thought, even a hateful or offensive thought. They matter because of what they do as speech acts whose harm lies not in their content, what Austen called locution, nor only in their effects, which Austen called the perlocution or perlocutionary act, but in their force, their illocutionary force. Their harm is largely performative. That's actually quoting from Jeremy Waldron, and as many of us have argued, or at least something like that, and as even some eminent liberals like Waldron have recently agreed. So, what speech acts do they perform? Perhaps they say, keep out of the world of legal persons, out of my restaurant, out of Germany, out of baseball, out of public discourse, out of New Jersey. Perhaps they convey a message of inferiority directed against a historically oppressed group that is persecutory, hateful and degrading. That's a quotation from Mari Matsuda's definition of hate speech, where she sees it as a kind of assault on an individual, addressed to the individual that it's also attacking. Or perhaps they attempt to justify or promote racial hatred and discrimination. That's more the picture of hate speech as propaganda, and that's from the UN Convention in 1965. And perhaps they subordinate to the extent that they have authority. So I'm working with the hypothesis that authority is a condition for for a Speech Act subordinating a group. Speaker authority can come with an institutional role, in fact does come with an institutional role in Austen's paradigm examples. A judge, a commanding officer, he knew about that because he was one, or a parent. Many hate speakers lack such roles. Waldron casts the hate speaker as a lone wolf, an unsettling exception to an egalitarian majority. Mary Kate McGowan's account of oppressive speech, which is very interesting, excludes assumptions about authority. I myself have argued with Mackinnon that some pornography might well have authority, but this has been a major sticking point for some of my critics, at least one of whom is in this room. Les Green, where? Today I want to show that informal speech, including informal hate speech, can indeed have authority. And I'm going to be drawing on work by Ishani Mitra, Dan Sperber and Richmond Thomason. For some people, this is going to seem so obvious as to be barely worth saying. And to others, it will seem ludicrous. The authority I'm thinking of is going to emerges from many other factors as well that I'm not going to do justice to here, social and material factors, money and class, and all sorts of things that I'm not doing justice to. What I want to do, though, is show how it emerges from this process of accommodation, whose political significance, I think, has been neglected. Authority follows a rule of accommodation in informal and formal speech acts alike. Formally, as when an archbishop crowns a queen, or Napoleon crowns himself. I found this wonderful painting of, I've now forgotten who painted it, someone more educated than me can say who it was, but there's a wonderful painting of Napoleon grabbing the crown and going, putting it on his own head, apparently. Sometimes informally, when speakers presuppose their own authority and hearers go along with it. Tina Fey, who's I've been consulting for fieldwork on this, she wrote a great little book called Bossy Pants, which I thoroughly recommend. Anyway, Tina Fey joked, contrary to what I believed as a little girl, being the boss almost never involves marching around, waving your arms and chanting, "I am the boss, I am the boss." This is in a very funny bit where she says, you know, I wrote this book because everybody says to me, you know, is it awkward for you being the boss of all these people? And she says, yeah, you know, like they say to Donald Trump, yeah, is it awkward for you being the boss of all these people? Well, I can't speak for Donald Trump, but I can say it's not awkward. And then she goes on, she's very funny. Okay, so there's a good point in her joke, because presupposing you're the boss is going to work an awful lot better than going around waving your arms and chanting. We'll get to that later. So I want to sketch a picture of accommodation that draws on Austen, Mackinnon and Lewis and use it to show how epistemic and practical authority can emerge from unlikely sources, including the attitudes, acts and omissions of innocent, well-meaning hearers and bystanders, as I guess we might flatter ourselves to be. Okay, so now I'm going to take a closer look at accommodation. You utter some meaningful words in a speech situation, whether a conversation or a ceremony. Your utterance is a candidate move in a language game. Lewis's paper was called Scorekeeping in a Language Game. It's analogous in some ways to a sports game. But there's a sort of magic in the language game. If something needs to be there to make your move count as correct play, then straightway, I love that biblical word, and Lewis uses it a lot in that paper, then straightway, that something comes into being if it was not there already. Actually, the biblical language of straightway makes you think in terms of a kind of miracle. You needed this thing to happen, and then you get it. Naming, permissibility, and presupposition were among Lewis's central examples. Naming. I hereby name this ship, the Queen Elizabeth, uttered by the authorised official, requires for its success that the ship now be named the Queen Elizabeth. This name it straightway acquires, though it lacked it before, making what was said correct play, in this case true. So correct play can be true, it can be acceptable, depending on the case. Permissibility. A master, these are all Lewis's examples, a master says to a slave, "You are now permitted to cross the white line." This requires that the slave is at that time permitted to cross the white line, and the bounds of permissibility straightway shift, making what the master said correct play, in this case true, according to Lewis. Not according to Austin, but let's run with Lewis. Presupposition. Even George could win. Actually, there's plenty of presupposition invoking words in newspapers at present about the election. Anyway, even George could win presupposes that George is not a leading candidate. This assumption becomes straightway acceptable. Not true. Straightway acceptable, though it was not so before. In each case, something straightway comes into being, is added to what Lewis called the score of the conversation, or the common ground of the conversation, as Stelnacker called it, of the conversational game, though it was absent before, making what was said correct play, true or otherwise acceptable. So I'm going to just pull out three central parts to accommodation, just to keep track of them. There's more than three, but let's just pull out these three. A requirement clause. At the time in question, something is required, such as a permissibility fact or a presupposition. Number two, a felicity condition clause. As Lewis put it, certain conditions hold. For example, the master has authority. A felicitous outcome, correct play, such as the acceptability of the presupposition or the truth about permissibility. Now, accommodation has really seemed a bit magical to some people. So in the linguistics literature, you have Barbara Abbott saying it's a somewhat magical process. She's referring there to the phenomenon of presupposition accommodation, where even if nobody in the conversation had any clue about whether George was a leading candidate, as soon as you say even George could win, boom, him not being a leading candidate leaps into being as an acceptable addition to the score of the conversation, as the rest of the conversationist can then assume. Kai von Fintel spends a lot of time addressing the problem that it seems like magic. Black magic, he calls it. Judith Butler, from a rather different bit of the debate, mocks the phenomenon that I have in mind, though not under that label, in what she sees as a naive, deified approach to speech that she thinks that McKinnon and I endorse, where the authoritative speech of pornography, which is what we had been talking about, miraculously brings about what its name in a manner analogous to the divine. So it's like God saying, "Let there be light," and there was light. It's not magic, and I hope you'll agree, but first, before getting any further, some comments on what I just said. So I hope you're keeping track on the handout. We're now up to 6 brief remarks about 4 topics. The felicity condition clause. Accommodation succeeds provided certain conditions hold, provided no one says, "What do you mean, even George?" Provided it is the authorized official, in the case of naming, the right ship, maybe the right champagne, maybe you've got to have the right champagne to name something, provided the master has the authority. These are the felicity conditions for the Illocutionary Speech Act. Without them, or without something else that would do their job, the Speech Act misfires, fails to come off, fails to be accommodated. The class of felicity conditions is expansive and variable when, as I'm recommending, we integrate Austin and Lewis. It includes institutional conditions, such as authority and correct procedure, for example, for naming a ship or ordering a slave. Intention on the speaker's part is going to be vital for certain speech acts. Uptake on the hearer's part. Uptake was Austin's label for a certain sort of recognition of the speech act's illocutionary force. And, this is the part I want to emphasize that I haven't done before, absence of blocking on the hearer's part. that is in the case of presupposition introduction, nobody says, what do you mean, even George? If no one says, what do you mean, even George, what's wrong with George? Or, as the linguists say, no one says, wait a minute, the wait a minute test for presupposition. So I am treating the hearer's attitude of uptake, the recognition of the illocutionary force, and the hearer's failure to block that omission, I'm treating those as felicity conditions, which isn't exactly in line with Austen, but they are all conditions for the illocutionary force, so I'm going to treat them that way. Notice that felicity conditions thus include absences as well as presences. They include facts about speakers and hearers. They include events in the past, present, and future. And failure to block is an instance which is of all of these. An absence that involves hearers in the future relative to the speech act in question. That's my first topic for a brief remark. Next one, misfires. Austen, of course, named misfires, and he enjoyed them almost too much. A marriage where the priest turns out to be a monkey in disguise. Oh no, I thought we were married and then the priest turns out to be a monkey in disguise. Anyway. Oh wow. A short-sighted saint who baptizes the penguins. I think that's in a novel by Anatole France, I think. Anyway. A low type is Austen's phrase, isn't that lovely? Anyway, a low type at the shipyard who grabs and smashes the bottle. He races up and grabs and smashes the bottle, shouting, I hereby name this ship the Generalissimo Stalin. Austen says, we can all agree that it would be an infernal shame. And we could all agree that the low type did not name the ship. So I'm agreeing with Austen about the low type not naming the ship, and I suspend judgment as to whether it was an infernal shame. Okay. Misfires can be a good laugh. They also have political significance, and I'll be getting to that later, because they constitute a very distinctive way for a speaker to be silenced through what I've elsewhere called illocutionary disablement. You get to say your words, but you don't get to perform the speech act that you're meaning to perform with your words. I won't say more about that just now, but I'm very interested in that phenomenon. That was my second topic for a brief remark. Score and common ground. Score, I take to be Lewis's label for an abstract normative structure, evolving over time, constraining and enabling what speakers can do later. Score tracks changes straightway. I really take that word straightway very seriously. At the level of what Austen called illocution. It's comparable to the score of the sports game. The score of a sports game, this was an ongoing analogy in the background for Lewis's paper, Scorekeeping in a Language Game. The score of the game changes straight away with the run, or with the goal, or with whatever it is. Straight away the score changes. Common ground is often treated as a synonym for score in the literature that I know in philosophy of language and linguistics, but I don't think it is the same. I don't treat them as synonyms. Common ground is Robert Stalnacker's label for the evolving shared attitudes of participants. It tracks what I see as some important effects. These would be changes at the level of what Austen called perlocution. Perlocution was Austen's label for the effects of the speech. So, you sit. So in his case of marriage, I say I do. In saying I do, I marry. By saying I do, he thought this was a significant form of words, I managed to infuriate my mother-in-law, who never wanted me to marry her son. Anyway, this would be a perlocutionary effect. And there are more important perlocutionary effects too, where they are part of the point, or the central goal of the Illocutionary Speech Act. So, but anyway, to get back to score and common ground, as I'm going to use those labels, they're not synonyms. They don't come from competing frameworks, as some people have thought. They play different roles, and I think we need both. I won't say more about that now. That's my brief remark on the third topic. Now, the fourth topic is time. Some felicity conditions, as I just mentioned, exist in the future relative to the speech act you're performing. For instance, in Austin, you had the uptake of hearers, the hearer's recognition of the speech act you're performing. This caused him a lot of bother. It shouldn't have. The felicity condition just is in the future. It doesn't matter. For Lewis, the failure to block, in the case of presupposition, if the hearers fail to block the presupposition, it goes ahead, and your speech act has an illocutionary force that it would lack if the speakers blocked it. So certain felicity conditions can exist in the future relative to your speech act, just as they might need to exist in the past. You might think that that is a bit magical as well. You might think it's a bit surprising, but we do see it elsewhere. There's a lot I could say about this topic. You know, it's an interesting topic actually in metaphysics. But I'm just going to mention one or two examples where you see it elsewhere. Bernard Williams talking about moral luck. The status of Gauguin's decision to, well, as the philosophers now know this example, to supposedly abandon his family. Richard Holton, my husband, says that this is all wrong and it's very unfair to Gauguin. Anyway, and that actually his wife left him. But anyway, as philosophers know this example, the moral standing of Gauguin's decision to supposedly leave his family and go off to Tahiti, whether that was a morally okay thing to do, depends on whether he in fact turned out to be a great artistic genius, which he did. So there are many things wrong with this example. I'm not going to spend time with it, but what's not wrong with it is the idea that a future event can be a condition on the normative standing of something that happened earlier. There are many other examples of this. One that some of you might know about is in the literature on the permissibility of abortion and the standing of the fetus. Liz Harman has what she calls the actual futures principle, where the standing of the fetus depends on whether it actually is going to become a baby. And she defends this very well. I actually find that quite plausible. I don't want to talk about that topic here, but another one that goes back much further, Aristotle talks about Solon's view that, in fact, it's sort of implicit in Aristotle in certain ways, that the value, so whether you have a happy life is something that is not determined during your own life. Whether you have a happy life depends on your post-mortem fate. And I don't mean heaven or hell, I mean your children bringing disgrace on you. If your children bring disgrace on you, even if you're not still around, you had an unhappy life back then. So this is a particular conception of happiness which, as you can see, is not psychological, but it is about the normative standing of something that happened earlier. Now, I'm indulging myself here as badly as Austin. Okay, all right. I want to talk now about epistemic and practical authority and how they work in accommodation. Authority can be a felicity condition or an outcome of accommodation, or both. So remember I had the three-part thing. We've got the requirement clause, the felicity condition clause, and the outcome clause. Sometimes authority appears as a felicity condition, sometimes it appears as an outcome, and often as both. In the felicity condition role, you know, there are all kinds of authoritative speech acts. Ones that we've talked about, naming the ship, enacting the slave law. You can't do those unless you have authority. As in the outcome role, there's a sense in which authority itself is following a rule of accommodation, and that's what I want to talk about. It's conferred or acquired or removed by certain, now we're just sticking to the formal case for the present, speech acts. And in this role, authority appears in the outcome clause of the schema I described. It comes into being or goes away. Now, Austin, of course, had lots to say about that, not just how authority worked as a felicity condition, but how it also came into being or disappeared as an outcome. Hiring, promotion, coronation bring authority into being. They require that authority appears, and provided certain conditions hold, it does appear. Authority can be lost through all sorts of speech acts: firing, demotion, abdication. So I want to consider, though, how authority can be present or be acquired in informal contexts. Because, when we're thinking about whether certain sorts of speech can subordinate, and if you agree with me that subordinating speech requires authority as its felicity condition, then we need to know whether informal speech could get the sort of authority that would make it subordinating speech. Now, here's what I said about subordination. It's a speech act that ranks a group as inferior, legitimates discrimination, deprives of powers and rights. Ranking is verdictive speech, like a jury returning a verdict of guilty or an umpire saying the ball is out. It's an authoritative determination that something is so. Depriving someone of powers or rights or authority is exercitive speech. Like a judge says, sentence 20 years, or an employer says, you're out, fired. That's a determination that something is to be so. Legitimating discrimination is a directive in the same category as orders and permissions. These are all connected. When apartheid law or slave law is enacted, people are ranked as inferior and deprived of authority, and this in turn alters facts about what's permissible. It becomes legitimate to treat inferior beings in discriminatory ways. Now, when I was thinking about this at first, I talked of this as if authority is just this univocal notion, that it's the same for legislators and juries and employers and army officers and propagandists. That was a mistake. There's a distinction between practical and epistemic authority. And I've learnt that since then from Raz and from Lynn Tyrrell and from various people. Verdictives like ranking require epistemic authority in the first instance. So in spelling out a rule of accommodation for them, epistemic authority would be listed under the felicity conditions. Now, what is epistemic authority? I think Raz called it theoretical authority. I don't want to do that. In the best case, let's say, roughly, it's expertise plus recognition or perception of that expertise, namely credibility. So you've got something real, namely the expertise, and then you have the credibility. And there's all sorts of things I should say about how it's relative to a comparison class and relative to a domain. I'm not going to spend time on that just now, but it might come up later. Recognition might be formally recognized, with qualifications and official appointments, like the Surgeon General, or the Nazi propagandist, Julius Streicher, who's supposed to be an expert on the Jewish menace. Or it can be acquired informally, as we'll see in a moment. Of course, hate speakers, I'm assuming, can never have the best epistemic authority. Why not? Because they don't have knowledge. At least they don't have knowledge of, for instance, the Jewish menace, because there is no Jewish menace. So what they have is credibility. What they can have is the credibility component of epistemic authority, and that is felicity condition enough. By contrast, practical authority is what you need for exercitives like firing an employee or determining a legal person. Directives like commands, permissions, recommendations, they too require practical authority. What's practical authority? I haven't got enough to say about this. Usually a power, a normative power possessed in virtue of a formal, institutionally recognised position, like a teacher, king or parent, or in virtue of informal acquisition of a comparable role in ways we're just about to see. Now, these interact. Joseph Raz talks about the authority of a doctor. The doctor can make prescriptions. We call them prescriptions. The doctor can prescribe, can make directives because of her expertise. Her practical authority has its source in her epistemic authority, or at least its credibility component. Suppose your doctor says, looking sadly at your file, "Sorry, sugar is out." I just like the simplicity of a speech act. Out. I got to thinking about it because, out was, for Jeremy Waldron, the first message of hate speech. It's out. Sugar is out. That can be read as vindictive, ranking sugar as an unhealthy option, an exercitive, enacting its inferior status as a low-status option for you, and a directive ordering you not to eat it. That's probably what it mostly is, actually. So out can be the first message of hate speech, as Waldron said, and you can see McKinnon as saying something similar. Authoritatively saying someone is comparable to an utterance of out, used these three ways. As an expert vindictive, ranking someone as inferior, like an umpire who says the ball is out. Now, if it's vindictive, it's trying to track an independent reality. It's purporting to track an independent reality. It could be an exercitive enactment of inferior status, comparable to an employer firing an employee, out. So when the employer does that to an employee, out. There's the door, out, you are fired. That sense of out is not trying to track an independent reality like the umpire. That is enacting the outness of the employee. It's making you no longer an employee. Or it could be a directive command to occupy an inferior status in the relevant way, as when an umpire, not calling the ball out, but is ordering a player off the field, out, or off the field, or whatever he says. So when epistemic and practical authority converge, a speaker is enabled all at once to rank something as inferior, make it count as inferior, that's the inactive part, and make it okay, or make it more okay anyway, to be treated that way. So, I began with two examples of authoritative speech that subordinate people, so I argued. Alabama slave law and Nazi propaganda. The slave law subordinates in virtue of its practical authority in the first instance. It does claim epistemic authority. It does, I bet, well, I don't know, that would maybe take more argument, but, it does claim to have some kind of knowledge of an independent reality, namely the inferior nature of the slave class. But that, in a way, is not particularly relevant. It's primarily, it primarily is an exercise of practical authority. Even if it didn't claim any epistemic authority on the nature of different sorts of human beings, it could still enact law that rendered the civil status of slaves inferior. So it's an exercise of practical authority. The propaganda of Julius Streicher is not like that. It subordinates, if it does, in virtue, first, of its epistemic authority, or at least I said already it hasn't got expertise, but in virtue of its credibility, it has the endorsement of the ruling Nazi party, enabling it to issue verdictives that masquerade as expert knowledge of the Jewish menace. So it's got the credibility component of epistemic authority, but that in turn enables it to be practically authoritative. So this is an awful grotesque understatement, but you could say, following Raz's medical analogy, that propaganda has the mix of epistemic and practical authority that a quack doctor has. I hate to say that because it's such a pathetic understatement, but the prescriptions are exercitives and directives for the patient because she has credibility, like that make her speech acts function as directives for the patients. But of course, in the case of the propaganda, the tentacles of the speech are, they are going so much further than to the hearers. They are doing things with words to people, to Jewish people, ranking them as inferior, making them count as inferior, as evil conspirators, epistemically evil liars, and much, much more. Now I want to turn to the informal case. We talked about the practical authority of a legislature or the epistemic authority of Nazi endorsement. What about the hate speakers who are more like Austen's low types, the ones who seem to lack authority? In a recent study, which I have learnt a great deal from, Ishani Maitra shows how practical authority can be gained in informal contexts via what we've been calling a rule of accommodation, though she doesn't actually put it in these terms, and I have to say, I talked to her recently and she resists putting it in these terms. Her proposal, I think, can be extended to include epistemic authority, which I'm interested in, and it can be extended to include the loss of authority as well as the gain of authority. So I'm going to run through some examples which are drawing on her paper, which is listed in the readings, and then I'm going to extend them in the ways I just described. A teacher delegates a pupil to be a teacher's helper, to distribute tasks to her classmates. Or a teacher fails to intervene when a bossy pupil starts distributing tasks to her classmates. So in the second case, the bossy pupil just seizes the initiative and starts bossing around the other pupils, and the teacher just sort of turns a blind eye. In both of those cases, the pupil gets a derived authority from, in one case, the action, in the other case, the omission of the teacher. That's one set of cases. Authority in both cases is following a rule of accommodation. In the delegation case, the teacher's authority features among the felicity conditions, enabling the pupil's authority as the outcome. In the blind eye case, it exhibits the pattern for presupposition, where hearer omissions can do a lot of work. The pupil starts bossing the others around, presupposing her authority, and the teacher doesn't do the "what do you mean?" or "wait a minute" move, questioning the presupposition. The derived authority then appears as the outcome. So what we're talking about is the authority of the teacher appears in the felicity condition in that case. The sort of informal derived authority of the pupil appears as the outcome. Some hate speech might work on this pattern. Maitra asks us to imagine a black family waking up to find a burning cross on their lawn, and you don't know who the culprits are. And the community leaders are indifferent, and they don't denounce the action or express sympathy. The cross burning then acquires a derived practical authority. The rule of accommodation is like that for the bossy pupil who acquires derived authority in virtue of the omission of the teacher. I think I agree with Maitra about that case. Now for some cases which involve no formal authority at all. So in those cases there was a teacher. In these cases there's nobody like the teacher. Someone gets what she calls licensed authority when they assume authority and others go along with it. This is really familiar. Hikers, dithering, and then one of the party, completely frustrated with the dithering, gets up and says, "I know, why don't you go and buy the maps? Why don't you go and buy the provisions? You go and hire the car." And so they have seized the initiative and presupposed, so to speak, their own authority. And if the others go along with it, they get the informal standing of hike leader in that context. Their omissions, actually, in that case, there are actually two things, and I'm not doing complete justice to it. There's the omissions of the hearers. They don't say, "Who do you think you are?" And then they go and do their assigned tasks. So the omissions appear in the felicity conditions, and the leader's authority, then, the informal authority, is a felicitous outcome. There's a very nice case described by Richmond Thomason, which has exactly the same feature. Since I'm running short of time, I won't read it out, but it's there on the handout. It's not hike planner, it's restaurant planner, completely familiar. Moment of indecision, someone takes charge, no one objects. She acts as if she had the authority. Someone could have said, "Who do you think you are, deciding where to go for us?" Anyway, he uses this in a paper about accommodation. So it's an instance where someone presumes their authority, that's a presupposition of what they're doing, and they get it through the others going along with it and not blocking it. Suppose that on a New Jersey subway an Arab woman is addressed by an older white man with a string of abuse. "Fucking terrorist, go home. We don't need your kind here." The other passengers stop talking, but they don't intervene. This apparently Mitra experienced. She was one of the passengers. The abuse acquires, she says, a sort of licensed authority. In the same way, through the omissions of those who are there. There's a lot of unfinished business with that example, and it's actually quite strong reading of that case. But again, I think she's right. She was talking there about practical authority. I've said that this pattern can extend to epistemic authority, and I've just got a few more minutes to talk about that. Just as the teacher can delegate a pupil to assign tasks, they can name a particular pupil the expert on simultaneous equations to be consulted by the other pupils. That's like the first teacher case, except epistemic. Likewise, you could have instead of a bossy pupil, a sort of hyper-confident, self-confident pupil who thinks she's the expert, and she gets the credibility component through the teacher turning a blind eye. And just as there can be gain, there can be loss. This connects with work that Miranda Fricker has done on epistemic injustice. When Herbert Greenleaf says, in The Talented Mr. Ripley, says to Marge, who does know something apparently about the murder, I'm packing a lot into this story here, Marge, there's women's intuition, and then there are the facts. Greenleaf's authoritative verdict ranks Marge as inferior in terms of her epistemic capacities. She can't manage to block its background informal presuppositions, and she loses credibility. So what I'm suggesting is this pattern for practical authority and its gain can be extended to epistemic authority and its gain and loss for both cases. So licensed epistemic authority is just as familiar as derived. We can think of the hike planner who takes himself to be the expert on the maps. That's epistemic. Of course, the bad cases here are absolutely legion. Would-be experts presuppose their own expertise. Actually, there's a hilarious paper, and I learnt from this. Dan Sperber has a very nice paper called The Guru Effect. I mean, you can make snide remarks about him making a wry comment on intellectuals in his cultural milieu. But anyway, the Guru Effect, a runaway phenomenon where a speaker acquires inflated credibility in virtue of, in this case, the obscurity of his pronouncements. He says, usually in philosophy, obscurity is a bit of a vice, but sometimes obscurity gets you more than you deserve because you're saying these very gnomic, mysterious things, and then your disciples think, gosh, that's going to be so deep and so important, and then they talk to each other, and one disciple says, oh, he must mean this, and the other disciple says, no, he must mean that, and against the background assumption that this is a really deep and gnomic thing, the activities of the disciples generate this runaway credibility phenomenon, aided, by the way, because he's a social scientist, with the phenomenon of confirmation bias, actually, which is a really good thing to think about in this context. So with confirmation bias plus obscurity, plus he's no doubt got some rude things to say about the French intellectual scene anyway. I shouldn't pin that on him. How do I know what he was saying? Anyway, okay. So Rules of accommodation explain how speakers with and without role-based authority can alter the distribution of epistemic authority in others or in themselves, increasing it or decreasing it. The pattern for epistemic authority mirrors the pattern for practical authority. Whether we're talking about for doctors or quacks or gurus, it can evolve in ways that mirror practical authority. So there's also the self. In a way, the flip side of the acquisition of undeserved credibility, which of course connects with Miranda Fricker's work on epistemic injustice and testimonial injustice. That's like Sperber's case. There's also the self-demolition. And here there's some nice field work by Tina Fey. So again, there's a bit in Bossy Pants where Tina Fey says, "Make statements. This applies to women too. Nobody wants to go to a doctor, and the doctor says, hello, I'll be your surgeon today. I have a first from Johns Hopkins, and I want to talk to you about your procedure. So," anyway, so you can just imagine her doing it. I couldn't do the accent, but anyway. So there you have someone with a lot of credibility, a lot of gender norms in the background there, by accident demolishing her credibility by doing her speech acts in questions rather than statements. Anyway, so there's a lot of, I'm sure there's a lot of field linguistics here that would help me be much more credible on this. I'm going to conclude. I've got 2 more paragraphs. Is that okay? Okay, good. You get the authority you presuppose if relevant hearers, authoritative or not, fail to block your presupposition. That can be practical or epistemic. It's like William James said, faith in a fact can help create a fact, for good or ill. Informal, unceremonial speech can be verdictive, exercitive and directive, just like formal speech. They need authority, and they can get it. Authority can be conferred and removed in informal, unceremonial ways, including by omissions. Speakers presuppose their own authority, and hearers accommodate or not. In this way, informal hate speech could acquire the sort of authority that gives it the force of subordination. Subordination understood in the terms I described: ranking as inferior, verdictive; legitimating discrimination, depriving of powers and rights, exercitive and directive. So formal and informal propaganda, hate speech and pornography all exploit these mechanisms. I haven't talked about pornography today. I think it's going to probably come up later. And that is in addition to whatever they have from formal authorities. So what I've done is built on the interplay of practical and epistemic authority. That's one part of the picture. That's drawing on Raz and others who've looked at this. And the informal accommodation of authority, practical and epistemic, provides another part. That's where I was building on Mitra and Thomason and Sperber. So what we're doing is updating Austin's picture of authoritative speech acts, the ceremonial conferring and removal of authority, to show how accommodation enables speakers to exploit the omissions of ignorant, polite or passive hearers to shore up existing distributions of authority and hierarchy, and also build new ones. Just finishing now. The role of omissions is what I've been thinking about recently, and it presents a challenge. If authority can be conferred and removed even by omissions, the failure to block, there are questions for those in authority and for everyone. I'm not going to answer these, but I'm just posing them. Can an innocent law that merely tolerates hate speech confer derived authority on it? That would be like the burning cross, which gets authority through the indifference of the community leaders. Can an innocent bystander, silent in the presence of a racist tirade, confer licensed authority on its speaker? That would be like the subway abuser. If the answers are yes, then the harm in hate speech can be not only the doings of low types who get authority without institutional role, but also the doings of an innocent law and of innocent bystanders like ourselves who merely stand by. Thank you. I'm Ray Langton. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to see you all here. These 6 lectures are on the topic of accommodating injustice. And by accommodation, I have in mind a number of things, but primarily the process of adjustment that goes on in everyday conversations and in ceremonial talk as well, that makes our speech acts count as correct play. I'm interested in the way that authority and social norms and knowledge itself all follow rules of accommodation, about which I'll say a bit more in a minute for those who weren't here last week, and how they help build injustice and how they help to make certain sorts of speech hard to answer. The 6 lectures, the first 3 will be on how authority, that was last week, norms this week, and knowledge next week follow rules of accommodation. The next 2 will be on how the process of accommodation and how it can go wrong explains certain patterns of silencing, certain ways that place handicaps on certain speakers so that it's impossible or difficult for them to do certain things with their words. And then, in the final section, you'll be glad to hear, in the final lecture, you'll be glad to hear, there is going to be some glimmer of hope, I hope, and we'll look at some ameliorative strategies, both at the level of personal ethics, at the level of institutional responses, and at the level of possibly even the law. Okay, so without more ado then, I'll start on today's topic, which is the accommodation of norms. I'm going to begin with a story, which 1 or 2 of you might have heard, because it isn't, I confess, the very first time I've told this story. And it's a story that maybe David Lewis, who was the hero of the last lecture, he might have liked this story, or maybe it's too impolite for him to have liked it. I'm not sure. If he liked it, it would be because it's set in Australia and it has to do with Australian rules football, of which he was a fan. Now, when I took my first job at the University of Monash, I was taken, as part of my education, to be a proper Australian, to an Australian rules football game where St Kilda and Carlton were playing. I was at that time living more or less in St Kilda, really Elwood, but we pretended it was St Kilda. And Carlton was where the match was being played, and Lewis, by the way, was a Carlton supporter. He wasn't there that day. But anyway, I was there with a friend from Melbourne University, and I, as you might know, don't know a lot about sports, and I was learning as I went along. I liked the normative structure of sports, but I actually don't know anything about any concrete sport. So I keep bluffing and pretending I understand about what it is to be scorekeeping in a language game, vaguely recollecting tennis and occasionally mentioning Scrabble, which I do know, which is not quite an Olympic sport. Anyway, there I was with my friend from Melbourne University, Frank Strawn, who's the archivist. We were there watching this football. He was explaining it to me, and one of the sainty types, a sainty type is the technical name for a supporter of St Kilda, was yelling at one of his own teammates, or rather yelling at his teammate and saying, "Get on with it, Laurie, you great girl!" So this was my introduction to Australian culture. This was my, no, not exactly. I am in fact Australian, and British, and sort of Indian. But anyway, I am, so nevertheless I hadn't been to a game before. My friend Frank whirled round, thought this was no good, and yelled straight down to the sainty type below us, "What's wrong with a girl?" Now you'll all know from last week that this was a very good thing to be doing because it was blocking the presupposition. And if nobody blocks the presupposition, we all, through our own omissions, contribute to the illocutionary force of what's done. That was the big theme of last week. Okay, so Frank was doing the right thing. "What's wrong with a girl?" he yelled down the ranks of the seats, without a hesitation, the sainty type, the St Kilda supporter, whirled round, straight back round, and yelled up at us, both of us, "It's got no balls, that's what's wrong with it." So that was my verbatim. That's actually the only thing I can remember about this match. Okay, so I think that was an interesting conversational situation for a number of reasons. I'm not going to, do a very deep analysis of it, but I want to just draw attention to a number of things about it. The use of girl as a slur, perhaps, or as a thick concept, to insult the player, but also perhaps to insult women, maybe. The use of unquantified generics in that what's wrong with a girl? It's got no balls, that's what's wrong with it. The grammar of that is the tiger has stripes. The mosquito carries the West Nile virus. You have an unquantified, generic statement which is very ambiguous in ways I'm going to get to in a moment. You have standard shifting. Standards for manners are definitely being pushed in a certain direction. One interesting thing about David Lewis in his work on accommodation is he thought that when you're shifting standards, it's easier to shift them higher. I think that reflects his milieu. It's very easy to shift them lower in the right circumstances, especially on the football pitch. Okay, salience shifting. Certain things become much more salient about women in a conversation like that. There's a background, perhaps, assumption about gender norms, about what it is that men and women are supposed to be like, what they're supposed to do. And if it's just in the background, if it's just being presupposed, then that actually presents those norms as uncontroversial. So that's hinting at some of the themes I want to talk about today. We talked a lot about presupposition introduction last week and how it depends in part for its force, the force it contributes to the illocutionary act, on the omissions of hearers, on their failures to block, as well as on their active contributions. And one thing I want to bring out today that's going to be, I think, I really want to emphasize is that putting it in the presupposition somehow normalizes it. Now, why are we interested in normalization? You might remember that I quoted from Mackinnon last week when I was explaining the idea of subordination. Subordination is the idea of an authoritative saying someone is inferior. This week I put the whole quotation on the handout. It is quotation number 2. Together with all its material supports, authoritatively saying someone is inferior is largely how structures of status and differential treatment are demarcated and actualized. Words and images are how people are placed in hierarchies, how social stratification is made to seem inevitable and right, how feelings of inferiority and superiority are engendered, and how indifference to violence against those on the bottom is rationalized and normalized. I believe that Mackinnon is describing the illocutionary force of subordinating speech in that case, and she has in mind pornographic speech, and I will take up that topic in a little while. She has in mind, for the most part, the illocutionary force of speech, that is to say, what is done with words in saying certain things, the way, as Austen put it. It's not exclusively the illocutionary force. When she talks about the feelings of inferiority and superiority being engendered, that is about certain effects of speech. That's about what Austen would have called the perlocutionary act. But for the most part, I think she is thinking of certain sorts of speech as enacting the inferior status of certain groups of people. And last week I talked about how we can unpack the idea of subordination in terms of ranking a group as inferior, legitimating discrimination, depriving them of powers and rights. And last week I talked about how certain kinds of very ceremonial speech did that, for instance, enactment of slave law. And I also talked about how authoritative propaganda does that in a different way, not by claiming practical authority in the way the law does, but by claiming epistemic authority and credibility. And I looked in particular about the publications of some of the publications of Julius Streicher, who, you know, did have the big rubber stamp of the Nazi Party on his to aid the credibility of his propaganda, and it was so extreme, as I mentioned, that he was condemned to death at the Nuremberg trials. And then I looked last week at much more informal ways in which both practical authority and epistemic authority could accrue to a speaker through informal mechanisms, including simply by presupposing it and getting it when others go along with it. That was the theme of last time. Now, what I want to bring out this time is a neglected aspect of subordination, which I never really noticed. So there were a number of things when I was first working on the topic of subordination that I didn't notice, that I should have noticed. One was the important difference between practical and epistemic authority. Another is the way authority works in informal settings. That's what I was talking about last time. But another was that little thing that McKinnon says at the end, that she's talking about indifference to violence, but it could be any social norm. Indifference to violence against those on the bottom is rationalized and normalized. Now, normalize, doesn't appear on J.L. Austen's list of illocutionary speech types, but nevertheless I think it's a very important way in which certain sorts of social norms can be enacted. To normalize something is to legitimate it in a certain way. Not by being, the big enactor of slave law with your role as the legislator saying slaves are things and not persons. We looked at that piece of legislation last week. You might not have a social role, but nevertheless, all of us, in fact, can very readily participate in speech acts which normalize certain sorts of behavior, and the normalizing is a way of legitimating. And this is where presupposition, I think, has a special role to play. So that's by way of advertisement for what I'm going to talk about next. I said I'm going to be talking about the accommodation of norms. I want to say that norms are involved in the process of accommodation in two ways. Remember, we talked about how a rule of accommodation begins with something being said, and that whatever is said requires that something either be the case or be acceptable. And if certain conditions hold, hey presto, that requirement is fulfilled. So, I hereby christen this ship, I hereby name this ship the Queen Elizabeth. Hey presto, if you're the authorized person, the ship is named the Queen Elizabeth. The slave, you are now permitted to cross the white line. The slave is permitted to cross the white line if the speaker is the master and if the right relationship is in place. Even George could win, presupposes George is an unpromising candidate. If no one blocks that, what do you mean? Even George? Then the presupposition that George is an unpromising candidate gets added to the conversational score. George, by the way, gets ranked as inferior in that particular way. And so in each of these cases, you have a certain sort of conversational magic, and I talked about how some of the linguists were really worried that it did look too much like magic. You have a sort of conversational magic that supplies whatever's needed to make what is said count as correct play. I talked last week about how authority is involved in accommodation in two ways. It feeds in among the felicity conditions, for instance, of naming a ship. You have to be the authorized person, not the low type who races up and tries to name the ship the Generalissimo Stalin. No. You have to be so authority feeds in as a felicity condition for certain authoritative speech acts, but it also appears as an outcome of certain speech acts, sometimes authoritative, sometimes not. So authoritative cases would be where somebody is crowned, or even maybe crowns himself, as Napoleon did. Informal cases we looked at where a hate speaker has authority accrue to them by the apparent indifference of other community leaders or the apparent indifference of other passengers on the train. So the omissions of speakers can contribute to the authority of a speaker and thereby to the illocutionary force of what it is they're trying to do with their words. In the same way, norms can appear both as felicity conditions for speech acts and as the outcome of speech acts. And today I want to focus on the outcome part, for the most part. Okay, so norms follow a rule of accommodation when authoritative speakers enact them. You may now cross the white line, or sugar is out. That was the case of the doctor saying sugar is out, sugar is off the menu. That's exercise of epistemic authority rather than practical. They can also appear as the outcome of speech acts that don't seem particularly authoritative, and here's where the normalizing is going to be important. I'm talking about norms. I'm not saying enough to tell you what a norm is. I have in mind here practice relative norms. You know, Searle might have called them institution relative norms. They include, but they go beyond, established social norms proper, where established social norms might be understood as regularities that are socially approved and that are maintained in existence by that pattern of social approval and disapproval. To me, that doesn't go far enough, but I won't stop to explain why just now. People I have in mind in the background include not just Lewis on convention, in fact, barely even Lewis on convention, but Searle and Pettit and Brennan and Christina Bicchieri. Okay. So, Searle had a famous little paper back in, was it 1964, called How to Derive Ought from Is. I've translated Searle's argument into the accommodation framework that is roughly what Lewis gives us, the one that I was working with last week. So, something is said, we've got an utterance. Someone says, I promise to pay Smith $5. There's a requirement. The requirement is that the illocutionary force of what's said be a promise. And there's a requirement that a norm is enacted, that Jones ought to pay Smith $5. There are some conditions that need to be in place. That's the next step, the felicity conditions part. Sorry, these aren't steps because they all happen, as I emphasized like mad last week, they all happen at the very same time. So it's not what sequence. The certain felicity conditions need to be in place. Jones maybe intends to promise, if you think that intending is a necessary condition for promising. Jones intends to promise. There needs to be a background practice of promising. Maybe there need to be some other things. My list of felicity conditions in all of the cases I'm going to discuss is very incomplete. But when all of those conditions are in place, we get the felicitous outcome. That's the correct play. The illocutionary force is a promise, and a norm is enacted, namely, Jones ought to pay Smith $5. So I haven't spelled it out quite in the way that Searle did. For those of you who know that paper, he spelled it out in I think 5 or 6 different stages. But the basic thought is, we have an is. The is someone says something, and out of that is comes an ought. Someone has an obligation. In this case, it's out of promising. And Searle himself goes on to say that this simply falls out of the understanding that many of our practices, many of our institutions have obligations as the very part of what they are. So he uses exactly the sorts of sports analogies that Lewis used too. He said he imagines being on the baseball, I nearly said court, field, and baseball field, and I think he strikes the ball, and then he just wants to stay there. You know, I've actually forgotten which move was. Anyway, the point is, he engages in an argument with the referee and says, no, referee, you or is it an umpire? You can't get an ought from an is. I know, I just hit it, but, you know, from that, nothing follows about what I ought to do, and the umpire eventually has him dragged off the court. So it was a funny moment in the paper because you have the philosopher on the baseball field trying to give a philosophical argument about how you can never get an ought from an is, and making a fool of himself. Anyway, so it's a vivid expression of the idea that oughts come out of certain sorts of practices, in that case baseball, and in the case of promising as well. Of course, there are many reservations you might have about Searle. You might have, I meant about this particular argument, and I'm not going to get into those. I mean, obviously one of the biggest questions, and I would love to be able to address it better than I am now, is the relationship of these practice internal norms to moral norms more generally. I hope to get to that later, but I'm certainly not going to do justice to it today. Because with the idea of promising, you have a practice internal norm that is also a moral norm. In the case of baseball, it's not exactly a moral norm. I mean, if you're playing baseball, you've just got to do that, but it's not, I mean, I don't think there's a moral norm there. And presumably there are games, maybe the Hunger Games, where there's something bad about the whole game, and the fact that the game says you've got to now do this doesn't at all give any indication that there's something morally required about it. So I'm going to postpone those moral issues. But we obviously need to get to grips with the question of what is the relation between these practice internal norms and moral norms more generally. Searle said that there's nothing except practice internal norms, and I don't want to say that. Okay, so these are complete. The next 2 examples are completely in harmony with what Searle says, and they're just drawing on what we said last week, drawing on Raz and McGowan, and drawing on Austin and Lewis. How to get an ought from an is. Expert directive. Something is said, you ought to quit smoking. That requires that the illocutionary force of what's said be an order, and that the norm is the patient ought to quit smoking. There are some felicity conditions. Perhaps they are that the doctor has credibility. The doctor has epistemic authority, or at least the credibility component of epistemic authority. There needs to be perhaps a background practice of doctors and patients and the roles that go with those. I don't know what all the felicity conditions are. And when all of those are in place, there's a felicitous outcome. The force of what's said is an order, and the norm is that the patient ought to quit smoking. So again, you get an ought from an is. There is I know there's an ought in the first sentence, but the whole thing is an is, because it's just the is of somebody said you ought to quit smoking. That is an is. How to get a may from an is. This is just reminding you of the example from Lewis that we looked at last time. Something is said, you may cross the white line. That requires, to be correct play, that the illocutionary force be permission and that the norm be the slave may cross the white line. The bounds of permissibility have to shift so that that's what's permissible. There need to be some felicity conditions fulfilled. The speaker needs to be the master, needs to have practical authority, perhaps from some distinctive role. There needs to be some background practice, perhaps, of slavery. I'm not sure what the list might go on a bit, but those are some examples of possible felicity conditions. Maybe they need to intend to permit, maybe they don't. Felicitous outcome. The force is permission and the norm is that the slave may cross the white line. So here we have a norm being enacted. We're getting an ought from an is. Now, next example, how to get an ought not from an is. This example I'm calling fashionista. I did write a paper together with Lauren Ashwell, who knows a lot more about fashion than I do, called Slaves of Fashion. Anyway, we didn't get enough into the Speech Act theoretic side, but anyway. Something is said. Flared trousers are out. Out was a Speech Act I played with a bit last week. Anyway, something is said. Flared trousers are out. Now, of course, it depends who says it. Let's suppose it's one of those bossy mean girls. The requirement is that the illocutionary force be a directive, but here's what's interesting, it's sort of disguised as a verdictive assertion. I think this is, what's going on here is someone enacting a rule by, so to speak, pretending it already is a rule. That's very much the pattern for many sorts of presuppositional speech acts. We talked last week about how acting as if you have authority by presupposing it can actually get you authority. Acting as if there's already a regularity, as if no one's wearing flares already, is a way to enact the rule, no one's wearing flares. I have in mind here something that many people have commented on, but here, for instance, is Bob Stalnaker talking about presuppositional moves as a certain kind of as if pretense. Last week we talked about Thomas, and here's Stalnaker, quotation 3. A speaker may act as if certain propositions are part of the common background when he knows that they are not. He may want to communicate a proposition indirectly and do this by presupposing it in such a way that the auditor will be able to infer that it is presupposed. In such a case, a speaker tells his auditor something in part by pretending that his auditor already knows it. I think this is a very nice description of a lot of things that we do with our words, getting what we need to get across through the back door. I'm really interested in those speech acts, often deliberately, but often not deliberately. I'm going to get to some non-deliberate cases in a minute. The pretense need not be an attempt at deception. It might be tacitly recognized by everyone concerned that this is what's going on, and recognized that everyone else recognizes it. In some cases, it's just that it would be too indiscreet or insulting or tedious or blunt or less effective to assert openly a proposition that one wants to communicate. He has such nice readings of people's possible motives. Anyway, what a world. Anyway, good. So, what's going on with fashionista is, she's saying flared trousers are out, acting as if they are already out, and we already know that they are out. So the illocutionary force is a directive disguised as a verdictive, and what are its felicity conditions? Perhaps credibility, because she's supposed to know what people are wearing, and practical authority, because, like the doctor, knowing what people are wearing gives you a right to say, you better wear this if you want to wear what people are wearing. And there might need to be a background practice of fashion, hero's uptake, a failure to block. And if all that's in place, there's a felicitous outcome. The force is a directive disguised as a verdictive assertion. So that was how to get an ought not from an is in the fashion case. Mary Kate McGowan also talks about some nice Mean Girls examples. I mentioned, I seem to be giving a plug for Tina Fey in each lecture, don't I? Anyway, I think she wrote the script, didn't she, for Mean Girls? Okay. My next example is even more focused on this issue of normalizing, which I find very interesting and I would really love to get to the bottom of. How to get an ought from an is normalizing via ambiguous generics. I said that the football supporter, when he says, "It's got no balls, that's what's wrong with it," is making a generic statement about women. The woman has no balls. Anyway, doesn't Cyndi Lauper say yes, they do, but are a bit higher up? Anyway, sorry, that was a throwaway line. I should get that edited out. Anyway. With generic statements, I don't know whether to begin with the philosophical background about generics or just remind you that generics are used in many different sorts of problematic speech. So last week, for instance, when we looked at hate speech, we looked at some of the Nazi publications of Julius Streicher. Just to remind you, quotation number 4, we have "The Jew silenced the voice of German blood. That is why the Stürmer keeps hammering away. That is why its voice keeps saying, 'The Jews are our misfortune. He who eats with the Jews perishes. He who knows the Jew knows the devil,' etc. The devilish hatred of the Jews plunged the world into war, need and misery. Our holy hate will bring us victory and save all of mankind." Okay, so it's really ghastly and it's horrible to read, but I'm mentioning it, I'm drawing it to your attention to remind you of something that you probably know already, which is that hate speech and various sorts of politically problematic speech deals in the coin of stereotype and generic. So instead of talking about individual people and how many of them, you talk about them as a kind, as a natural kind where it isn't at all clear how many of them have the property, and how maybe they have it essentially, and you can do it by using a bare plural, Jews thus and so, or you can use it by using the definite article, the Jew thus and so. And this is translating into the social world something that's familiar from our way of thinking about the natural world, except with different consequences. So people can say tigers have stripes, or the tiger has stripes, and there are things that you can say that seem true in generic statements, which are quite hard to fathom. Now, generics have had a lot of attention from philosophers recently, philosophers who have been paying attention to what psychologists and linguists also say about generics. I have in mind especially the work of Sarah Jane Leslie at Princeton and some of her colleagues. Sally Haslanger has been drawing out some of the political implications of this work in a really interesting way. What I'll do before talking about a particular example is say why this is a philosophically interesting topic in itself, and why it's especially philosophically interesting if you're interested in how speech acts contribute to social injustice. Sarah Jane Leslie draws attention to the practice that we have of finding generic statements true in a variety of different circumstances. So, without thinking too hard about it, most people think generics are simply statistical generalizations, shorthand for most F's are G. So tigers have stripes, most tigers have stripes. But that soon evaporates when you consider that everyone accepts mosquitoes carry the West Nile virus, when most mosquitoes don't carry the West Nile virus, or ducks lay eggs, when, I don't know what the proportion of female to male ducks is, but only the females lay eggs, etc. So there are many, many generic statements that are held to be true of the natural world, when only a small proportion of them, of the individuals, have the relevant property. There's a lot of attention being paid to the semantics of generics, to their truth conditions. Are they true, even though hardly any of the things have the property? I'm actually going to set that whole topic aside. I'm interested in what their illocutionary potential might be. The same applies to when I come to the topic of slurs. In both of these cases, I'm interested in their potential to contribute to illocutionary force, not their semantics or their truth conditions. Okay, so Leslie distinguishes first in her initial work 3 kinds of descriptive generics. Majority generics. Barns are red. Girls prefer literature to math. Various generalizations like this. These assert that members of the kind have the property, and I'm not saying she puts it this way, I'm putting it this way, they presuppose that a statistical majority have it. So that's a very normal sort. The interesting case that I just mentioned are what she calls striking property generics. Mosquitoes carry the West Nile virus, and then when you import that practice into a social context, you find people readily assenting to sentences like Muslims are terrorists. That, even though they will also assent to the proposition most of them aren't. So just as most mosquitoes don't carry the West Nile virus, but still they assent to the proposition mosquitoes carry the West Nile virus, likewise for Muslims are terrorists, what you have is a striking property that is associated with the kind and is held to be true even if very few of them hold the property. She thinks they are true even if few of them hold the property. You don't have to believe that to find them interesting. The third class she calls characteristic generics, and this is where the psychologists who are involved in the debate talk about essentialism. Characteristic generics, ducks lay eggs, maybe Hispanics are lazy, I don't know. They assert that members of the kind have some property, and they somehow implicate or presuppose the idea that they have that property by nature. So the property is somehow emerging from a stable and ongoing part of the nature of the thing. So you're getting to something deep when you mention this property. And these are sometimes held to be true even if many or even most of them don't have the property as well, as in the sort of ducks lay egg case. Those 3 are the descriptive generics. And one thing that Leslie talks about in her Journal of Philosophy article, which is in the references at the end, is that there's a cognitive process that we are all vulnerable to, which means that we readily switch about between any of these. Not only that, we switch from carefully quantified sentences into generics. So what that means is that you can start with any one of these. You can start with a striking property generic, and you will be quickly tempted to turn it into a statistical generic, think that most of the things have this property. There's a lot of psychological data on this. That this is her paper is called "The Original Sin of Cognition." This is the original sin of cognition. Our tendency to think in terms of generics, she claims, and our tendency to slop around between all of these so that a striking property quickly becomes a statistical generalization about them, which quickly becomes an essentializing nature of them. So, of course, you can see what that's going to do in a social context. You're going to sort of when a property is striking, it will quickly be reified and come to seem part of the essence of that kind. I think the psychological data is really interesting and important, and I think it has implications for the ethics of how we speak. And one thing that I'm horrified by in retrospect is that my own work is chock-a-block full of generics, as probably anyone's is who ever works in feminist philosophy. Women this, men that. How many? What do we mean? Of course, anyway, sorry, this is not going to be a big mea culpa. Still, it's something that we need to be much more alert to. And especially when we're going to move on to... So those three were the descriptive generics. There's also something that we can think of as much more straightforwardly normative. Leslie calls these ideal characteristic generics. These assert or presuppose norms about social kinds. Boys don't cry. Someone says, boys don't cry. Do they mean... striking fact, boys don't cry. Do they mean most boys don't cry? Do they mean as part of their nature boys don't cry? Do they mean boys shouldn't cry? If, no matter what you say, they'll hold on to boys don't cry, and if it turns out to be what Leslie's calling an ideal characteristic generic, then it's serving quite a different function, and, now getting to the point, it's another means of getting an ought from an is. Something that looks like an is going to turn into an ought at the end. Okay, so let's suppose that something is said. Men take charge, women are gentle and accommodating. There's a nice little gender stereotype for you. Actually, in Leslie's work on this, she did a lot of homework looking at websites with titles like "What a Real Woman Wants," and they were mostly right-wing Christian ones, actually. Yeah, I know you couldn't tell from the title what it might have been. Okay, so something is said. Men take charge, women are gentle and accommodating. That requires maybe that the force be an assertion, plus perhaps a presupposed verdictive or directive about gender properties, that whether they're prevalent, whether they're essential, whether they're striking, whether they're ideal, and sticking it into the presupposition or into okay, I'm not going to go to war as to whether it's a presupposition or implicature or what. Putting it through the back door in this way is a way to present it as uncontroversial. What are the felicity conditions? The speaker's credibility, the hearer's uptake, the hearer's failure to block, and maybe a background practice of some sort. And the outcome will be that the force might well be a norm. Men ought to take charge. Women ought to be gentle and accommodating. So you have something that looks like an is, and it turns out to be an ought. Now, this is also following a thought that Sarah Jane Leslie expressed. There might be a connection between certain sorts of slurs and generics. So now I want to make a suggestion about slurs, and what I have in mind it might be slurs, it might be thick concepts, and by way of background, let me remind those of you, or say to those of you who don't know, that there's been a huge amount of interesting philosophical work on the topic of slurs and on the topic of thick concepts recently, where again you have description and evaluation somehow meshed together, whether in an insulting slur word or whether in a nice word for a virtue. I think that slurs are, for my purposes, of interest, not for their semantics, but for their illocutionary potential. What they enable what they enable speakers to do to people with words. So, getting back to the example, get on with it, Laurie, you great girl. So, what's going on there? What's required is that the illocutionary force be in order. What's required is that the presupposed generic norm be acceptable and uncontroversial, because it's just packed in the background there. Calling the player a great girl presupposes the gender norm that was mentioned in number 6. Men take charge, women are gentle and accommodating. And when you're on the playing field, you should be taking charge, not being gentle and accommodating. So stop being such a great girl. The felicity conditions. Perhaps for the speaker to be able to order the player, they would need to have practical authority. For the speaker to invoke and enact the norm, they need credibility regarding the norms, and whether they get to do that might then depend on what the hearers do. You know, whether my friend Frank Strawn said, "What do you mean? What's wrong with a girl?" So the hearer can contribute by blocking or failing to block. So what would the outcome be? Now, "Get on with it, you great girl" has the form of an imperative. It's sort of a command to the player, but of course the guy on the ranks there, he has no authoritative role with respect to the player. So it's a misfire. He doesn't get to order the player. He doesn't get to say, "Get on with it, you great girl." The player's not going to, give two hoots. I mean, he couldn't hear him anyway. But if he did, you need to be the coach to be able to make that speech act an order. And so the bystander isn't going to be ordering him. Nevertheless, it is a felicitous speech act of some sort, and it's felicitous because it is invoking and, I would suggest, helping enact exactly the presupposed norms that are there in the background. That men ought to take charge and women ought to be gentle and accommodating. It's invoking that norm, and it is enacting it, bringing it to bear on that context. I know there's more that needs to be said about that, but I won't say it just now. I've just got a couple more examples. So what I've been saying is that generics are a way of normalizing. Slurs can be a way of normalizing. Sorry, same with generics. They can be a way of normalizing. Slurs can be a way of normalizing something. Now, reporting something as a mere regularity can be a way of normalizing something. This is an amazing topic, which I've only recently found out about. Some of you probably have known about it for ages. Social scientists working in this area describe these as descriptive norms. I have in mind the work of Cialdini and his teams and many others as well. So, the first study that he and his team did was in an Arizona petrified wood forest. Some of the signs in the forest said, and I think I got the sign there, the sign, so that the administration was of the park, the administrators were very worried about the level of theft, so they put up anti-theft signs all through the petrified wood forest in Arizona. And they said in the sign, "Your heritage is being vandalized every day by theft losses of petrified wood of 14 tons a year, mostly a small piece at a time." I'm not giving the whole story. In some cases, they had pictures of 3 people picking up petrified wood. In another case, they had just 1 person picking up pieces of petrified wood. So these were "don't steal" signs. Cialdini's team found that wherever the signs existed, the rate of theft went up. So, what's going on in that particular speech act? Now, I think this is a really interesting case because obviously the intention and the outcome are completely at odds with each other. They wanted to issue an authoritative command, "Don't steal." And maybe they did, but maybe it's doing 2 things. So, you might say that what's going on here is that the signs say, "Many others do steal, and you ought not steal." So it's giving with one hand, but it's taking away with the other. But which way? Okay. So the first part, "Many others do steal," many people steal. That is saying, that's an assertion. It's also, it turns out, a permission, even though they didn't mean it to be a permission. The "you ought not steal," if you think that is part of the sign, is a prohibition. So it's a permission and a prohibition at once. Now, what felicity conditions are in the background here? For the "many people steal" part, The speaker's authority construed just as an epistemic authority. They just need to have credibility. All they need to do is know enough about how many people in the park steal. The speaker's credibility. And then you also need some background practice. For instance, the practice of following precedent, the practice of simply conforming. Notice this might not have anything to do with approval or disapproval, just there be a background practice of default conformity. For the second one, the speaker needs to have practical authority, which they do. They are the boss of the park. The speaker is the boss of the park. Who better to put up a sign saying, "Don't steal"? But even though the speaker is the boss of the park, saying, "Don't steal," it's not working. So the outcome is infelicitous. I should retract that. I think it is a felicitous command. It's noticed as a command, but it's an unsuccessful command in terms of its perlocutionary goal, namely getting people to obey it. And that's because of the accompanying implicit permission. So the force is assertion and permission and prohibition, and the permission trumps. I'm not saying it trumps for everyone, but it trumps for enough people. Now, what we've talked about so far are some different ways of that certain norms can be that certain behaviours can be made legitimate by being made to seem normal. Generics, use of generics in the locution, in the sentences that are used. Use of generics is one way. Use of slurs is another way in the locutionary part. Sheer use of facts which describe a precedent or a regularity is yet another way. Now, when we think about the cases we were looking at last week, I want to suggest that the propaganda normalizes contempt for Jews. It's saying, most Germans despise Jews. This is the sheer regularity part is part of it. And also, insofar as that's being put in the presupposition rather than stated up front, as soon as you put something, get something through the back door in presupposition mode, it is claiming that we already know this already. So that's why we don't need to say it up front. Think of the example from Lewis. Even George could win. The speaker is taking for granted that George is an unlikely candidate. What's taking for granted mean? Acting as if we already know all this, so I don't need to assert it. So it's asserting that it's widely known, and that is part of what normalizes it. Now, getting to the case of pornography that McKinnon talked about. By the way, she has in mind what many people would think of as a particular subset of pornography. It's defined under quotation 10 as the graphic, sexually explicit subordination of women in pictures or words, and then there's a longer description there. Certain sorts of pornography might presuppose that women who say no don't refuse, and that this is widely known. In general, the point is that presupposing that a regularity is normal can also add that knowledge of that regularity is also normal. This, I think, bears on Waldron's description of the situation in Waldron's book, The Harm in Hate Speech. He discusses hate speech for the most part, but at one point discusses pornography, and here's what he says, it's quotation 9. The visibly pornographic aspect of our society has a pedagogical function that dwarfs in its scale and intensity the attitudes that racist hate speech tries to inculcate. I'm not saying I agree with him about that by the way. Not only does pornography present itself as undermining society's assurance to women of equal respect and equal citizenship, I'm going to get to the assurance theme in the last lecture, but it does so effectively by intimating that this is how men are taught around here on the streets and on the screen if not in school, about how women are to be treated. I think that Walden's thought is that pornography has a normalizing function. That ties in with what McKinnon says when she says that violence against those on the bottom is rationalized and normalized. That certain ways of going on are treated as if they are normal. And by the way, this could happen even in fiction, but that's another whole argument that I don't have time to give just now. So, now I want to say something just very general about how this connects with social norms, and then I'll conclude. This is in some ways not a new point, it's just applying it to the issue of social norms. So this is number 9 now on your handout. How to get a may from an is, overturning old norms by normalizing new ones. So let's suppose, I'm just going to give the abstract form of this thought, which is actually a very straightforward and obvious thought. Let's suppose there's a social norm construed as a regularity that is maintained by certain patterns of approval and disapproval. That's a rough and ready way to capture certain ideas about social norms. There's a descriptive part, namely most people do such and such, and there's a normative part that says most people approve of doing such and such. That's the typical case. And you might want to add that the pattern of approval is somehow involved in sustaining the regularity. That's Pettit and Brennan's thought, and it's got something in common with Bicchieri's as well. Okay, so let's suppose there was a social norm at one point. Most people refrain from doing, I'm just going to go, just say blank. Most people refrain from doing such and disapprove of those doing that such and such. So what I want to do is think about normalizing against the backdrop where there was a social norm and now it's being overturned. Someone says something. Someone says, actually, many people do such and such, and many people tolerate those doing such and such. In other words, something is said which is simply a contradiction of that norm. Maybe it contradicts the norm with an outright assertion that simply says, actually many people behave this way and many people tolerate that sort of behaviour. Or maybe it just is in the background presuppositions of what's said. This will have the force of permission. Why? Because it's part of being a social norm that there is a regularity that is a believed regularity and a pattern of approval that is a believed pattern of approval. And if the Speech Act that contradicts that is believed, then confidence that there is a norm is going to be undermined. So the felicity conditions for this will include the speaker's credibility. So you don't need to be, you don't need to be a legislator. You don't need to have sort of really highfalutin practical authority. All you need to be is a good testifier, or rather, all you need to be is to be perceived as a good testifier, a good witness. You need to be credible relative to the hearers. Maybe you need the hearer to recognize what's going on in a certain way. That's the uptake component. Maybe you need the hearer simply not to block. Maybe you need a background practice of normalizing via precedent or regularity, which I described under 8. If so, then that will have the force of permission. Now, this way of overturning social norms, this way of shifting social norms is really familiar. And it has a really good side and a really bad side as well. So the good side is described in a very nice paper by Les Green, which is on the readings as well, entitled Should the Law Improve Morality? Not should the law legislate morality, should the law improve morality? And in there he talks about the evolution of sexual norms. So sexual norms with respect to gays have evolved very dramatically, and they've had exactly this form. It used to be thought that most people refrained from doing such and most people disapproved of those doing such and such, in part because it was illegal and so it wasn't visible. And when the law changed, it made it much more visible, and so in time, it became obvious that many people do such and tolerate the doing of such and such. So there you have norms being shifted in a good way, where these are understood as social norms, that is to say, regularities that are maintained in place by social approval or disapproval or tolerance or social attitudes, or in any case. It can also happen in a bad way, and this is where I think McKinnon's concern comes in. If there was a norm saying that most people refrain from certain sorts of violent behaviour towards women, most people refrain from, I get inhibited talking about sexual violence when it's being recorded. I realise that now. Anyway, sorry. Let's suppose there was a norm in place that said sexual violence is something that most people do not do and everybody completely disapproves of. And then let's suppose somebody says something in pornography that presupposes that many women welcome sexual violence, that many men perform it, and that many people tolerate it and perhaps even approve of it. Even if that is said in a fictional context, and I haven't spelt out that argument, if it's making claims about the world, it can be enough to undermine the norm. And so even some liberals, even some liberals like Ronald Dworkin have agreed that pornography can weaken attitudes about sexual violence. So that is one way. Weakens it by normalizing it, by making it seem as though there is not, after all, a regularity, and there is not, after all, a pattern of approval and disapproval. This, by the way, you can see, is completely separate from the issue of ethics, because what we're talking about here is simply social norms, practice internal norms. Now, I'm out of time. I should simply stop, but I just want to say that insofar as backdoor speech acts are contributing to these kinds of normalizing and these kinds of legitimizing of norms, they are helped and hindered by the contributions of bystanders, in just the way I said last week. So it is something that all of us, for better or worse, can contribute to, and we'll say more about that later. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Today I'm going to talk about knowledge and how knowledge might follow rules of accommodation in the sense that I've described in the first two lectures. Just to remind you, in the first lecture I talked about how authority emerges from processes of accommodation and how that enables people to do certain authoritative things with their words that they might not otherwise be able to do. In the second lecture I talked about how norms follow rules of accommodation, most obviously in the case where an authoritative speaker enacts a rule, but also much more informally via descriptive norms, where utterance of a mere regularity can help enact a norm, perhaps a permissive norm or something stronger. I want today to talk about knowledge, which of course is not a move in a language game, far from it, but nevertheless there's something about knowledge that follows rules of accommodation. And I'll get to that in a moment, but first let me say something about knowledge more generally. As many of you know, I'm very interested in speech and normative issues about speech. And it will come as no surprise to anyone that knowledge has had a special role in connection with speech. And by that I mean, when we're thinking about the point of speech in general, when we're thinking about norms that might govern assertion in particular, and when we're thinking about the point of free speech. So, to give you some illustrations, I hope everyone has a handout. Does everyone have a handout? Well, if you don't have a handout, I don't know how to solve your problem, but I hope you have a handout. Other than by hoping that my expression of my hope will help fix the problem. Okay, so with regard to the point of free speech, J.S. Mill famously said that we must recognize the necessity to the mental well-being of mankind of freedom of opinion and freedom of the expression of opinion. This has been taken as a justification for a free speech principle. And then he lists 4 reasons, which I won't go into here, and he concludes that true opinion held as a prejudice is not the way in which truth ought to be held by a rational being. This is not knowing the truth. Truth thus held is one superstition the more, accidentally clinging to the words which enunciate a truth. I've argued elsewhere that this, although it's called the truth argument, is better named the knowledge argument. That little bit that I quoted suggests that what Mill is interested in is the role of freedom of speech in achieving a shared goal, namely the goal of knowledge. It's not just truth, it's not just an accidental truth. That's why he says prejudice is not good enough, even if it's a true prejudice. We need knowledge. With regard to speech generally, Robert Stalnaker has said that the point of speech, that why we do things with words, why we say things to each other, is to help each other to get to know things we didn't know before. And that's what he says is the point of speech generally. With regard to assertion, many people have argued that assertion should be viewed as a norm, not in the sense that Austin had of a felicity condition for speech. Obviously, you can assert things without knowing them. Obviously, you can assert things without even thinking you know them. If you believe something is false, you can still assert it, and that's a well-known speech act, which we might call a lie. Okay, so nevertheless, knowledge has been thought of as a norm for assertion in ways that I won't explore in detail here, but I do hope to return to them in the final lecture. You shouldn't assert something unless you know it. And there are different ways of unpacking that, perhaps more precise ways, perhaps ways that involve hearers as well as speakers. I'll just leave that aside. So knowledge has had an important role to play as a background norm for speech, for assertion, and for free speech. In all of these areas, the process of accommodation is involved. Accommodation is the routine process of adjustment whereby what we do with our words might require certain things to happen, and provided certain conditions are in place, hey presto, they just happen. Sometimes they happen thanks to the presence of felicity conditions that are provided by convention, by social institutions of marrying or naming ships, to take the famous Austinian examples. Sometimes the magic happens merely through the omission of hearers who allow them to happen. Someone says, even George could win, and nobody blocks by saying, what do you mean, even George? And the presupposition that George is an unpromising candidate gets added to what Lewis called the conversational score. So there, the omissions of the hearers, as I mentioned in the first lecture, are a vital contribution to the illocutionary force and to the accommodation of whatever the Speech Act needs to happen. Now, one could devote an entire series of lectures to simply the topic that I've mentioned under 2 in the handout. And that is the topic of how knowledge and its generation and its transmission involves these factors of accommodation. This happens when we assert something and somebody understands us. We tell somebody something, and I know that for Jen Hornsby we should be thinking in terms of the speech act of telling, not the speech act of assertion. When we say something, when we tell someone something, they learn something. And that process itself involves accommodation. It involves an adjustment on the part of the hearer, which enables the speaker to do something. The adjustment on the part of the hearer is the kind of reciprocity, as Hornsby calls it. It's a kind of uptake, as Austen called it, which enables the hearer to do something with their words, namely say something, tell you something, assert something, and that's what testimony involves. Testimony involves the telling of something to someone else. So that's in the straightforward explicit case. When I said you could have a whole lecture series just devoted to this, one of the most interesting sides to telling is sort of the backdoor ways we tell people things, the implicit ways we tell people things. So, even George could win, that tells the speaker, George could win, that tells the hearer, George could win, and it also tells the hearer that George is an unpromising candidate by presupposing that George is an unpromising candidate. So there we have a backdoor speech act that works by presupposition introduction, facilitated by the omissions of hearers blocking them, and so much of what we tell each other comes through the back door. I'm amazed that we don't have a whole worked out theory of testimony that is not about assertion at all, but is entirely about these backdoor speech acts, which I'm calling them because I don't want to get into a debate about whether it's implicature or pragmatic presupposition or semantic presupposition or what it is. I'm just going to call them backdoor speech acts for short, which are not assertions, but which are one of the primary ways in which we tell each other things, or in which we communicate knowledge or purported knowledge. By the way, this even happens in fiction. Even when someone is telling a fiction, there is a backdrop of purported fact that they're telling the fiction against. So, Conan Doyle tells the Sherlock Holmes stories against the backdrop of London geography. Someone could learn real-world facts about London from the Sherlock Holmes stories, because he's purporting that the London geography, I won't get too specific about Baker Street because I can't actually remember how fictional that is. But anyway, I believe there is a Baker Street, but I can't remember about the number. Anyway, there is purported facts in fiction, and that's something that Lewis also wrote about, and many others working in aesthetics and elsewhere have talked about. That's the topic of truth in fiction, and it's really purported knowledge in fiction. And that's important to politically significant speech. It's important to politically significant speech because a huge amount of what gets communicated through the back door is the backdrops to fiction. If you like, what fiction presupposes about the real world. One topic that I've written about together with Carolyn West is what pornography might presuppose, or what certain sorts of pornography might presuppose about the real world. It might presuppose that women who say no don't really mean no. Of course, it's true in the fiction that a particular woman who says no doesn't really mean no, but because of the way it's done, it only makes sense on the assumption that this is a regularity and that women who say no don't really mean it, even if it's in the context of a fiction. It's very important to take this seriously because many people say, how can you be so naive? How can you think that this is politically significant speech when it's entirely in the scope of a fiction operator? Don't you realize that somebody is making up a story here? Well, of course I realize that someone's making up a story here, but don't you be so naive as to suppose that stories do not have their own presuppositions about the real world. And that, I believe, is how many purported truths, how much purported knowledge about the world gets transmitted. You will remember that in the first lecture I talked about Nazi propaganda. Much of that was in the form of fiction. Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom, the children's story, was entirely fiction, whose message was that the Jews living around you are to be feared. They are likely to kidnap children. They are the poisonous mushroom, terrifyingly indistinguishable from the healthy ones. So let's not be naive about what gets transmitted as purported knowledge in the ordinary way through backdoor testimony. So fiction can be backdoor testimony, presupposition can be backdoor testimony, and what I would like to suggest is that if we think that knowledge is a norm for speech, and if we think that knowledge is a norm for telling, for assertion, if we think that it's a norm of the sort of goal-oriented sort, as opposed to the deontic sort that might be there for assertion, if we think it's of the goal-oriented sort for free speech, then we should extend those norms to cover backdoor implicit speech acts. I'm going to argue for that in more detail in the final lecture, but I hope it's completely obvious that, contrary to what some people say, that knowledge is a norm for assertion and just assertion, no. You shouldn't say, even George could win, if you don't know George could win. And also, you shouldn't say, even George could win, unless you also know that George is an unpromising candidate. You should stand by what you assert, and you should stand by what you presuppose as well. This is really important when it comes to issues of taking responsibility for speech, which I hope to get to in the final lecture. Now, I said that there's a massive amount we could say on this topic, but what I mostly want to talk about today is something else. I don't want to talk about all the routine ways in which knowledge is involved straightforwardly in explicit or implicit testimony. I think it's hugely important. I've said enough, I hope, to say why I think it's important, but I want to get onto a different topic today, which is the question of how possibly knowledge itself follows a rule of accommodation, by which I mean not that it gets transmitted or ruined because it's only pseudo-knowledge that gets transmitted, but rather how factors that... Now, I hope that you'll help me in question time make the distinction that I feel is very clearly there, but I don't know how to label it. When I say knowledge itself follows rules of accommodation, what I have in mind that knowledge can actually come and go in a way that follows rules of accommodation, and not in a way that involves being sensitive to evidence and passing knowledge on via testimony. If someone can give me some helpful ways of thinking about the contrast I have in mind once you've heard what I'm going to say, I would really appreciate it, because I've been puzzling about how to label this distinction. It's not about evidential ways and non-evidential ways, but that's somewhere in the ballpark. So, the question, does knowledge follow rules of accommodation, might be weird. As I just said, accommodation is about correct play. It's as if it's about whether you can perform a move in the game that is going to end up counting as correct play. And no one thinks of knowledge as a move in a game. Nevertheless, there's something about knowledge that I hope I can convince you does follow rules of accommodation, and the best way to do it is just to jump in and show you what I mean. I talked about authority in the first lecture, and I talked in particular about epistemic authority and practical authority. Practical authority in the first instance, role-based authority; epistemic authority in the first instance, expertise plus credibility. I mentioned, when thinking about practical authority, that there's this wonderful painting of someone told me later that it's by David, and I should have remembered that, of Napoleon crowning himself. So there you have a literal self-coronation. And then what I talked about in the first lecture was other literal self-coronations in the sense of self-crownings of authority that don't involve an actual crown, but they do involve genuine authority. That's why it's not just metaphorical. Now, nobody's going to say that you can crown yourself with knowledge in the way that you can crown yourself with authority. You know, knowledge is about factors that are completely independent from you. Knowledge is about a mind-independent world. It's about, it's partly about a social world, but it's also about a non-social world. So nobody could think that you just get knowledge for free just by grabbing it. You're not going to just say, I am a knower, and thereby get to be a knower through the actions and omissions of others, in the way that you can say, I am the leader, and get to be a leader through the actions and omissions of others. So I'm not going to suggest something so implausible as that. Nevertheless, there are factors related to knowledge that follow rules of accommodation, and this involves both the loss of knowledge and the gain of knowledge. The loss of knowledge has been a very important topic in social epistemology. The gain of knowledge has been rather less so. The loss of knowledge has been discussed very importantly by, people like Miranda Fricker, Jose Medina, Kirsty Dotson. Many have looked at how authority, in the sense of epistemic authority, is very much dependent on antecedent background social factors, and what that means is that it can come and go depending on what's going on with those background social factors, informally, not just in the official case like Napoleon crowning himself. That's what I talked about in lecture 1, but let me just spell out the implications for knowledge itself as opposed to credibility. In lecture 1, I argued that credibility can follow a rule of accommodation, and that basically that's what Fricker and many others have been talking about. Speakers can alter the epistemic standing of agents. They can undermine credibility. This is a very familiar thought. One example from Fricker's book, Epistemic Injustice, is the example from The Talented Mr. Ripley, where Marge, a character who knows about a murder or knows that someone has been acting suspiciously, has her credibility wrecked by what is his name? Begins with H. Can anyone help me out? Anyway, by a character who says, Marge, there's women's intuition, and then there are the facts. So this is what he says. Mr. H, I'll call him because that's all I can retrieve of his name. Marge, there's women's intuition, and then there are the facts. Now, Miranda Fricker says this is an instance of testimonial injustice. Someone, due to a background identity prejudice, is robbed of their credibility. But then she goes on to say something interesting. Well, she says a lot of interesting things about this sort of case. One thing she says is that undermines her standing as a knower. To agree with that, you have to agree with a certain social picture of epistemology that says being a knower involves not only having knowledge in the sense that individualistic epistemologists have talked about it, it also involves having a social standing as a knower, where that means being a credible testifier. You are damaged in your standing as a knower when you lack credibility, according to this picture, which is there in many philosophers, including Fricker and William Craig. The other thing she says that's very interesting, and I think would garner even more widespread support, is that Marge, in that moment, loses confidence in what she herself is saying. When she is trying to say there is reason to suspect this character, having her credibility attacked undermines her confidence, and then she fails to know that she knows, and then perhaps, and this is very much going to depend on your background theory of knowledge, then perhaps she fails to know herself. Maybe she does still continue to know, maybe you don't think that in order to know you need to know that you know, but still there's something undermined in her own epistemic situation, not just her standing in relation to other people. And what's undermined in her own epistemic situation might be knowledge itself, or it might be the capacity to act on her knowledge, or it might be something else. I'm mentioning that just to show that if you accept this, then you are accepting that one way in which knowledge itself can follow rules of accommodation is because credibility, as in lecture 1, follows rules of accommodation. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. That's how knowledge loss can emerge from the process of accommodation. Mr. H, if you like, presupposing that she doesn't know, requires that she doesn't know. There are background conditions. She's not able to block the presupposition because of the availability of stereotypes about hysterical women and women's intuition. And so she really does lose the knowledge that he says she lacks. So there's something self-fulfillingly true about that. The second way I want to talk about is there, and is very familiar to anyone working in epistemology, and it's right there in Lewis, in Scorekeeping, in a language game, and then was taken up by him in his work on knowledge. Lewis argued that standard shifting happens all the time in conversations. And we talked about that last time when we were talking about how standards, the shift in standards, can enact norms within conversations which then build up social norms more generally. Lewis had that view, understood that shifting of standards in a quite broad way. I also mentioned, by the way, that Mary Kate McGowan has developed a theory of conversational exercitives based on this shifting of standards issue. She sees it as the constant micro-enactment of norms within conversations. Now, Lewis mentioned that flat is something, the semantics of flat follows standards. The semantics of hexagonal follows standards. So I say, the floor is flat, and then some pedantic physicist says, oh, it's not really flat. If only you could see that under the microscope, you'd see how bumpy it really was. And I say, okay, it's not flat, but still, sort of flat enough or whatever. So there you have a standard shifting maneuver, where at least according to some views, relative to one, I'm not going to get into which exactly are the contexts in which it's true, but the standard shifting relative to flat means that attributions of flatness are relative to those standards in ways that they are true in one context and not true in another. Hexagonal, France is hexagonal, same applies. Nose, according to Lewis, follows the same thing. It is sensitive to standards. Lewis famously says that epistemology is a discipline that destroys its own subject matter. Isn't that nice? He really had a way with words. When we say, do you know what time the train leaves? And I say, yes, it leaves at 6 o'clock. I'm right. The train leaves at 6 o'clock. But in the philosophy classroom, when that conversation happens, and some skeptic pipes up and says, oh, but do you really know? For all you know, you could be a brain in the vat. Or for all you know, there could be a deceiving demon. Oh, magically following the rule of accommodation. So the skeptic presupposes that that a different standard is relevant, and hey presto, it is relevant. And relative to that standard, knowledge goes away. So that's why he says that's why he says epistemology is a discipline that destroys its own subject matter. Now, I'm interested in political aspects to that. I'm just going to mention one, and I'm not going to do it justice. I might return to it if I manage in the final session. Jeremy Waldron, in his book about hate speech, The Harm in Hate Speech, a theme there that I find especially interesting is that the hate speaker destroys the assurance of justice. That is to say, the hate speaker undermines his target's assurance that the target person, the one who is at the receiving end of the hate, that this person possesses the rights that are in fact accorded to him. Now, even if the hate speaker is in a minority, according to Waldron, this assurance is undermined. I'm tempted to think of that as a bit like the skeptic. You have someone happily, at least in Waldron's picture, it's a relatively happy society where nearly everyone is egalitarian. You have someone happily enjoying their egalitarian life, enjoying the mutual respect of most citizens, and then they see Muslims and 9/11, we don't want them, get out of here, don't serve them, go back to where you came from. And that undermines the assurance that they have what justice requires. I think this is a really interesting theme. It's the general theme is that justice requires a certain level of knowledge. In order to have justice, you need to have knowledge of what justice requires, at least to some level. I hope to return to that in the final section 2. All I'm saying just now is that if you think that's at all plausible, then you will think that the standards for knowledge shift. That you get for free from any contextualist in epistemology. They shift following rules of accommodation, and what you get from my suggestion about the connection with Waldron is that they might shift in ways that are politically salient and that make things worse from the point of view of justice. The third thing I want to say about knowledge loss is about stakes. This has been receiving increasing attention, both in epistemology and more recently, some people have been looking at its political implications. I've put some of the relevant readings at the end of the handout. So, some philosophers have argued that knowledge is sensitive to practical interests or stakes. Jason Stanley, Keith DeRose, John Hawthorne, at least in one incarnation. The thought is that whether you know something or whether knowledge is correctly attributed to you depends on, this time, not the standards for knowledge, but if you like, I'm tempted to say, the standards for the thing that is the topic of the knowledge. So, someone who's been at a dinner party with you phones you up and says, this is terrible, I've dropped my ring somewhere in your house. And the host forms the view, oh yeah, it's that rather tacky plastic ring. That's okay. I'll go and have a look, says the host. And off they go, look around the house, and they come back to the phone and they say, sorry, I can't find your plastic ring anywhere. And the guest says, plastic ring? It's not a plastic ring, it's my engagement ring. It's a diamond ring. It's got such and such. Anyway, it's got immense sentimental value and any other value that you care to name. Anyway, so imagine the situation. The host says, oh, well, I guess I don't really know. You're supposed to think, first time round, you say, the ring's not there, I know it's not there, when you think it's a plastic ring. Second time round, oh, well, I guess I don't really know it's not there, let me go and have another look. So the thought is, your own self-attribution of knowledge depends on what is at stake in that particular case. Now, people who think that stakes matter to the attribution of knowledge, well, some think it matters to knowledge itself, some people think it matters to the attribution of knowledge. Whatever you think about that, one thing I find very interesting is that they all cite a heap of empirical data that says that in practice, yes, people withdraw their attributions of knowledge when the stakes get higher. So it's one of those cases where, you know, XFI has given us some data with people are very ready to withdraw their attributions of knowledge when there is more at stake. Are you sure there isn't a bomb in the suitcase? You know, the stakes for that are a lot higher than are you sure there isn't a pencil case in the suitcase? So the stakes issue seems relevant whether or not you're going to build it into your epistemology. Why is that politically interesting? Well, some people have suggested, and Jason Stanley is one of them, there are some others. Rachel Fraser has a little blog post about this, politicizing subject-sensitive invariantism. I just put it on the readings there. The thought is that this matters in a social context. Perhaps you can see why. One way it matters is, at least arguably, if you have a lot at stake, you are less likely to think you know something. Now consider somebody, this is Jason Stanley's suggestion, consider somebody who is wondering whether they know they are an exploited underdog in the factory. And they are wondering whether or not they should complain about it. They're wondering whether or not they should organise and get a union together and go on strike and lobby for better conditions. The cost, if the cost is high for them, if things go wrong, they can be put in jail. For people who are, let's just say, the underdogs, if more is at stake, they might be less likely to know. Now, that might be compatible with something that social epistemologists like Jose Medina have wanted to argue, that there is still a case that subordinate people have a source of knowledge that the top dogs, so to speak, don't have. You know, this is actually a very interesting area in social epistemology. It's a kind of who's more ignorant? Is it the people at the bottom or is it the people at the top? Is everybody ignorant? Anyway, I'm not going to get into that here. I think it's a very interesting question. But you can see how that if the stakes issue is relevant to whether or not you know, or relevant to whether or not you think you know, you may be less likely to act on what you know, and less likely to do something to remedy the injustice that you encounter. So that's the part where I said, in fact it's the second one on my handout, where I said that underdogs will be less ready to self-ascribe knowledge given the higher costs of being wrong. Now the converse of that, which hasn't had much attention but I think is an obvious corollary of that, actually no, sorry, I do him an injustice. Jason Stanley does talk about this in his new book about propaganda. Top dogs will be more ready to self-ascribe knowledge given the lower costs of being wrong. So top dogs will be more likely to think of any particular issue where it's not a high-cost issue for them. They will be more smug in their, more complacent in their apparent knowledge. So that is an important factor when we're thinking about how unjust social structures might be perpetuated. Something I want to add to that, which I don't think has been noted by people who are interested in the stakes issue is that the top dogs will be too ready to self-ascribe knowledge about the underdogs. So they'll be too ready to think, oh yes, I know all about them, because the them they're talking about is like the plastic ring in the story. It's the thing that isn't worth so much. Whereas I know all about them, pointing to other members of the top dog tribe, that's like whether you know about the diamond ring case, well, I guess I need to find out some more about them. So think about this in practical circumstances. How much are you going to look for the survivors in the earthquake when they are members of the bottom dog tribe or the top dog tribe? That's just one area where it might happen. Now finally, the last thing I want to say, which is to my mind an obvious corollary and just plain true, and hasn't been had attention drawn to it, is that those who have the least at stake will speak the most. In other words, I think that there is going to be a structural problem, which means that for some topic that you care about deeply and that matters deeply to you, and that is going to be tremendously costly for you to express your view about, and tremendously costly if you are wrong about it, you are going to be more hesitant putting your view out there, and the people who have the least stake in it are going to say the most. And I think we call this the blogosphere. I think we call this, so one place I saw this, and this is descending to mere anecdote, actually Michael Rosen sent me the link to the news about a new Woody Allen film called Irrational Man. So I thought, oh my God, this is a film in which there is a philosophy professor who has an existential crisis, and he solves it in a certain way which involves a relationship with one of his students. Now, there are various people who might have a stake in this. Philosophers should have a stake in whether philosophy is being represented decently. In fact, it's 1958 style philosophy. He hasn't really got up to date on that. There are a number of things that Woody Allen hadn't quite got up to date on. But anyway, the people who I thought about, who would have a stake in this, philosophers, philosophy professors, women in philosophy, students in philosophy. It's not exactly a topic that's been ignored in the philosophy profession in the last few years. All of us who have a lot of stake in this being a really interesting and important question to talk about, I couldn't find a single thing, at least in the space of 5 minutes, admittedly, on the blogosphere about these issues. But I found a zillion things which seem to be the product of, inane 16-year-olds saying the first thing that popped into their head about the actors in question. Anyway, so I'm not going to get into that. There are issues about the pathologies of the internet which are much, much bigger than anything that I can get into here, but maybe I'll get to them in, this is another promissory note, maybe I'll get to them in Lecture 5. So these were 3 ways connecting issues about epistemic authority, credibility especially, standards for knowledge, and stakes for knowledge. How, if you're willing to accept that these factors follow rules of accommodation, then you will see how knowledge itself could come and go following a rule of accommodation, and you will see, I hope, how that could be of interest if you're interested in social justice and social injustice. Now I want to talk about the opposite. I want to talk about how accommodation might be involved in the gain of knowledge. And this topic has received somewhat less attention in social epistemology. It's not received 0 attention, but it hasn't received so much. I'm just going to begin with an example of someone who has commented on this. Catherine McKinnon says, and this is quotation 3, the beliefs of the powerful become proven, she actually says proof, but I think proven would be better, in part because the world actually arranges itself to affirm what the powerful want to see. If you perceive this as a process, you might call it force, or at least pressure or socialization, or what money can buy. If it is imperceptible as a process, you may consider it voluntary or consensual or free will or human nature or just the way things are. Beneath this, though, the world is not entirely the way the powerful say it is or want to believe it is. Now, one way to encapsulate that thought is that power structures enable the powerful to get knowledge because the world arranges itself to conform to what the powerful people say or believe. And there's something right about what they say and about what they believe. It's not entirely right, fortunately, but it's partly right. Here's the next quotation I want to mention, and this is from Marilyn Fry. It's from an essay called The Arrogant Eye. The arrogant perceiver coerces the objects of his perception into satisfying the conditions his perception imposes. He manipulates the environment, perception, and judgment of her whom he perceives so that her recognized options are limited and the course she chooses will be such as coheres with his purposes. How one sees another and how one expects the other to behave are in tight interdependence, and how one expects the other to behave is a large factor in determining how the other does behave. One thing that I think is important about what Fry says here is that the word expectation has got, a predictive function and also a normative function. When you think about it, any dictionary definition is going to give you both of those. I want to talk a bit more about that in just a moment. One thing I want to say, though, is that, like most philosophers, I suffer the occupational hazard of being always much too abstract. So I'm going to give you an example of an arrogant eye. This is from a documentary that was broadcast, I think on Channel 4. I took it down verbatim. I recorded it and took it down verbatim. The documentary makers were Commode and Levin. Okay, so this was, telling the story of the real Linda Lovelace, who was the star of Deep Throat in 1972. Quotation from a news commentator in 1972. Linda Lovelace is the liberated woman in her most extreme form, taking life and sex on her own terms. In this documentary, the most extraordinary thing was that they interviewed Charles Traynor, who was her husband and her pimp. Traynor was remarkably frank. I'm not going to read out everything he said. He said things like, she was pretty dumb. Everything she did, she had to be told how to do it, when to do it, why she was doing it, how to dress. It just kind of rolled along like that. I was the dominant figure, she was a submissive figure. So if it reached the point where dominance had to take over, then dominance took over. Fists are bound to fly. He was happy to say, yes, he had beaten her. He was happy to say, yes, he had told her everything to do. I schooled her on what to say. Always sound sexy. Always look cute. Wink at the camera. Wink at the interviewer. Always be titillating. You'd rather be having sex than doing anything. It was just schooling, teaching her what to say, how to say it, when to say it. It's a really remarkable set of interviews with Traynor and also with Linda Marchiano, who was the Linda Lovelace of the film, who claimed in a book called Ordeal that she had been threatened and raped in the making of the film. And what she said about this was, and on this series of interviews, I was just like a robot. I was told what to say and I said it because if I didn't, I was beaten brutally. Now, I said that's an example of the arrogant eye. Of course, it's way more than that. It's much more like the example of the master and the slave, because he's actually telling her what to do. You could imagine a more intermediate case where the person doesn't actually tell tell her what to do, but the force of the expectation is just in the way that Marilyn Fry describes. Now, I'm very interested in situations where you believe something and it turns out to be the right thing, not because your beliefs have conformed to the world in the right way, the non-accidental way, and whatever else you can add or can't add to get it to turn out to be knowledge, but rather because the world has conformed to the beliefs or conformed to the knowledge. Obviously, this is a big Kantian theme, but let's not. I won't distract myself with that. Okay. So I'm going to remind you of some of the examples that we talked about in the previous two lectures, and I want you to think about how knowledge is involved in them. I didn't mention knowledge, apart from when I mentioned credibility. So let's think about the command case. So in Lewis we had the slave is now permitted to cross the white line, and how that follows a rule of accommodation. Now I just want it to be not allowed, because I want there to be a determinate thing to say about knowledge. Something is said, the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. So I'm at 5.1 now. This requires that the force is prohibition, the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. It requires, though not as it requires, in some sense of requires, which I'll postpone, that the master knows that the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. We have the felicity condition clause. Certain conditions hold. The master has practical authority of the slave, etc., etc. There's no slave rebellion at the last minute. And the outcome, the felicitous outcome, is that the force is prohibition, the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. This is basically a version of what I said last time. But now, adding the knowledge part, the master knows that the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. So the master's saying so makes it so, and also makes it the case that the master knows at the time of saying that the slave is not allowed to cross the white line. That's the knowledge of the rule. In the same way that a legislator knows that the legislator is enacting a law, in the usual case. Now, here's a different version. This is not in the enactment, knowledge of the enactment, it's knowledge of the future. Something is said, the slave will not cross the white line. This time the requirement is that the illocutionary force is an assertion, and maybe it's a predictive assertion. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. The slave will not cross the white line. And the master knows that the slave will not cross the white line. It's a future-directed bit of knowledge, and he has the future-directed bit of knowledge. Sorry, I haven't got to the part where he has it yet. That's the requirement. The felicity condition are that the master also orders the slave. So there are all the felicity conditions that go with the order. And when all of that is in place, the force gets to be predictive assertion, but it also gets to be knowledge. The master knows that the slave will not cross the white line. Why is it knowledge? Well, I should now wave at you a nice whole theory of epistemology that is going to prove this. Nevertheless, I will just suggest to you that pretty much every theory of knowledge will give you that result, that the master knows the slave will not cross the white line, unless you're going to suddenly be... Well, actually, I'm not going to give any caveats at all. Here's my bet is that pretty much every theory of epistemology, any theory of knowledge is going to give you the result that the master knows that the slave will cross the white line. It's not an accident that the belief is true. Thinking of Unger on non-accidentality, the belief is safe. It's the result of a reliable connection. Whatever you want to throw at it, my hunch is, maybe I'll just put it as a hunch, and if you prove me wrong, I will definitely have learned something. There's more than one thing I'm going to learn, by the way. But anyway, let me just okay. So there we had knowledge and command, we had knowledge and prediction, backed up by command. Now, in There are many cases that fall short of a command, and when we were talking about norms last week, we looked at lots of the really interesting ones. For instance, we looked at generics. Now, one thing I didn't say about generics that is of huge importance if we're interested in the accommodation of generics in conversations is that generics can be involved, like many other speech acts, in certain kinds of social looping effects. Some social scientists call it social looping. Obviously, this connects with wider issues about social construction. So let's take one of the generics we looked at last time that was discussed by Sarah Jane Leslie, who I realise I just forgot to put in the readings, but you've got it from last time. Men take charge, women are gentle and accommodating. It's a generic, it's unquantified. Being a generic, it's not quite clear whether it's well, it's probably not a striking property generic. It might be, is it a statistical generic? Is it a characteristic generic, sort of invoking the nature or essence of women? Is it an ideal characteristic generic where it's not really a description at all, it's a prescription disguised as a description. It's saying this is what, even if you don't produce for me a single man taking charge or a single gentle and accommodating woman, I will still affirm that men take charge and women are gentle and accommodating because that is what they should be. So we talked last time about the ambiguity of generics and why that is important for considering what sort of speech act they are. Let's suppose that said, what's required? As I said last time, maybe it's that the force's assertion, maybe there's a presupposed verdictive or directive, depending on how we unpack it, or maybe we're unpacking it in all of those mushy ways at once. And also, the speaker is supposed to know it. They're supposed to know the truth of men take charge, etc. Now, so I'm adding basically what I'm doing is adding the knowledge thing to what we talked about last time. So, there are all the felicity conditions that we talked about last time. Nobody's going to block it by saying, well, what do you really mean? Do you mean all of them? Do you mean some of them? Do you mean they ought to? Do you mean they are? No one's going to get in and clarify it, which basically is going to block some of the mushiness of it all. But the outcome, if these felicity conditions are in place, including, crucially, the felicity condition that makes it no accident that people do what is expected of them. Okay, so that was put very graphically by Marilyn Fry in a sort of two-person situation. One person who's subjugated to one other person. But in a social context, of course, it's going to be much more diffuse than that. You will not have just one person subjugated to another. You will have groups of people in hierarchies. So, and it's no accident that people will tend to do what's expected, and so will tend to do what the generics say they're expected to do. Expected can have its predictive meaning, or it might have its normative meaning. So that's one of the mechanisms for social looping. Now, in this case, we have not got an enactment that is straight away known because the enactor is performing the enactment, like the master saying, "Slave, you are not permitted to cross the white line." It's much more diffuse than that. Nevertheless, you have somebody uttering a generic statement. Why are they uttering it? Here's the other complication. They might be uttering it because they think they have inductive evidence for it already. That is a whole side to it that I haven't got time to talk about this minute. Insofar as what they're saying is one of the speech acts that is helping make that very speech act true through a context where it is no accident that people are conforming to that speech act, what I want to suggest is the utterer of that generic statement has knowledge of the truth of what they are saying. They have knowledge of it on some disambiguation or other. They might have knowledge of it as a statistical generalization, if that's what it turns out to be. They obviously do not have knowledge of it as a normative statement because it's false. They obviously do not have knowledge of it as a statement about the nature of men and women, because that's a modal statement that is also false. Nevertheless, they might have knowledge of it as a statistical one, and that is going to matter. Now, I'm nearly out of time, and that's fine because I've only got 2 more things to say. The first thing to say is that I hope you've noticed that these have a very anomalous direction of fit. So the direction of fit is, of course, a topic that Elizabeth Anscombe put on the philosophical agenda. Perhaps, I'm not saying she was the first. I've come across it in many other. Well, actually, it's all there in Plato, isn't it? There we go. Footnotes too. It's all there in the Euthyphro problem. That's a direction of fit issue. It's there in Maimonides in the topic of maker's knowledge. But Anscombe. There's a lot of great things I could say about Anscombe, but I'm running out of time. The one thing I do want to say about Anscombe is just this very nice example, number 6 on the handout. When a doctor says to a patient in the presence of a nurse, "Nurse will take you to the operating theatre," this may function both as an expression of his intention and as an order, as well as being information to the patient. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a lovely example? It's a lovely example because it's an example of one utterance that is many illocutionary speech acts at once. What I want to add to that is that the doctor knows that the patient will be taken to the theatre. So the doctor, and this is part of Anscombe's thought, the doctor has a certain kind of, what the doctor has, that sort of knowledge of what's going to happen, is comparable in certain ways to our knowledge of our own actions. It's a book about intention, after all. And Velleman has taken this up in his work on intention to say that knowing what I will do is my way of making it the case that I will do something. So I'm not doing justice to Velleman here, but the basic thought is practical knowledge has this direction of fit that is the direction of fit of maker's knowledge of the sort that theologians talked about and still do talk about. The sort of knowledge that a creator has of their creature. In general. It has an anomalous direction of fit. Instead of the belief coming to fit the world is coming to fit the belief. Some people have wondered whether that stops it being knowledge. Lloyd Humberstone has suggested that stops it being knowledge. David Lewis, in a paper about veridical hallucination, says that it's not going to count as knowledge if the direction of fit is wrong in the case of perception. But when we're thinking about these other cases, I can see no reason for denying the title of knowledge to it. And so I want to say it is knowledge, even though it's got an unusual direction of fit, the sort that normally goes with practical knowledge. Now, the last thing I want to do is say something very brief about why this matters. It matters because, I've talked about knowledge loss and knowledge gain. Knowledge loss and knowledge gain both matter if we're interested in how injustice is created and masked through the process of accommodation. So, knowledge loss is itself part of injustice. It's unfair when you don't get to know something because you don't have credibility and your confidence in what you know gets undermined. That's the theme in Fricker. That's just one instance on the knowledge loss side. All of the others are obviously involve injustices. And it also masks injustice because it means that when injustice is there, you don't get evidence of it because the people who could testify about it don't have credibility. So it not only constitutes injustice, it also masks injustice. Now, that is a big theme in social epistemology. What's less of a theme is the second thing I talked about, gains in knowledge. Both constitute and mask injustice. They constitute injustice because they are an aspect of injustice. When the master says to the slave, "You're forbidden," and the master knows that, the knowledge is intrinsic to the subordination. I need to say way more about that, but I'll leave it at that for the Constitution claim. And obviously it masks injustice. Why does it mask injustice? Think about the generic case. When people conform to the generic stereotype that has been uttered, That, of course, is itself an injustice, because they shouldn't be consigned to those roles. But also it masks the injustice because it provides further inductive evidence for the thing that was said in the first place. So possible counter-evidence is hidden from view. So the accommodation of knowledge matters, both in its loss and its gain, and it matters because it constitutes injustice and it masks injustice. And unless we reveal it, we can't do anything about it. Thank you. Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to the fourth in this series of lectures on the topic of accommodating injustice. My name is Langton, and it's been a pleasure giving these lectures. To give you a sense of what I have in mind by the accommodation of injustice, I'll just remind some of you and tell others of you that I began with a quotation from Justice Brandeis, who said that to courageous, self-reliant men with confidence in the power of free and fearless reasoning applied through the processes of popular government, no danger flowing from speech can be deemed clear and present unless the incidence of the evil apprehended is so imminent that it may befall before there is opportunity for full discussion. And this is the crucial bit for today. If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehood and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. And I said at the beginning that this was a really wonderful ideal of speech, a really wonderful ideal, and that unfortunately working with a really wonderful ideal of speech can actually get in the way of justice. It can actually make justice more remote because it makes us think we are already living that ideal, as Brandeis perhaps did, though I will get to that topic again in Lecture 6. So the picture of speech there, speech as free and fearless reasoning, is a picture that I have been trying to undo a little bit. Of course, I'm not denying that there is plenty of free and fearless reasoning, but I am interested in speech that is of a different sort. And I'm interested in how what we do with our words follows what some philosophers have called rules of accommodation. So accommodation, by my title, Accommodating Injustice, the first thing I mean is, Brandeis didn't do a good enough job of accommodating injustice in the sense of making space for injustice in his political theorizing. If we act as if we are already at the destination, we're less likely to achieve it. But what I have in mind more specifically is the more technical idea of accommodation, where it has something in common with the idea of being accommodating, helping something along. Philosophers of language have talked about how certain things we do with our words follow rules of accommodation. That is to say, what we do with our words requires something to be the case for it to count as correct play, and provided certain conditions are in place, magically, lo and behold, they are provided. So you have something said, the something said requires something to be the case. There need to be certain background conditions in place. Austen called them felicity conditions. And once those are all in place, the magic happens, and what's needed for the process of accommodation, the help provided by hearers in some circumstances, by social conditions in other circumstances, or a mixture of both of them. Once these conditions are in place, what's needed gets provided, and what one has is a felicitous speech act. So I'm working with an account of accommodation that puts together insights from J.L. Austen and from Lewis, drawing occasionally on Stalnaker and other work, but it's not exactly the picture of accommodation that linguists use who confine it to one particular case, namely presupposition accommodation. It's a much broader picture than that, and it's got lots in common with the picture that Lewis was working with, actually, in his paper Scorekeeping in a Language Game. So, Austinian speech acts follow rules of accommodation. Someone names a ship. They say, I hereby name this ship the Queen Elizabeth. Provided certain conditions are in place, provided the speaker has authority, the ship is straightway, to use Lewis's word, straightway named the Queen Elizabeth. But suppose, and this gets onto our topic for today, suppose instead some low type, that was Austen's phrase, Austen's humorous phrase, some low type were to rush up to the ship and grab the champagne bottle and say, "I hereby name this ship the Generalissimo Stalin." Anyway, it would be an infernal shame, of course, said Austen. And the ship would not be named the Queen Elizabeth. Now, I'm interested in how what sort of type you are affects the illocutionary force of your speech. But that particular, in the first case, what we had was a felicitous speech act, a naming of a ship, that was felicitous because certain conditions were in place, what Austen called the Felicity conditions, and when they were all in place, the magic happened and the ship was straightway named the Queen Elizabeth. I take that straightway, by the way, very seriously. At that time that the utterance is made, that is when the illocutionary speech act is performed. And by the way, this happens even when some of the felicity conditions are in the future. You might think that sounds like backwards causation. It's not backwards causation, but it is a felicity condition that is sometimes in the future. Presupposition provides an example of this. Even George, I believe it was George Lakoff, this is an example from Lewis, I mentioned it before, even George could win. Even, that little word even, adds to the conversation the presupposition that George is an unpromising candidate. It adds that to the conversation, provided nobody blocks it and says, "What do you mean, even George?" So it's an illocutionary speech act of asserting that George could win, and also, by the way, of performing a sort of backdoor Austinian speech act of ranking George as inferior, a verdictive that ranks George as inferior, provided certain felicity conditions are in place, and in this case the felicity condition that is in the future, and it's an absence. It's a failure to block. So, and then in the week one, I used this way of thinking about speech to show how ordinary hearers can contribute through their omissions to some surprising phenomena, and in particular the authority of speech acts that might do bad things to people, speech acts that might subordinate, speech acts that might be hate speech. They can get authority if the speaker presupposes their own authority, and hey presto, if the felicity conditions are in place, including future omissions of the hearers, this speech act can have the force of subordination, and I drew on some examples from Ishani Maitra to explain that. The other part of Austen, the other part of the naming of the ship example, the other aspect, the low type, illustrates how things can go wrong. Things can go wrong when the felicity conditions are not in place, and when that happens, Austen said there was a misfire. So in general, there are different ways things can go wrong. There was another kind that I mentioned last week, but I won't discuss today, where a successful illocutionary act is performed, but it's a kind of abuse of the speech act. So a promise where you're not intending to fulfill the promise can still be a promise, but it's an abuse of the speech act if you're not intending to. I'm not going to talk about them today, though I did mention them briefly last week. So today I want to talk about misfires. Not just misfires, I want to talk about how a certain sort of silencing can be understood in these terms as the failure of someone's speech to be accommodated. The failure of someone's speech act to be accommodated because the conditions are not in place for the accommodation of their speech. Austen's work was full of wonderful examples of misfires. He had not just the low type who failed to name the ship. He had the couple who are trying to marry, but the priest turns out to be a monkey in disguise. He had the saint, the short-sighted saint who baptized the penguins. From a novel by Anatole France, I think. Anyway, so he has, Austen was absolutely wonderful, and one of the things that makes him so fun to read was his extremely wild imagination about how things can go wrong with our words. I'm not sure if he would be rolling in his grave with my application of his work, but I think that the phenomenon of misfire is one that has political significance, and I've already talked about one side of it, and I've called it illocutionary disablement. Illocutionary disablement occurs when there is a kind of systematic pattern of misfiring where someone uses the right words, just like the low type used the right words for naming the ship. Someone uses the right words, but the words fail to have, the speech act fails to have the illocutionary force that they mean it to have. Some examples that are very Austinian in flavour would be someone is trying to vote. They make marks on the paper and they are the wrong sort of person to be voting because it's apartheid South Africa. That would be an example of a misfire where you're saying the right words and you're not doing what you're meaning to do with your words. Another example I drew from Davidson, and you have to be careful with it. Someone's role in a play is to say, fire, I mean it, look at the smoke. They have to say it more convincingly than that, but for obvious reasons I won't. Okay. And then a real fire breaks out, and they say even more convincingly, fire, I mean it, look at the smoke. And no matter what they try, even if they had a nice assertion sign, which is what Davidson was talking about, that wouldn't be good enough to help them warn. So what you have, even though Davidson didn't put it this way, is the example of someone saying the right words, but something about their circumstances is silencing them in the sense of depriving their speech act of its illocutionary force. Now, the example of the marriage and the voting already tells you that this can have political significance. Because just as the couple who might fail to marry because the priest turns out to be a monkey in disguise, so a couple can fail to marry because they're a same-sex couple and it's not possible for them to marry. That would be an example of misfire. An example that I have talked about, and so has Jennifer Hornsby, including in some joint work of ours, is very, very important to anybody who is interested in how certain speech acts subordinate women. They might subordinate women by silencing women, by altering background conditions that prevent women's words from having the illocutionary force that they ought to have. Last week I quoted from a documentary about Linda Marchiano, alias Linda Lovelace, where she was a bit like the actor in Davidson's story, who was interviewed and was performing a script that her pimp was telling her to perform, and then when she went on to say that this was the result of threat and that she was abused in the making of the film Deep Throat, nobody believed her, and there was something about, in fact, I mentioned this in a different paper, not only did nobody believe her, her protest was sold actually as pornography. This I actually found an advertisement for it in my junk mail, and this little experience in my graduate career as a graduate student is what got me thinking about speech acts. That there, the advertisement for Linda Lovelace, star of Deep Throat, tells the anyway, I'm not going to go into the whole detail of the advertisement. It was an extraordinary thing because the protest was being sold as pornography. Anyway, I'm not going to talk more about that today, but it's an instance of how you can be saying the right words and they are not the speech act you're meaning them to be. And that is a sort of silence, which, by the way, I don't believe is metaphorical. Once you think that speech is a matter of performing speech acts that have illocutionary force, then silence is a matter of having your speech acts deprived of illocutionary force. It's not a matter of being, it can be a matter of being gagged, it can be a matter of being punished, but it's also a matter of saying your words and not being able to do the illocutionary thing you're meaning to do with your words. The example I want to talk about today is one that Jennifer Hornsby and I have talked about elsewhere, and it's the example of sexual refusal. Now, some of you will remember that the general pattern for accommodation, when accommodation is successful, is that something is said, it requires something to be the case, provided certain conditions are in play, the felicity condition part, then there is a felicitous outcome, and it has the illocutionary force in question. And we've looked at many examples of felicitous speech. I've looked at felicitous, in the technical sense of felicitous hate speech that can be subordinating because it's authoritative, and it can be authoritative because authority itself follows rules of accommodation. That was the topic of Lecture 1. I talked about how social norms follow rules of accommodation, and there's an example of this, a rather stylized example with an Austinian flavour in Lewis. The master says to the slave, "You are now permitted to cross the white line," and straightway the slave is permitted to cross the white line, provided certain conditions are in place. So something is said, it requires something to be the case, namely that the permissibility facts shift. Provided certain conditions are in place, that the master is the master and has authority, then it is indeed an alteration of the permissibility facts. So I talked about how social norms, not just the explicitly formal ones where you have an authoritative speaker, I talked about how many different speech acts alter social norms, including ones that look just like assertions. Including ones that look just like assertions by non-authoritative speakers. And they can be altering social norms because they normalize certain things. That was a topic of an earlier lecture. I also talked the next week about how knowledge itself, or at the very least certain factors very closely connected to knowledge, follow rules of accommodation. Part of this is implicit in work on contextualism about knowledge, the idea that standards might shift in response to rules of accommodation, also stakes, also credibility, and then perhaps knowledge itself. The master knows that the permissibility facts have shifted. So I've been talking about felicitous, successful speech acts, and today I'm going to be talking about unsuccessful ones, because it's here we get the idea that certain speech acts can be silenced. So, something is said. This is in a situation where a woman is wanting to refuse sex, and she says no. What that needs, what the requirement is that should count as a speech act of sexual refusal. That, in that case, is what she means it to be. Certain felicity conditions need to be in place for that to be successful. I'm not going to speculate what they all are, but some of them might be that the speaker intends to refuse. And maybe I'll just say "and" for all of these. The speaker has authority to refuse access to her body. The hearer recognizes that the speaker is intending to refuse. That's what Austen called the uptake component. By the way, that is another felicity condition that is in the future relative to the speech act in question. Now, many feminists have talked about how women can be silenced by pornography. And what Jennifer Hornsby and I suggested is that this silencing claim can be understood as a claim that speech acts of sexual refusal, also testimony by the way, speech acts of sexual refusal can be silenced because no is not taken to be a sexual refusal. And I put that in terms of a failure of uptake. The hearer does not recognize what the illocutionary force is supposed to be, because the hearer is in the grip of certain rape myths, which are described by Ronald Dworkin as being shared by some judges. Anyway, this is a quotation from Ronald Dworkin. Pornography conditions some men to think, as some stupid judges have instructed juries in rape trials, that when a woman says no, she sometimes means yes. That's a bit where he's conceding that part of a feminist critique that he then goes on to reject. Sorry, he agrees with that bit, and he just says that sort of silencing doesn't matter. I think it does matter, but that's not part of today's argument. When that happens, you have someone trying to perform the speech act of sexual refusal, and something goes wrong. It doesn't count, I said, as a refusal. And some have said, well, it doesn't count as a fully successful refusal. I think that's Jen Hornsby's favoured way of putting it. I'm happy to say it doesn't count as a refusal. That's because something has gone wrong. What has gone wrong? A failure of reciprocity is what Hornsby would say. I want to point out that there are all of these other felicity conditions too that might be relevant. Authority to perform speech acts that control what goes on with your own body. Uptake of the hearer, I already mentioned, that's what I focused on initially. Background convention, that no is the right word to use in that context. When I said authority, I meant practical authority, because that's the authority that you need in order to issue directives like no or get out or stop. Maybe also epistemic authority. Does she really know what she wants, or does he know better? So there could be exercises of epistemic authority in place as well. Now, obviously, to make this idea at all credible, we would need a lot more data. We would need a lot more evidence that rape myths are there, and that pornography might contribute to them. I think the evidence is there, but I'm not going to take time today to talk about it, except to draw attention to something I've only just discovered, which is a report, a government report done by the Children's Commissioner, the Office of the Children's Commissioner, whose title is Sex Without Consent. I suppose that is rape. So it's and the subtitle is How Young People in England Understand Sexual Consent. I only discovered this document last week, so I've put some quotations from it on the handout. In this study, many interviews were done with high school students to get some sense of their understanding about sexual consent. And they had quite a good understanding of what that rape meant, sex without consent. But they didn't have a very good understanding of what was needed for consent, and they didn't have any understanding at all about what might be needed on the part of other parties to get consent. Anyway, I've just given... So one thing that they say is that there's a prevalence of rape myths, and a rape victim in the scenarios that they discussed, who is usually a girl, though sometimes the boys were, in some of them a boy was also a victim, is invariably blamed for their own assault. They should not have gone to visit the boy. They should not have worn a tight top. They should not have had the drink. They have done it before, so they have no right to say no. I think that's very interesting, that part, because it's about how once you've done it, there's a kind of universalizability. Well, you did it with him, so why not with me? That bears on the question of whether the speaker has authority, the practical authority that I mentioned. Now, in our first thoughts about this, we discussed the way that reciprocity can be undermined, that the mutual capacity for uptake can go wrong. I don't want to say that rape is about misunderstandings and miscommunications. In fact, I now think that I overestimated the extent to which that might be the case, because there are studies coming out suggesting that there's far more strategic and nasty stuff going on, and rape, as I'm sure everyone knows, is a massively underreported crime. So I think this is a very important issue. But I'm wondering too whether there is a case of mixed messages where it's not the woman giving mixed messages. But anyway, I'm just going to throw this out there and see what you think about it. So I was struck by this because some of you might know that the No More Page 3 campaign, the campaign to eliminate the topless model on page 3 of the Sun, Is it? Okay. Had lots of slogans like "boobs aren't news," and another slogan was that I saw was "talk to the brain because the boobs aren't listening." Anyway, and what struck me about this was, okay, maybe they think maybe it's not about the boobs listening; it's about them talking. So here, look at this. These are high school students talking. It was a bit her fault for wearing that top. It is a bit her fault. That's a young woman in year 11. So that's the victim blaming thing. So in this scenario, a 14-year-old girl is gang raped by 3 boys after visiting her boyfriend's flat. And she had worn a tight top. Okay, so maybe because she dressed like that, maybe she wants it in a way. Young man, year 11. By the way, notice the wants it. So really interesting the way that people are talking about sex as if wanting might be the same as choosing or deciding. There's a sort of conflation between sexual desire and decision. This is something that is very important if we're going to understand consent and refusal as performative speech acts of decision and communication of decision. I think she would be more responsible because she had that top on. Because it started off with that top saying... And then another boy said, "It's like a door saying fire exit. You're going to go through that if there's a fire." And another boy said, "Yes, big flashing sign saying come to me. It's like a sign on your head saying shag me." Great. So anyone interested in speech act theory can't help being very struck by how people are talking about the girls asking for it because something is asking for it. Something is asking for it. And so that's why her no isn't... That must have something to do with why her no is not counting as a refusal. Anyway, what I want to point out, and this is only part of what I want to talk about today, is that sometimes things go wrong with speech where it is literally impossible to perform the speech act in question. The low type, it's impossible for the low type to name the ship because the felicity conditions are not fulfilled. The actor trying to warn, if it's convention ridden enough, it's impossible for the actor to warn. Illocutionary disablement is a very important thing to take notice of, and it is only visible when we understand speech in terms of speech acts that can go wrong through being made impossible in this special way. Sometimes political philosophers talk as if the worst thing that anyone could do to silence a speaker is to punish them, fine them, threaten them, put them in jail or something. Actually, making a speech act literally impossible, when you think about it, is worse. Someone who is trying to perform the speech act and fails, it's not that they're disobediently performing it and getting punished, they can't do it in the first place. So the silence is even deeper in that way. Now, there are many, many speech acts in this vicinity. What I want to do, though, is say we should consider not only the silence of illocutionary disablement, which is basically Austen's misfires understood in a political context. We should also think about other handicaps on speech where the handicaps do not make speech acts impossible, they just make it difficult. And I've become increasingly interested in this issue of handicaps that don't make the speech act in question literally impossible. That was illocutionary disablement. These handicaps simply make speech more difficult, and that is really relevant if we're thinking in response to Brandeis about whether bad speech can always be answered with good speech. If it is hard for bad speech to be fought with good speech, then we mustn't be so blasé about the conditions under which certain speech should be given a complete free pass. So I'm interested in these handicaps. So for the rest, so I've said what I was going to say now about illocutionary disablement. Now I'm going to move on to the wider topic of handicaps, and where the problem is not the impossibility but the difficulty of performing certain sorts of speech acts, and how that difficulty can have a political dimension which we can understand better when we understand what's going on in the speech situation. You know, there was a caveat I meant to utter at the beginning of this, and I'm going to utter it in the middle instead. I just forgot. When we're thinking about silence, and when we're thinking about the injustice of the speech situation, actually, the issues I'm talking about here to do with accommodation failure and accommodation challenges and difficulties are probably only a tiny, tiny bit of the problem. So much, much bigger problems are going to be, you know, massive asymmetries of power and wealth. Newspapers that have gigantic megaphones because they have so much, money, and they have a completely different motivational structure. They're not exactly million seekers after the truth. Anyway, sheer illiteracy. There are going to be many reasons to do with absence of material resources and education that mean that many, many speakers are never going to be in a position to answer the bad speech that Brandeis thinks they ought to be able to answer with their good speech. Here's one other thing that I never even thought about properly, even though it's absolutely staring us in the face. Most of the relevant speakers are not even members of the conversation. So think about hate groups on the internet. The targets of the hate speech are not exactly, you know, bystanders who could say, hey, what do you mean? I'm a human being too. They're just not part of the conversation. So the absence from the conversation in the first place is a structural issue. And so all of these issues are probably way more important than anything that I have to say today. But nevertheless, I think what I have to say is a part of it that is especially philosophically interesting, and where philosophy can make a contribution in helping us understand its dynamics. So that's my excuse or defense or vindication for focusing on it, even though possibly other things are a bigger deal. I'll leave them to Chomsky and others. Anyway, I'm thinking of his work on propaganda. So I want to talk then about handicaps and difficulties. Why is this important? Because many things that are done with words that are damaging to people are done through what I've been describing as backdoor speech acts. Presupposition introduction, even George could win, is an example of a backdoor speech act. And I'm tempted to use the word presupposition in a broader way than philosophers of language would probably like me to, but please just bear with me, because I need a label for something which I don't know how otherwise to label. I'm not going to get into a dispute about whether it's really implicature, or whether it's pragmatic presupposition or semantic presupposition, or what sort of backdoor speech act it is. But it's these backdoor ones that are interesting. And why do we need to think about challenges? Because among the felicity conditions for the success of backdoor speech acts are the omissions of hearers, the failures of hearers to block. If hearers don't say, what do you mean even, George? Or, wait a minute, I didn't know George was so unpromising, such an unpromising candidate. If the hearer doesn't make that move, then the speech act gets the illocutionary force that it in a way that is parasitic not just on the pre-existing social conditions, but on the other ones. And when, as I said before, you can actually get authority that very way by presupposing your authority and it being accommodated by hearers, it becomes especially crucial to understand how certain sorts of blocking maneuver can face challenges. So one of the things I'm very interested in, and that's what I'll talk about first of all, is how backdoor speech acts are hard to block. They're not impossible to block, they're hard to block. They can be hard to block. Here are some of the challenges. Some of the challenges are epistemological. In a conversation, if someone says, even George could win, the focus of attention is on George could win. The focus of attention is not on even George could win. Although, of course, in a conversation among philosophers, especially philosophers who are talking about this, they become very alert to them. So there's a kind of under-the-radar quality to presupposition, which is not there in outright assertion. Now, I said last week, when I was talking about knowledge, that we should understand knowledge to be a norm not only for assertion, but for a variety of speech acts, including all knowledge-oriented speech acts. By knowledge-oriented, I'm not going to try and define it. What I have in mind is the speech acts through which hearers acquire knowledge in the good case. So in the good case, someone says, even George could win. A hearer acquires the knowledge that George could win, if this is a good case of testimony, and they also acquire the knowledge that George is an unpromising candidate, even though that was just presupposed, not asserted. And the speaker ought to say even George could win, only if he knows that George could win and he knows that George is an unpromising candidate. This is important because a huge amount of our knowledge is transmitted through the back door, through presuppositions. Marina Spiza, who I've been corresponding with about this, said that she did an analysis of, I'm not going to be very precise about this, but I think she did an analysis of one page of a newspaper and what its presuppositions were, and its presuppositions went for pages and pages and pages, what you would need in order to understand what was actually asserted. So a huge amount of knowledge gets transmitted through the back door, through what's presupposed. That's what I talked about last week, and that can be so even in fiction. I reminded you that anti-Semitic propaganda was very often fictional. So it was very often fictional, and so it's very important to pay attention to what gets through the back door in this way, and it's harder to pay attention to it because it is precisely a backdoor speech act. So there's something under the radar about it. Okay. I've got two more things to say about the epistemology of these backdoor speech acts, or these speech acts via presupposition, broadly construed. The next thing is that they normalize whatever the content is of what's being presupposed, and they give it an epistemic normalizing as well. They present it as already shared knowledge. Now, I know there's discussion among philosophers about whether it is already shared knowledge, but in many cases, it's presented as shared knowledge, and we discussed that under the heading of normalizing. When you presuppose something, you present it as something that can be taken for granted and as something that people already know. Thirdly, and this is still on the epistemological issues, I suspect, and I welcome suggestions about this, that a speaker holds him or herself less responsible for what he or she presupposes than for what he or she asserts. I'll just throw that out there. I think that seems true. So someone who says even George could win, and of course I should be talking about much more horrible examples, but I'm just sticking with the one I started with, which is so innocuous. Someone who says even George could win feels, really responsible for George could win. Yeah, I'm going to stick by my guns. What do you mean George could win? Yeah, George could win, and I'll give you reasons. But they feel less responsible for the even part, maybe precisely because it is apparently to them, a piece of background knowledge that can be taken for granted. So they're not, claiming special epistemic authority for the even bit of the content, just the George could win bit. So just in terms of the epistemology of presupposition, you've got this really quite potent combination. It's under the radar, you're not really noticing it, it's being normalized by being presented as shared knowledge, and the speaker is being irresponsible about it, because that's not the point of what they're doing. So this together makes it a very potent mechanism for the transmission of knowledge or ignorance or misinformation. Now, those were about epistemology. Now I want to talk about some structural issues. It's been often commented that you can't simply block a presupposition by saying, no, that's wrong. Simple negation is not enough. If someone says, even George could win, you say, no, the no means George couldn't win. It doesn't mean, no, George isn't an unpromising candidate. You have to do something more complicated. This is relevant to something I've just been reading about, very interesting studies of speech in courtroom settings, which I think is very highly relevant to the issues of silencing more broadly. This is a paper by Alexander Davies that's in the readings, where he looks especially at loaded yes-no questions. So loaded yes-no questions seem to present a choice where the only possible options are going to do damage to the witness, say. So an example, in a rape trial, did you or did you not fail to take advantage of any of the later opportunities to resist? So there's an ontological commitment to the later opportunities to resist. The lawyer can say, answer the question, did you or did you not? And if the person says, well, there weren't any, I've explained, the barrister is in a position to have things struck from the record. There's something structurally very tricky about the situation of courtroom speech, and I'm really, I only just discovered this literature of people looking at the way language is used in courtroom settings, and I mean, it's a very familiar point that we all know what loaded questions are like, but what I hadn't realised is how they can very much shape the jury's views in certain ways. Were you or were you not wearing a top that exposed your breasts? You know, things like this. So you can say, so there are things that the barrister can say that really shape the speech situation. So these are to do with structural features of presupposition. Another thing that's very interesting that I'm only going to mention, other people have talked about this more. Lewis commented on the asymmetric pliability of accommodation in certain contexts. Famously, supposedly, the skeptic drives away knowledge. Why? Because standards for knowledge shift following rules of accommodation, so that they get heightened, they get raised in such a way that all of a sudden, paying attention to the skeptical hypothesis that maybe I'm a brain in the vat, oh, right, I guess I don't know that, and the knowledge goes away. Now, Lewis said it's curious that you can't just shift the standard in the other direction very easily. And I mentioned already that I think he was idealizing or overgeneralizing for the situation of philosophers, who are, of course, complete nerds when it comes to precision. So, you know, it's very easy. So, for us, the asymmetry issue tends to mean that the one who's making it most precise is the one who gets to set the standard, which is a good thing in philosophy. But I also said that actually the asymmetry can go completely the other way in other contexts, and I mentioned the football example earlier. Okay, so Mary-Kate McGowan and others too have looked at the asymmetry of accommodation issue, Robert Simpson, and talked about how it might be implicated in certain sorts of oppressive speech. Now, I've been talking about epistemology, I've been talking about sort of structural issues about negation, which, by the way, tie into wider issues about whether you can just deny that a slur word applies. Anyway, sorry, I'm not doing justice to the topic of slurs. I now want to talk about how normative issues get in the way as well. There is no doubt that being a real pain of a hearer and questioning everyone's presuppositions, that's being very uncooperative. And as Grice said, we have strong norms of cooperation, and among those, and I suggest that part of the norms of cooperation mean that, other things being equal, you don't question the presuppositions of something, though, of course, the move of denying what someone's asserting is a straightforward thing to do. Blocking derails the conversation, and that can be a rude thing to do. Normative issues come in another way. When a speech act is an enactment of a norm, of course you can't block it. So, no one, if there's a no smoking sign up somewhere, you can't say, I'm not going to go along with that. I'm going to disagree. You can't undo it just with anything you say. You have to undo the authority structure that is behind the speaker's power to perform that speech act. The general point is that when a speech act is enacting a norm, in order to undo it, you can't simply question its presupposition. You need to undo the felicity conditions that made it an enactment of a norm, which is a much bigger task. And now don't forget that there are asymmetries of gender and other social groups, which are going to mean that there are asymmetries in risk-taking, in initiative, in politeness, in deference. One thing about accommodation, which I think is worth noting, is that in one way it's conservative and in another way it's quite radical. It's quite conservative in that it gives a certain sort of privilege to to the pre-existing stuff that can be taken for granted and shoved into the background. But it's also radical in rewarding those who take the initiative, who take risks, because in this language game, there's a bonus for the first player. There is a bonus for the first movers, because then the hearers then have to accommodate to that or else block. All of these need way more defence than I'm giving them. That's what I want to say about presupposition in general. There are epistemic, structural and normative issues which make getting stuff in through the back door and blocking stuff that's coming through the back door much more difficult than it would seem. Not impossible, just much more difficult. I now want to remind you of a related topic that creates additional problems. When I was talking about how norms follow rules of accommodation, I talked not only about the normalizing effect of presupposition, I also talked about the normalizing that goes on with certain forms of words that are there when we use generics, unquantified statements, which some philosophers have thought. I'm not going to get into a discussion of their truth conditions, but I am interested in their ambiguity and in the readiness that we have as hearers and as speakers to utter generics, to be completely muddy about which sort of generic we're uttering, and to tend to convert various bits of quantified knowledge into generics. So the data that I'm drawing on here mostly comes from Sarah Jane Leslie. I'm not committed to her view about the truth conditions of generics, but it is very curious that among descriptive generics, we're willing to accept as true statements like mosquitoes carry the West Nile virus, which we're willing to accept that as true even if hardly any mosquitoes do. That's what she calls a striking property generic, and she compares that to cases like Muslims are terrorists, where you have a striking property that is associated with a few members of the group, and that seems to vindicate the practice of describing them in these unquantified terms. That's a striking property generic. There are statistical generics, which is what most people start off thinking all generics are. They think it's a kind of shorthand for most F's are G. And then there are ones that are much more sort of natural kindy, where you're supposedly glomming onto the natures of the creatures in question. Ducks lay eggs or whatever. It's not about the statistical proportion of ducks that lay eggs. It's about ducks laying. It's something to do with their biological nature. And Leslie is very interested in how these are what she calls an original sin of cognition. That is to say, we are very willing to utter them, and we are very messy about which versions of these we are uttering. Those were the descriptive ones. Then there are ones like boys don't cry. Now, the thing about, so that's not even descriptive, well, the point is nobody knows really whether it's being uttered as a descriptive statement, statistical, characteristic, or whether it's describing a certain sort of ideal. In other words, it's a disguised social norm. It's really shorthand for boys shouldn't cry. What does this mean? This means in practice that generics tend to be resistant to counterexamples. This actually is relevant to whether you think they can be answered by free and fearless reasoning. So, for any sort of generic, actually, you can produce a few counterexamples and people will hold on to them. Because for every kind of generic, they're compatible with there being, with some of the items lacking the property in question. And then, of course, when there's disguised norms, you can confront the possibility that not a single item, not a single thing that has this property, not a single thing that is supposed to have this property does in fact have it, because it's just a norm, because it's a disguised norm. So they're stubborn. That's 4.1. Generics are stubborn. They're resistant to counterexample. They are slippery. That's what I said already. You don't keep track of which one you have in play. They're slippery among the descriptive ones. They are slippery among the descriptive versus normative ones. They are self-escalating. What I mean by that is, you start with one, it starts blurring and fudging and moving into one of the others. So they tend to. So you start with something striking, and you start with a striking property, and it sort of becomes a statistical one in your head, except it's a bit vague, and then it becomes a characteristic one, and then depending on what it is, and depending on what it is, it might become a normative. It might become a normative one. You're not the right sort of thing unless you have the property. So they are very interesting, and you might also think that one of the issues with generics is that they work actually via presupposition introduction, in which case, of course, I'm not going to repeat myself. How many things did I list under the problems for presupposition? They all will apply to generics as well as these additional things. There are so many things to say about this. The transgressions can backfire. The data on generics, nice liberal parents whose children come home saying, boys don't cry, and the nice liberal parents say, oh yeah, boys cry, it's okay, boys cry. The data suggests that using this apparent blocking maneuver doesn't work. Why not? Because the message is boy, girl, somehow this is really important. So my parents are now making a big fuss. So I haven't quite got onto it. So the boys do this, girls do that. So I was wrong when I thought the boys don't cry. But so what is it about boys? So there's a kind of the effort at. I'm not saying it's impossible to block, but the natural way of blocking it, according to the data, tends to reinforce the very thing that you're trying to block. Of course, what you should say is, everyone cries. Anyway, and that would probably be more successful. Okay. So the refutations are less cognitively accessible. It's really complicated to explain all of these things I've just been talking about. to 4-year-olds who are really adept at using generics. The generics are much more cognitively accessible than an understanding of how generics work. So that means that they get in there in a way where they can't be explained and understood and battled against. And then finally you have the thing that I talked about last week when I was talking about knowledge, how when in certain situations you have a generic, I don't know, girls don't succeed at the highest levels in science. This is what Larry Summers was supposedly said. Actually, he didn't say it quite like that, to be fair. But anyway, so somebody utters generics of this sort. Because of social looping effects, these are self-fulfilling, and when they're self-fulfilling, they then give more inductive support to the initial generic, and then they seem to vindicate the generic as a statistical generic, so they are pernicious because they then create the very knowledge of the thing that you were trying to battle. Anyway, so that you can see how this then connects up to the issues of authority that I talked about earlier, the issues of social norms that I talked about earlier, and the issues of knowledge that I talked about just last week. Now, I'm not saying that these handicaps are, the death knell to using free and fearless reasoning. I'm all for free and fearless reasoning. I just wish it was freer and more fearless. What we do need, though, is to understand how difficult it can be to utter the sort of speech that is going to undo, that's going to, withdraw support, that's going to be disaccommodating, if you like, that's going to be unhelpful to the bad speech that is subordinating social groups and silencing social groups. It's more difficult than you thought, and it's more difficult in ways that we as philosophers can draw attention to and help ourselves and each other and people outside the academy understand. So, Brandeis, I hope, is right about the scope for free and fearless reasoning. It's just much, much more challenging than he thought. I'll stop there. Thank you. Welcome everyone to this 5th lecture in the series on accommodating injustice. My topic today is accommodating attitudes, and of course that's a very ambiguous title. You will remember that in the first lecture I talked about how sometimes through being rather accommodating as hearers, sometimes we we accommodate ourselves to hate speakers or to other speakers, and our accommodation in that sense of being helpful when we shouldn't be, that accommodation actually gives the speech illocutionary force that it otherwise would lack. So accommodation in that sense is, in the colloquial sense, about sometimes being too accommodating. That's not my topic today, though I will be talking about it in the final lecture next week. My chief topic today is about accommodation in the much more specific sense that I've been using it in throughout these previous lectures, where it has to do with the process of adjustment in conversations that makes your speech act count as correct play. The process of adjustment where someone says something, what needs to happen for that something to count as correct play might be a certain presupposition, it might be a certain norm, and provided certain conditions are in place, the magic happens and your speech act gets to count as correct play. That's the process of accommodation that is described by linguists, and of course it is connected to that wider issue, that more colloquial issue of accommodation in the sense of being helpful, because as hearers we help the speakers by doing what's expected, and in doing what's expected through our actions and our attitudes, we give the speaker the power to perform the speech acts that they are meaning to perform. Or maybe they're not meaning to perform them, because I certainly don't want to say intention is always necessary for any speech act. Now, today I want to talk about accommodating attitudes. Attitudes of both hearers and speakers feature as felicity conditions of illocutionary speech acts, determining how they're going to be accommodated. So in lectures 1 to 4, we talked about how the attitudes of hearers, of acceptance, might be felicity conditions for the success of someone's speech act. The attitudes of speakers intending to do something, they might be felicity conditions for certain speech acts. And attitudes therefore feed into the process of accommodation as felicity conditions. They also are present in accommodation as the causal outcome of the process of accommodation. And here I know I'm going to need to remind you of something that I said in the first lecture but didn't say nearly enough about. I want to draw attention to two different sorts of accommodation. This is drawing on the work of philosophers of language like David Lewis and J.L. Austin, also more recent work in this area, Mary Kate McGowan and Liz Camp. And part of the story is about what Austin called illocution, and part of that's what the speech act is, what you do in pronouncing certain words. You'll recall that Austin was very interested in what we do with our words, how saying, "I hereby name this ship the Queen Elizabeth," is straight away to name the ship. It's not about producing some effects in the downstream moments in time. Straight away, at that time, you name the ship. But there are, of course, effects, and people are going to come to call the ship the Queen Elizabeth, and those effects are what Austin called the perlocutionary act. Linguists and philosophers working in this area nowadays tend to focus on accommodation conceived of in terms of the evolving attitudes of participants in a conversation. Some of them call it common ground. I think that is great, but if you only focus on that, if you only focus on the way in which beliefs evolve over time to generate knowledge, given what people do with their words, you're going to miss out on the enactment that was done in the first place at the stage that Austin called illocution. So when I say I want to describe two sorts of accommodation, I want to describe accommodation of, I'll just call it score, and accommodation of common ground, and I'm going to say why these are two different things. Accommodation of score you can think of as an evolving normative structure, not an evolving set of attitudes. It's an evolving normative structure that constrains and enables what speakers and hearers can do. It tracks what's done straightway. You'll remember that I drew attention to the way Austin used the word straightway, that very nice biblical word, straightway. At that very time of the utterance, the score changes. Recall that the ongoing analogy is with a sports game, which needn't be a competitive game. I know there's a lot to be said against the metaphor of games as these competitive, hostile things. But anything that has a game-like structure that involves certain moves being made at certain points, with attitudes changing in response to those moves, will satisfy this. It can be cooperative, it can be competitive. There are many different games, as Wittgenstein said. They don't all satisfy the same recipe. One thing that you have with the game analogy is the notion of score that changes straight away. So someone shoots a goal. The score changes straight away. Something also happens in the world, that the lights afterwards on the scoreboard are going to change. And the beliefs of everybody watching the goal being shot, the beliefs of everybody are going to change. They'll think, oh wow, they've scored a goal, fantastic. Or they'll say, oh, how depressing, if it was the other team. So there will be the goal, which changes the score, and there will be other effects in the world, which involve alterations maybe on the scoreboard, that physical entity, or maybe alterations in the attitudes of the hearers. That distinction between the immediate straightway alteration of score and the downstream changes of attitude, that's the distinction I want to have in mind in our ordinary language games which go on all around us. So, accommodation of score, now that I've explained what I mean by score, is this evolving normative structure tracking changes straight away, and this, by the way, is often going to be at the level of what Austen called illocution, illocutionary speech acts. So straightway the ship is named when the speaker says, I hereby name the ship, the Queen Elizabeth. Straightway the couple are married when they say, I do, in the right circumstances. So the pattern for accommodation of score I've put on the handout under 2.1. Something is said at a given time. That requires something to be the case in the conversational score. It might be the permissibility of crossing the white line. So what might be said? The master says to the slave, you are now permitted to cross the white line. Straightway the bounds of permissibility are altered, and the slave is permitted to cross the white line. Of course, afterwards the slave is going to believe he can cross the white line. That's a different stage. So, still accommodation of a score. Something is said, and it requires, in this case, that crossing the white line is permissible. Another example, this is again from Lewis's initial paper on this, even George could win. Even. That word even adds to the conversational score. George is an unpromising candidate. It doesn't say that out loud, but it adds to the score. George is an unpromising candidate. That's the little goal that's shot in that conversation. And later on, downstream, hearers are going to believe George is an unpromising candidate, but that's the later stage. I'm now just focusing on accommodation of score. So, something is said, it requires something to be the case. If certain conditions hold, what Austen called the felicity conditions, then, for instance, suppose the master has authority over the slave, that will be a felicity condition. Suppose nobody blocks, suppose nobody says, what do you mean, even George? Nobody blocks, so there's an omission on the part of the hearers. By the way, later in time, I'm still talking about this being a felicity condition for something that happened earlier in time. I defended that odd metaphysical view in the first lecture, so I won't spend more time on it later. It's a bit, for those of you who know your moral philosophy, it's a bit like Williams on moral luck. The structure of something at time one depends on what's going to happen later as its felicity condition, if you like. Okay, so when all those conditions are in place, the magic happens, and straightway what is required at the requirement stage gets delivered at that very time. That's the structure for accommodation of score. What about the attitudes? Those are going to be my topic today. The accommodation of common ground. These are the evolving shared attitudes of the participants. This is where we have, in the game analogy, the evolving attitudes of the onlookers of the game who think, oh gosh, a goal has just been scored, brilliant, or terrible, or whatever, and they might feel happy or they might feel unhappy. All of these effects happen later, and they are not part of the score. They might be part of the common ground. Certainly the beliefs are. What else we can add to the common ground is something I'm going to talk about in just a minute. The accommodation of common ground tracks later changes at the level of what Austin called perlocution. Perlocution was Austin's label for the effects later in time of speech acts that had happened earlier in time. So, and they might be the practice of people starting to call the ship the Queen Elizabeth. They might be the disappointment of the mother-in-law that the marriage had taken place. This wouldn't be the point of it, but, there might be all sorts of downstream perlocutionary effects, some of which are intended and some of which aren't. So, the pattern for accommodation of common ground: something is said at a given time. It requires something to be in the common ground at a later time. I'm now talking about this accommodation of attitude. At a later time. So, to take the master-slave example, when the master says, "You are now permitted to cross the white line," that enacts a rule. That's what we had for the accommodation of score. It also requires that at a later time, the slave believes that the permissibility facts have changed and that he is now allowed to cross the white line. So the beliefs happen in response. To take the example, even George could win, what's required is that hearers take on board the presupposition George is an unpromising candidate, and they come to believe, in the straightforward case, they come to believe not only George could win, but also, because of that little word even, that George is an unpromising candidate. So the belief part, the shared beliefs that emerge in the context of a conversation, they are the evolving attitudes. And they only come to be when certain conditions hold. So we have an analogue for accommodation of common ground that is just like the pattern for score. You have something being said, you have a requirement, except it's a requirement that something happens a bit later, and it happens in the attitudes. You have certain conditions holding, which will be similar, and it's no coincidence that they're similar, because one of the conditions is going to be that a certain illocutionary act had just been made. So it's because the master said to the slave, "You are now permitted to cross the white line," thereby enacting a permissibility fact, that the slave comes to believe that the permissibility facts have changed. So the beliefs are responding, the changes in common ground, are responses to changes at the level of score. So when all that is in place, the outcome, which, by the way, in the case of accommodation of common ground, the outcome is a causal outcome. That's why I'm not calling it a felicitous outcome, because I'm keeping the word felicity for the constitutive illocutionary case. It's a causal outcome. After T, after the time in question, what is required comes into being. The slave believes that the rules have changed and that he's now permitted to cross the white line, and the hearers in the conversation about George being an unpromising candidate, they come to believe, I've put acceptance here, maybe they come to accept, which is not quite as strong as belief, that George is an unpromising candidate, as well as that George is going to win. Even George could win. Okay, so what I've done just now is remind you of something that I said perhaps too fast in the first lecture about how we can understand the process of accommodation operating at two levels. One at the level of alterations of normative structure that affect what people are allowed to do later in the conversation. It becomes appropriate and permissible to do certain things and not to do certain things, just like in the case of a sports game, it becomes appropriate to do and not do certain things when someone's shot a goal. Likewise in a conversation. So it's this abstract alteration of structure. Then there are the alterations in the attitudes, the psychological states of the participants. I want to keep those distinct because I do not want to equate norms with attitudes, even though they are interdependent in various ways. So norms, an alteration in norms is not a matter of alteration in what people believe about the norms. Not straightforwardly, anyway. Okay, so we have two kinds of accommodation, and today what I especially want to talk about is accommodation of common ground, as I'm calling it here, because I'm especially interested in accommodating attitudes. You'll recall that mostly, up till now, I've been talking about the first sort of accommodation. I've been talking about the accommodation of score, understood as the way our speech becomes a speech act, thanks to the presence of background felicity conditions, some of which are contributed by background patterns of authority, some of which are contributed perhaps by speakers' intention, some of which are even contributed by hearers' recognition of what's going on, and even by hearers' omissions, doing nothing, not stepping in when a hate speaker is speaking on the train, abusing an Arab woman, to take the case I talked about in the first lecture. So I've been focusing on alteration in score. I've been talking about accommodation at the level of score, at the level of what Austin called illocution, and today I think I want to emphasize that this is going to have repercussions for what we believe, for what we desire, and for what we feel. So I'm not just leaving psychology out of it. It's not just all enactment of norms. It really makes a difference to us, to our minds, and that's why it makes a difference to our behavior. It's no coincidence that the slave then goes on to obey the rules enacted by the master, because the obedience is mediated by what's going on in the mind of the slave, as well as what's coming out of the mouth of the master. Just to remind you, I talked about accommodation of score as a way of unpacking the illocutionary act of authoritatively saying someone is inferior, understood as an illocutionary speech act. This is accommodation of score, the first sort. I talked about how it alters patterns of authority, formal and informal, epistemic and practical, as a felicity condition and also as an outcome. What you do with your words enacts authority structures, as well as being sensitive to background authority structures. I also talked about how what we do with our words can enact norms, sometimes as the master enacts a norm to the slave, but sometimes much more subtly, as when, I argued, someone simply says, "Many people are stealing the petrified wood in our forest. Please don't do it." That bit that says many people are stealing the petrified wood unwittingly enacts a norm of normalizing theft. So I talked about empirical studies which showed that where those signs were present, levels of theft went up. I was talking about how what we do with our words can enact norms by normalizing something, by making it seem ordinary, by making it seem legitimate because it's the ordinary done thing. And that's a kind of norm enactment that philosophers normally ignore. We normally look at orders, we normally look at the enactment of obligations as when we make a promise. We don't look at something that looks just like a description of the world and is really a hidden prescription or a hidden permission. So those are the ones that I was interested in under the heading of norms. I looked at knowledge, how knowledge itself follows rules of accommodation, and I looked at how certain sorts of failures of accommodation, certain sorts of inability to do things with words, because the felicity conditions are not fulfilled, these constitute a certain kind of silence. That's by way of reminder of how we were using the notion of accommodation to unpack facts about how our words alter authority structures, alter norms, and alter patterns of knowledge as well. Now, in thinking about this second sort of accommodation that involves attitudes, I want to begin with a desideratum that was drawn up, maybe just in passing, by my friend and erstwhile colleague, Robert Stalnaker, who, in his famous paper on Common Ground, talked about how we need our philosophy of language to be sensitive to what people are doing with our words, what we are doing with our words. He says the pragmatic notions developed to explain the linguistic phenomena, they need to be notions that help to connect the practice of speech with the purposes for which people engage in the practice. And then he goes on to say, the principal reason for speech is that people say things to get other people to come to know things they didn't know before. So Bob Stalnaker has a wonderfully rosy picture of the point of speech. It's about us getting each other to know things we didn't know before. And of course that is a hugely important function of speech. It is a hugely important purpose of speech, and it's certainly a hugely important sort of self-conception of speakers. But as you know, we've been looking at the dark side in these lectures so far, and we know that there are many, many other things that are done with words, that are done by hate speakers, that are done by pornographers, that are done by ordinary people in ordinary situations to enact norms that are not a matter of transmission of knowledge, but about changing normative structure. So I want to add that the things that I've talked about, that the pragmatic notions that we are developing should be extended to enable us to do this sort of work, to help us see how the evolution of common ground can be understood as helping us see how norms get enacted, how knowledge evolves, and how authority structures change. But there's still something missing in this. And you know, I've been following the part of Catherine McKinnon where she says authoritatively saying someone is inferior is how structures of hierarchy are built, and how violence against those on the bottom is legitimated and normalized. That's a bit of a paraphrase, but that's something like what she said. That's what I've been looking at. But there's something missing in that. And I think the best way in is to tell you about an old study which never fails to make me laugh, despite the fact that it's a rather depressing topic in other ways. In the course of the work that I have done in the past on pornography and whether it's a sort of speech act that might enact subordination, I looked at all sorts of empirical data, and this one really sticks in my mind. This is from a paper, it's a 1982 paper. It's number 7 on the handout. Experimenters created a mild boot fetish in heterosexual male students. So in this experiment, students, I'll just read it. In heterosexual male students, by pairing slides of sexually provocative women with a picture of a pair of black knee-length women's boots. So, if you got it, what they did was show a slide of a sexually provocative woman, as described by the experimenter, and a slide of boots just by themselves, not on the woman, right? So, woman, boots, woman, boots, woman, boots, in the experimental setting. And they said not only did the boots become somewhat sexually arousing, but there was a slight tendency for this conditioned response to generalize to other footwear as well. That's the bit that always makes me laugh, you know. Wow, I just can't take my eyes off those fluffy slippers. The generalization to other footwear as well. So the authors concluded that there is little question that sexual responsiveness can be conditioned to external stimuli that initially fail to elicit any sexual arousal. So this is obviously being written by a psychologist who is interested in whether or not pornography might be a form of conditioning, operant conditioning, I think. Okay, so what does that what that draws attention to is the very straightforward fact that's been missing out of all of the very rationalistic thing I've been saying so far, despite the fact I've been complaining about others being too rationalistic. What's missing? Well, what are we going to say about that particular case? Well, let's see. We have to think of the slides as a speech act. We have to say, okay, slide 1, provocative woman. Slide 2, boots. Woman, boots. Woman, boots. A conversation. We have to call this a conversation. Woman, boots, woman, boots. And we have to say, well, the hearer takes the speaker, whoever that is, to be saying, boots are sexy. Or maybe presupposing, let's say, that boots are sexy. Otherwise, why on earth would they be associated in this way? Woman, boots, woman, boots. The presupposition, putting the boots in this sexually arousing context is, wow, the boots are supposed to be sexy too. Right. So the hearer, doing the job of accommodating to what the speaker is trying to do, making best sense of what the speaker is trying to do, says, I see. So the boots are supposed to be sexy. Right, the boots are sexy. So I will take that on board. I won't block that presupposition because I have no reason not to. So just as the hearer takes on board, George is an unpromising candidate, so this hearer takes on board, oh, the boots are sexy. Right. Oh, therefore, I will find boots arousing. Really? So they reach the conclusion, boots are sexy. That's how I make sense of this. And then they move to say, by some sort of internal syllogism, to the conclusion, therefore I shall find boots arousing. And of course, being a psychology lab, they tested for all of they didn't just say, are boots arousing, they tested for arousal. And you can, I'm not even going to go there. I don't know how they went into that. But, so, what's missing? Don't you think there's something a bit bizarre about this? I mean, don't you think this is a philosopher writing a story about how incredibly clever we are about building our desires out of the evidence that's available to us? I see, someone is telling me that boots are sexy, therefore I will find boots sexy. Good. No. So the tempting thing to say is, okay, the psychologists have got it right, that this is a process of conditioning. So I don't know whether that's what we should say. There have been some philosophers who say, you know, there have been some philosophers who said we have to give up on this rationalistic picture of how conversations work when we see how, in fact, we respond to pictures and images, how advertisers feed us images that make us want stuff. It's not by some process of internal reasoning. It's not by some process of sort of making best sense of the speaker. It's not by some process of adjusting to what the speaker is trying to do with their words. It is just this mindless conditioning, and if you think that's so, then you have my sympathy, because I think there's a lot to be said for that view. Nevertheless, I am going to try and save some of these phenomena for philosophy, because I think they are philosophically interesting. And by the way, notice that if we are going to have a little turf war about this and say, okay, all of that stuff where it's not working like some kind of little internal syllogism or some kind of rational evolution of common ground, but it's in all the cases where it's not working like that, we'll leave to you psychologists, and you can tell us, oh, it's conditioning, and you'll tell me which of the many kinds of conditioning there is, or they might tell us it's something else. Anyway, can't philosophers find something intelligent to say about this phenomenon? I hope so. And so my goal in today's lecture is to think about whether the phenomenon of accommodation that we've been talking about, which is very well suited to the evolving shared attitudes of speakers who take on information, both explicit and implicit, from what did I say speakers? How hearers take on information from what speakers are doing, both implicitly and explicitly without words. It's so well suited to it that many linguists treat it simply as a process of information transmission. Can't we extend that to think about mental states other than belief or knowledge? And I think we can. So in thinking about how we might, I have to say I'm not the first to think about how we might extend the idea of common ground to include states that are not simply cognitive states. For instance, Michael Bratman, who works on intention, has work in his book that's just come out about how joint intentions, how group intentions, we intentions, emerge as the common ground of certain speech acts. Craigie Roberts talks about how speech acts set questions that are under discussion, and it's not a shared state, it's not a shared piece of information, it's a shared topic to be asked or topic to be considered. That's the question under discussion thought. Other linguists, Portner, talk about to-do lists, things that are to be done. It's very tempting in this area to think that one way to view the relation between the two sorts of accommodation I described is that what's done at the level of score has the following relationship to what's done at the level of common ground. It legitimates it, or it invites it. So, if I say even George could win, that legitimates the belief that George could win and the belief that George is an unpromising candidate. If I say, if I'm the master and I say to the slave, you are now permitted to cross the white line, that straightway alters the rule, but it also legitimates the belief that the rule has been altered, and it invites the belief. So I'm not sure whether to speak in terms of legitimation or invitation, but what I am interested in is that something is going on at the level of the normative structure, the score, that invites a certain response from the hearer. And this applies to all of those cognitive cases where belief emerges naturally in response to someone saying something, someone asserting something, someone telling you something, someone testifying something, whether implicitly or explicitly. Now, if we have that picture of certain speech acts as inviting a certain response, then we have a way of connecting the two sorts of accommodation. And we might have a way of connecting it with the sort of problematic speech that is my topic here. To remind you, the problematic speech that I've been attending to, by way of illustration and also because I think it is of tremendous importance and sometimes gets neglected, I've been looking at hate speech and at pornography. So just to remind you of some of the sorts of hate speech that I had in mind earlier, I mentioned the children's story, Der Giftpilz, the poison mushroom. This is number 4 on the list of quotations. A mother and son are in the woods mushroom hunting, and the caption says, and it's supposedly in the mouth of the mother, just as it's often hard to tell a toadstool from an edible mushroom, so too it is often very hard to recognize the Jew as a swindler and as a criminal. I talked about that as in terms of what it's doing to the credibility of Jewish people before, and I talked about it as in terms of what it's doing to the notion of the Jew as a generic, with all of the ambiguity and problems that come with generics that I talked about earlier. Here's another from the same book, The Experience of Hans and Elsa with a Strange Man. So I hope I made clear this is a piece of anti-Semitic propaganda that was published by Julius Streicher. And this was published for a readership of children. The Experience of Hans and Elsa with a Strange Man. So there's an image of a hook-nosed, stereotypically Jewish-looking man in an overcoat offering sweets. And the caption says, "Here, little ones, I have some sweets for you, but you have to come along with me." So anyone who's seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang will know it's just like the child catcher. So the image is like that one of the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. So that is an example of hate speech which, okay, I'm now setting aside the epistemological injustice of that first story. Something is being said which requires something to be the case. So let's think about it in terms of the accommodation picture I've been describing. I'm now up to number 7 on the handout. The accommodation of score. Something is said at a particular time. This Jew is trying to kidnap these children. I say it's being said. There are 2 issues there in the background, which I've talked about earlier. It's not being asserted, it's being conveyed by the picture. And even though it's in the context of a fiction operator, there's something it's claiming about the real world. I'll get to that in a minute. So let's just suppose something's said, maybe it's being just said implicitly, this Jew is trying to kidnap these children. That requires something to be the case. It requires something to be in the score. So I'll do the accommodation of score first. The acceptability of the presuppositions, Jews kidnap children. It requires that Jews are, now here's what's tempting to say, Jews are to be hated. Jewish people are to be hated. I'm really interested in this gerundive way of putting it. Remember I said earlier that, George is an unpromising candidate, you're being invited to believe that by the presupposition. You can think of that as a gerundive structure. George is an unpromising candidate. This is to be believed. Yeah. So think of it as having this kind of gerundive structure. In this case, Jews are to be hated, as well as it's also the case that the proposition Jews kidnap children is to be believed. So there's a gerundive structure inviting the hearer, inviting a certain response to the hearer, believe this. And there's a gerundive part that is inviting the hearer to have not only a certain belief, but a certain feeling of hatred. So what got me thinking about this was, it was completely bizarre to suppose that we could say something intelligent about hate speech without talking about hate. I thought, this is just the worst sort of philosophically abstract enterprise if I'm supposed to be thinking about hate speech without thinking about hate. Anyway, and I know that as philosophers we do speak too abstractly, but so I want to find out whether we can think about hate, and I think that the speaker is inviting that response. This, by the way, is implicit in the UN description of hate speech in the UN Convention Against Hate Speech, where they say in the 1965 declaration, state parties condemn all propaganda, this is quotation 3, and organizations which are based on ideas or theories of superiority of one race or group of persons, etc., or which attempt to justify or promote racial hatred and discrimination in any form. The attempting to justify racial hatred, the attempting to promote racial hatred, I see that as a speech act that has a certain sort of invitation to the hearer. Now, this then, provided certain felicity conditions are in place, the speaker needs to have some epistemic authority. In this case, they had the rubber stamp of the Nazi Party. The hearers mustn't block. They mustn't say, hey, what do you mean by supposing that Jewish people are typically doing this? Or what do you mean by saying this thing in a fiction as if it's true of Jewish people in general, in the real world? So nobody blocks it. And then maybe, this is an interesting issue, maybe there needs to be a background sort of bridge principle, if you like, that says kidnappers in general are to be hated. So you have kidnappers in general are to be, there's a standing disposition to hate kidnappers, and then you find out Jewish people are kidnappers, and then that is a kind of internal syllogism which really would generate hate if you really did already hate kidnappers. So this gives us some sense of how the alteration at the level of score invites a certain response of hate, and then that is why the accommodation of the other sort, the accommodation of common ground, then makes sense in these terms. So let's move to the accommodation of common ground in response to this accommodation of score that I just described. So the thought is the accommodation of score is enacting norms, and the accommodation of common ground is responding to what has been enacted. The accommodation of a common ground in terms of the hearer's attitudes. So something is said, this Jew is trying to kidnap these children, we're talking about the same utterance. It requires that something is in the common ground afterwards, it's in the shared attitudes afterwards. For example, the shared belief that Jewish people kidnap children, that Jewish people are to be hated, and not just belief that they are to be hated, but actual hatred, possibly mediated by this background bridging principle of hate, if you like, that I was calling it. What I just said about hate, by the way, can be extended to fear and desire, and other attitudes too, but let's just stick to hate. So this is only when certain conditions hold, and in particular that this has just been said, and that this score has just changed in the way I just described when I was describing score accommodation. Now there is a causal outcome. The causal outcome is that what is required by this process of accommodation actually causally comes into being at this later time. The shared belief that Jewish people kidnap children, that they are to be hated, and shared hatred of Jews. So the picture is, so to speak, speaker invites hearer into a shared belief world. Speaker invites hearer into a shared hate world as well. Hearer responds. Depending on the circumstances, the felicity conditions in play, hearer responds and joins that belief world. That's what philosophers of language are always talking about, and also joins the hate world. So what I'm arguing is that we ought to extend what can be included in common ground to include feelings like hatred, as well as cognitive states like belief and knowledge, and those sorts of things that philosophers are so keen on. Okay, so that was hatred. Now I'll do it for desire, which was my starting example. Instead of talking about the boots and the lady, I'm going to shift to the sort of pornography which Catherine McKinnon and Andrea Dworkin have talked about, and in particular the sort that I've talked about earlier in these lectures, where certain rape myths are in play. So I don't know if I want to read it out, given that this is being recorded. It's number 8 on your handout. It's a story from Hustler that is called Dirty Pool, and in this series of images which are captioned, there are a sequence of events where a woman, after a certain series of events, during which she says no and resists what a group of men are doing, she succumbs to their advances, and they have sex with her on the pool table. And the most salient thing is that she is represented as having said no repeatedly, and then as absolutely loving what happens at the end. She's completely ecstatic. That's to put it mildly. Anyway, so for details that I don't feel like reading out, you can just see the description that's under 8 on your handout, and it's described in a book by Catherine Itzen, which is also in the readings. Okay, so what's salient for our purposes about this is that so we have accommodation of score, and we're going to have accommodation of common ground, both sorts. Something is said in this extended speech act, this series of images in Hustler. This woman says no but doesn't mean it. Now I'm saying it's said I'm interpreting said rather loosely. It can be, maybe it's not said explicitly. Maybe it's just there in the background of the fiction. This woman in the fiction is saying no, and she doesn't mean no, and in fact she is loving every minute of it, and she ends up in ecstasy. It's what the social scientists who study this describe as a favourable rape depiction. A favourable rape depiction is one where the rape is depicted as favourable because the woman ends up wanting it. So something is said, it requires something to be in the score at a given time, the acceptability of certain presuppositions. It's not just this woman, but women generally, I would argue. Women who say no don't mean it. Moreover, it's not just a cognitive presupposition. It's not just women who say, let me tell you an interesting fact about women. Women who say no don't mean it. It's not just that. It's being presented a certain way. It's being presented a certain way, and many feminists who've talked about pornography have talked about this in ways that philosophers have found hard to take up, because we have to see it as an issue of information transmission. So, for instance, Catherine McKinnon says, pornography, this is quotation 9, sexualizes rape, battery, sexual harassment, and child sexual abuse. It celebrates, promotes, authorizes, and legitimates them. This is in keeping with the quotation that I had earlier about how certain speech acts authoritatively say someone is inferior, but it's making especially the connection with the idea of sexualizing. Now, I don't know whether to sexualize something is a kind of illocutionary speech act. That would, even to utter the thought is to make poor J.L. Austin roll in his grave. But what does seem like an illocutionary speech act is the idea that certain behaviours are being celebrated, are being endorsed, and if I knew more about this part of philosophy of language, I would say it's something about the mode of presentation of, it's not just, a little item in a medical textbook. Did you know that sometimes women who say no don't mean it? No, it's being presented as really exciting and arousing in the way that advertising sells certain things. So it's that selling component, that celebrating, promoting, to use the words of the UN Convention, that is being missing that we're missing out on if we simply say it's presupposing this rape myth as a certain factual background. I think it is doing that, but it's doing more. It's doing this kind of, it's not just doing an endorsement, it's doing a sexualizing, which involves an invitation not only to belief in the truth of the rape myth, but in a certain alteration in desire. So it's directed to belief and to desire, in the way, as we all know, advertising is, right? So it's directed to our attitudes, not just our cognitive attitudes, but our conative attitudes. And I don't know enough about how images work to know how that works, but that doesn't stop me knowing it does work. Okay, so we have this is to be desired. We have an illocutionary force of sexualizing. I did put it with a question mark because I'm not sure that's an illocutionary act. Celebrating, inviting a certain desire. Certain conditions need to hold. There needs to be epistemic authority. This needs to be credible. Maybe it doesn't. That's an interesting question whether it needs that, actually. If it's just appealing to desire, maybe it doesn't. I'll shelve that for now. The outcome, straightway, what is required comes into being, and this the state of affairs in which women who say no don't mean it, is not just something that comes to be believed in, it's something that comes to be seen as desirable and as arousing. That's the part that I am trying to emphasize. So I'm trying to do for the desire case what I was trying to do for the hate case. Now, that's the accommodation at the level of score. Norms are altered at the level of the speech act itself. So I'm trying to get away from just the issue, just the conditioning way of putting it. Now, because this response is invited, the response actually comes into being. So accommodation of common ground responds to the accommodation of score in just the same way as the case of hate. Something is said, this woman says no but doesn't mean it. Something's required to be in the common ground, the shared belief that women who say no don't mean it, and also that this is a really exciting, heady, arousing idea. So the arousing desirability of it is something else that comes into being as well as the belief. That's what's required to come into being, and provided certain conditions hold, that is, and this is the causal outcome, that is what indeed does come into being. So I hope you see how we have these comparable patterns for accommodation of score and of accommodation of common ground, but what we're doing is extending common ground to include the attitudes not just of belief or knowledge, but also the attitudes of hate for hate speech and of desire for pornography. There will also, by the way, be much wider implications, and I don't have time to go into them, but I'm now just going to mention 4 points by way of unfinished business, because you will be able to tell that this is really very much work in progress. Anyway, and I welcome your thoughts. The first bit of unfinished business is we need to think harder about the interaction among these different attitudes. I said that there's this kind of gerundive structure in the score. Something is to be believed, and something is to be hated, and something is to be desired. What are the connections between those attitudes? So, for instance, the connections between something is to be believed and something is to be hated. It's to be believed that Jews are kidnappers and Jews are to be hated. Those could be connected by means of the bridging principle I said, but maybe they don't need to be. Maybe there could be hate speech that didn't work by way of some background principle that you do hate kidnappers. As we talked about earlier, certain forms of words are virulently hateful, without appealing to any background principle. The Rwandan hate speech that I've mentioned before, where the Tutsi were described as inyenzi, or cockroaches, using animal-like vocabulary to make people seem disgusting and animal-like. This doesn't work by this doesn't work by way of the same background principles. Words can be used to whip up hate in ways that are more direct. That's my thought. It doesn't have to be mediated by some background principle. Anyway, so that's for hate. What about desire? Suppose people come to desire that women suppose some people come to believe that women who say no don't mean it, and they come to find that state of affairs a desirable or arousing one. Which comes first? Is it the desire? Is it the belief? Is it both together? If it's the desire first, wow, this is so sexy, then the belief is coming on board as a kind of mechanism of cognitive dissonance resolution, where it's a kind of wishful thinking. The belief is being generated by the sort of desire part of it. Or is it the other way around? So I'm mentioning this as unfinished business. I think it's really interesting to think about how our thinking works in these cases. I mentioned already that there are clear connections to the locutionary resources we have. Remember, for Austin, locution is the part about words and sentences, how words refer, how sentences have meaning and truth values. The availability of certain words, like inyenze for cockroach, like the Jew, who's been essentialized as a kind of slur term in the hate speech. We talked about gender slurs, slut, frigid, in the previous lectures, and of course there are much worse slurs and epithets available than those. The availability of resources in the locution is going to affect what illocutionary things you can do with your words, and that will adjust the score, and then affect the attitudes as well. So the availability, I'm saying something obvious, the availability of hateful words, including epithets, is part of what helps promote and cause hatred. So we need to understand those connections. And it's important to think about them, by the way, because philosophers often tend to think just of the speaker. So the work on slurs is about the semantics of slurs. It's about what speakers need to believe about the world, and it's about what emotions speakers want to express. They might want to express their feelings. It's not just about that. It's about what people are doing with words to other people. It's what people are doing with words to other people, where that involves enacting norms and authority structures that rank them as inferior, deprive them of powers and rights, and actually assault them. That's, hate speech can be assaultive. So there are much bigger issues at play than the speaker-oriented ones that philosophers focusing on epithets tend at present to focus on. So that's the relation to locutionary resources. Extension to other attitudes. I mentioned this already implicitly with the example of animal epithets. The availability of certain locutions makes us realize that certain words are especially good, not just at helping us think certain people are inferior. So this is a kind of mea culpa. I've been complaining about philosophers being too abstract, and I've been way too abstract so far, because I've been talking, admittedly I've been talking more than how information gets transmitted through conversations. I've been talking about the enactment of norms and authority structures, but I haven't been talking about the hatred, I haven't been talking about the desire. And if we were going to be very thorough, we would think about other attitudes too. Jonathan Haidt has talked about how impoverished our moral vocabulary is when we think merely in terms of inequality, and hierarchy, forgetting that part of our moral stance towards the world involves disgust. It involves thinking certain people are not just inferior, they are disgusting. And the availability of certain words and certain images enables people to do that with their words in ways that wouldn't happen if that wasn't available. This is something that the epithets literature also really needs to take seriously. The different attitudes, the different morally loaded attitudes that we have. It's so much richer, and this is an Austinian point. Austin was interested in the richness and variety of things we do with our words, and I'm sorry I'm looking at the dark side, but there's a richness and a variety of the terrible things we do with our words as well. The last thing I want to say is that the accommodation of desire brings with it a different topic. You'll remember that I talked about how what we do with our words can legitimate certain things by normalizing it. So this Speech Act that says an awful lot of people are stealing, please don't, is a Speech Act that normalizes stealing and makes it more permissible than it otherwise would be. So that was under the heading of normalizing. Legitimation is normalizing. Now, Speech Acts that make certain things desirable by making them desired. Now, of course, being desired is not the same as being desirable. People always, throw stones at poor old J.S. Mill for conflating desirability and desiredness. Nevertheless, epistemologically, what I'm interested in is how seeing the world through the guise of certain desires is an epistemological resource. One of our ways of finding out what matters is through desire. Desire is a way of telling what matters. So this belongs to much wider, much bigger topics in moral epistemology. I do not see desire as this little spring to action that just sort of works on it, Anyway, I'm not going to say all the reasons I don't like the Humean picture of beliefs and desires. Desire, looking at the world through the eyes of desire, is a way of reading values of the world. I'm not the only one who takes seriously this thought, but of course, if that's so, then reading the world through the eyes of desires that are shaped by oppressive structures, that are shaped by disgust for the animal-like nature of certain people, or shaped by a mixture of disgust and desire for the actually animal-like nature of women as well as so it can apply this issue to the case of racial hatred and to the case of the oppressive desires in pornography. What I want to say is This is an unnoticed aspect to norms. When we find things desirable, that gives them a normative standing that they otherwise wouldn't have because of facts about the epistemology of desire. That is a huge topic, that's why I listed it under unfinished business. And there's one more thing I should have listed under unfinished business. Once you see that hate speech works like this, once you see that pornography works like this, once you see that there is accommodation of attitudes other than belief, then you will see that it is hard to answer bad speech with good speech. Because when someone has a false belief and you spell it out, even if it's just presupposed and you make them spell it out, and you can say, well, why do you believe that? Tell me your reasons. But when someone has a very strong emotion, hatred, or when someone has a very strong conative state, a desire or a pattern of arousal, you can't just say, tell me your reasons for that. Let me give you some evidence against that. It's not the same thing. It's not as easy. So what we have is yet one more reason to question Brandeis's sanguine assumption that bad speech can always be fought with good. Thank you. That's enough for today, and I'll stop there. I'm going to talk today about a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. So I realize that it's very easy when thinking about speech acts and how what we do with our words contributes to injustice. One is so keen to get the message across that it's hard to see how things could get better. And this is my first attempt to think not only about how we do things with words, bad things, enacting injustice and perpetuating injustice, but also how we could undo some of those bad things with words as well. So that's my title, How to Undo Things with Words. Anyway, just by way of reminder about those bad things. Speech acts can accommodate injustice. I've been talking about accommodation. Speech acts accommodate injustice when unjust social norms and patterns of authority feed in to illocutionary speech acts as felicity conditions. That's one aspect. And emerge as the outcome of accommodation springing into being when the speech acts require them. That's if the felicity conditions hold. So remember, accommodation is being viewed as this very everyday process of adjustment that occurs in everyday conversations. It also occurs in ceremonial, less everyday speech acts, where somebody says something, what they say requires something to be so for it to count as correct play, and provided the conditions are in place, provided the felicity conditions are in place, hey presto, what's required comes into being. So that's the phenomenon of accommodation, and it's there in the sort of performative speech acts that Austin began with. It's there also in everyday presupposition introductions. It's there in everyday speech that uses generics. I've been talking about various sorts, and I'm not going to rehearse them all. I'm just going to begin, though, by reminding you of some of the main phenomena I've been wanting to draw attention to. So injustice is there as among the background conditions for speech acts, providing illocutionary force that speech acts might not otherwise have. Because what you can do with words depends not only on your words and what you intend, but also on who you are, where you are in structures of hierarchy, and also about how listeners respond to your words. One thing I've been wanting to emphasize is that the response of listeners and hearers and bystanders can be viewed as among the felicity conditions of illocutionary force. This is just a straightforward application of the phenomenon of accommodation as it's described by philosophers like Lewis and I think Stalnaker, though he doesn't get the whole picture. And it's also there implicitly in Austin. So I don't think it's controversial, but its normative implications, its implications for moral and political philosophy, have not been spelt out in the way I would like. So that's what I've been trying to do. So I've been talking about how unjust social norms and patterns of authority follow rules of accommodation, get distributed or get enacted through a process of accommodation. I also talked about how knowledge itself can follow rules of accommodation, not in the sense that, you know, thinking so makes it so, and you get knowledge just as easily as that. It's not that easy, but nevertheless, knowledge, or perhaps attribution of knowledge, shifts with shifting standards, with shifting stakes, and with shifting distributions of credibility. And knowledge can be gained in ways that actually reflect patterns of injustice through self-verifying or social looping speech acts. That's just to remind you of the third lecture where I was talking about knowledge. Hearers change in response to speech acts that are done with words. And these attitudinal changes constitute a different level of accommodation. So I've been arguing that we should understand accommodation at the level, at the straightway level, the level where in saying something you are doing something at time one, at the time that you are saying something, and that corresponds to Lewis's analogy with the score of a sports game, which immediately changes. It's a normative structure that evolves over time to reflect what moves are made in the game. And of course then, downstream, later, people's attitudes change in response to those. And this accommodation at the level of attitude or psychology is not wholly independent from the former accommodation at the level of illocution. They are closely connected, because when somebody asserts something, they're presenting it as to be believed or to be known, perhaps. When somebody commands something, they're presenting it as to be done. When somebody, I'm not quite sure what the illocutionary verb is that goes with present something as to be desired, then it's no coincidence that people come to desire it. And when propaganda, for instance, Nazi propaganda we were talking about, presents people as to be hated, not of course as crudely as that, the mode of presentation is hugely important, then it's no coincidence that the invitation, or the sort of the invitation expressed in the illocutionary act is met by a corresponding attitude or action on the part of the hearer. So hearers change in response to those words, and both of those can be viewed as accommodation. Sorry, I don't think the actions are accommodation, but anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to trip myself up by getting into more detail about that here. Anyway, that was what I talked about last week. I should really have talked about it in the other order from the other thing I talked about, which is the silencing theme. Because what we do with words is enabled by background structures, just and unjust ones, of authority and credibility, which I see as a kind of authority, background social norms, background facts about what hearers and bystanders are going to expect and what they actually do, whether they intervene or not, whether they block our presuppositions, and the other side of that is that when the conditions are not right, when the conditions are not in play, then there can be illocutionary disablement. There can be silencing, which is when you have your words and they don't have the illocutionary force that you intend them to have. And I've argued elsewhere, and I argued briefly here, that some kinds of speech are silenced in exactly this way. For instance, speech acts of sexual refusal might be silenced in this way. I talked about that. But I also talked about many, many other handicaps that fall short of illocutionary silencing, illocutionary disablement, where it's much more to do with the handicaps or disincentives to block them. These are these involve the way that presupposition works in an under-the-radar way. Difficult to notice. There are epistemological problems with backdoor speech acts. I talked about those. There are normative problems when it seems like bad manners to interrupt or block what someone's presupposing, because you are shifting the focus away from what they're wanting to draw attention to and moving it elsewhere. I'm not going to go remind you of all of those barriers, but these are barriers, both normative and epistemic, that make it hard to answer bad speech with good speech. Now, I want to remind you why we were interested in that question in the first place. Recall what Brandeis said. Two courageous, self-reliant men with confidence in the power of free and fearless reasoning, this is quotation 1, applied through the processes of popular government, no danger flowing from speech can be deemed clear and present unless the incidence of the evil apprehended is so imminent that it may befall before there is opportunity for full discussion. If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehood and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. You know, that's a really wonderful speech, and I'm embarrassed in a way, in retrospect, that I contradicted it so roundly in my very first lecture when I said wrong, 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 wrong. I was at 5 or 6 times in a row. Wrong about what speech is, wrong about what it would take to correct the falsehoods and fallacies, wrong about whether falsehoods and fallacies were the only problems. Anyway, now I want to go back to Brandeis and see if we can find a way to make him right. So, one thing that you could do is to notice the little if in what he said. So what he said was, you know, if there be time, etc., etc. So perhaps you could, so obviously ordinary uses of if in ordinary conversation, you know, it takes a lot of interpretation to see what's being meant. Let's at least explore the thought that he meant it like this. He meant it as an injunction to avoid enforced silence, to avoid the enforced silence of harmful speech. Avoid that enforced silence just as long as those conditions hold, just in case those conditions hold. So what's needed is for those conditions to hold if we're going to avoid enforced silence. I think that's a decent interpretation of what he said. It's true that he also assumed that all those conditions are in place. So he thought that was no problem. He thought that all those conditions were in place, but there is a problem. The problem is that the conditions don't hold. The conditions that he was describing for the answering of bad speech with good speech don't hold. And in a way, all of the preceding lectures have been devoted to the question, let's have a look at why these conditions don't hold. So, what do we do about that? Well, one conclusion might be, okay, well, sorry, we have to go for the enforced silence. We have to enforce the silence of bad speech. And that is exactly what campaigners against hate speech and pornography, for example, who say it needs to be censored, or it needs to be made civilly actionable, or it needs to be restricted by law in different ways, that is exactly what they're arguing for. In the situation where these conditions don't hold, then there is no argument against the silencing of this speech. And I think that is one real possibility, especially for certain sorts of extreme speech. And I have talked about that in other work, and I'm not going to talk about it more today. So I think that it would be justified, but I'm not going to talk about it more. Of course, the other option is create the conditions. So basically, if he says, avoid the enforced silence just in case the conditions hold, and if the conditions don't hold, then either go for enforced silence or create the conditions. Treat it as a practical injunction to create the conditions. So this is how I am agreeing with Brandeis. Okay, so you'll see that this is a kind of reverse engineering of Brandeis. Okay. If the remedy to be applied is not enforced silence, then what? Enable the exposure through discussion of falsehood and fallacies. Enable the averting of evil by the processes of education. And since, as we said, not everything is a matter of falsehood and fallacies, we might need to find other ways to combat unjust speech, by which I mean speech acts that can't be, the problem isn't just that it's false. In fact, we've been looking at unjust true speech, speech that in fact engenders knowledge of a bad sort. So the problem isn't just falsehoods and fallacies, the problem can sometimes be the enactment or setting of norms that then have a self-fulfilling aspect through social looping effects and the like. There will be things that you can't simply combat through education, and I'm not quite sure how we combat those. Now, if we're thinking about how to create the conditions, my next question is, how can the picture that I've been exploring here, that I've been arguing for here, how can that picture be drawn upon to shed light on what the conditions might be? What conditions would help? What conditions would enable the fighting of bad speech with good? So you see, I'm trying to be on the same team as Brandeis now. Okay. One side of the picture that I've been arguing for here is that doing things with words is a matter of doing things together with words. By that I don't necessarily mean a matter of collective intention. In fact, I've been minimizing the role of intention in speech acts through these lectures. But nevertheless, the capacity to speak, so looking at speech, the capacity to speak involves being able to do things with words, understood not just as a power to make meaningful noises or utter true sentences, not a matter of what Austen called mere locution, but a substantial capacity to perform speech acts. Now, this might take concrete economic and educational resources and contributions from parties other than the speaker. So what I'm doing just now is I'm just going to pull out three features from the picture that I've been exploring here that are going to be relevant to practical remedies. I have to say that what I'm going to say in this lecture is extremely programmatic. It's extremely programmatic, but it's also extremely sort of hostage to empirical fortune. But I take that as a plus rather than a minus, because one of the things I think is really important when we're thinking about conditions for the enablement of speech is that they are not conditions that can simply be settled from the armchair, from the philosopher's armchair. So I think that this area of political philosophy is ripe for, a bit of evidence-based theorizing. We've had evidence-based theorizing in many other bits of philosophy, in moral psychology, in philosophy of mind, in ethics, reasoning, sort of quick and hasty methods of reasoning and other methods. So there are ways in which the conditions for speech are not simply to be settled from the philosopher's armchair. And one problem, I think, is that much theorizing about free speech has worked from an utterly abstract point of view with agents who are philosophers' ideals who resemble very poorly the actual agents that we encounter in each other in the social world we live in. So I'm not going to apologize for this part being programmatic and hostage to various bits of empirical fortune. So first thing then is a conception of speech that involves speech as going beyond mere locution, as more than uttering meaningful words. And this is something that Jennifer Hornsby has written a great deal about, and I have written about elsewhere, Carolyn West as well. So, second point then, spelling this out, it involves hearers and bystanders and other people as well, other agents as well. So speech acts are accommodated in part by the attitudes, acts and omissions of other parties. So recall that if you accept what I said about the pattern for accommodation, then you will accept that among the felicity conditions for certain speech acts are not only background authority structures and norms, not only sometimes the intentions of speakers, not only the words they use, but the attitudes and acts and omissions as well of hearers. One place that this happens is in speech acts that are done in back doorways, for example, through presupposition introduction. Lewis's example, even George could win. Nobody jumps in and says, what do you mean even? That speech act adds to the score that George is an unpromising candidate. Also, from an Austinian point of view, enacts a verdictive ranking George as inferior, and that felicity condition is the omission of hearers. It's the failure of hearers at a later time to block the presupposition, and that condition at a later time is an absence that is all the same a felicity condition for what happened at an earlier time. Remember I said, yes, this looks like a weird metaphysical picture of illocutionary force because its conditions are not just in the background in the past, its conditions are also in the future, and I just said, I'm going to bite that bullet, and I don't think it is a bullet anyway, so I don't mind biting it. The acts and omissions of hearers are relevant, and this has implications then for the responsibility of other parties, ordinary hearers and bystanders and institutions and others, all of whom we can now understand as fellow actors in what speakers do with words. Now, I'm not going to say the implausible thing that, the bystanders and so forth are just as responsible as the speaker, especially the speaker in uttering the words intentionally. But nevertheless, they do have a role, and I'm not going to quantify exactly what the role is. That creates responsibilities. What sort of responsibility? Moral responsibility? Causal responsibility? None of these quite fit the bill. So this is a very exploratory bit of this project, and I really welcome comments on it. I'm going to get to the sort of responsibility it is and the extent to which it is a moral responsibility in just a moment. Just to allay any misgivings that you might be having, I'm not going to announce a new categorical imperative which requires each person at every point to block a false presupposition whenever they hear it. That would be too much. Life is too short and too complicated. What to do in place of that novel categorical imperative is sort of unfinished business, which I'll get to in just a minute. Okay. It's not just the hearers and bystanders, sort of people more remote than that. Suppose there are speakers at an even more remote level who contribute to conversation by poisoning the hearers' minds. So I talked about Nazi propaganda where Jewish people were portrayed as the poisonous toadstool, which looked indistinguishable from the good ones, but what it meant was whatever the Jewish person said, you couldn't believe it. And I talked about how that undermining of credibility, itself a species of testimonial injustice in Miranda Fricker's framework, that is an interference in speech that goes from the speaker of propaganda to some hearers, poisoning their mind. The metaphor of poison reminded me of the ongoing metaphor of poison in Othello, which I've been reading recently for some reason. Anyway, where Iago is constantly describing his own words as poison. I will pour this pestilence into his ear, into Othello's ear, and having poisoned him anyway. And there too, the pestilence that's poured into Othello's ear amounts to a poisoning of Othello's perception of what Desdemona is saying. So it works like the propaganda in undermining the credibility and the force of what the target says, in ways that silence her, or silence the Jewish people, or the other example I talked about, silence the woman who is trying to say no. Silence through at this rather remote level, because there's the speaker over there poisoning the hearer over here, with the outcome being the silence of another party over here. So the responsibility in this picture is really very, it really extends very far. So I've been talking about speech, a richer conception of speech, hearers, bystanders and others, and now I want to say something about knowledge. One thing I've been wanting to emphasize is that there's been, in some ways, too much focus on speech as the vehicle for knowledge, in the sense that it's been assumed that the goal of speech always is the transmission of knowledge. And I quoted Bob Stalnaker in this connection, I quoted John Stuart Mill in this connection, but I actually do think that knowledge is important, and by knowledge I have in mind ordinary receptive knowledge, not the rather more sinister sort of knowledge that I talked about under the heading of maker's knowledge that oppressors have of the outcome of their oppression. So, and in this connection, asserting or telling is a particularly significant sort of speech act. It's often been said by people working on assertion and perhaps people working on telling. I mean, Jen Hornsby prefers to think of the illocutionary force as that of telling, because that sort of brings in the hearer in a way that assertion doesn't. But many people say that knowledge is a norm for assertion. And what I argued in the lecture on knowledge was that if that's at all plausible, we should also think that knowledge is a norm for not just assertion and not just telling, but every knowledge-oriented speech act. What do I mean by knowledge-oriented speech acts? Speech acts that are a routine means for the transmission of knowledge, whether we mean them to be or not. They involve implicit speech acts. They involve speech acts that are done even in the context of fiction operators. So even George Could Win, that speech act we were talking about before, the speaker should know that George could win, and the speaker should know that George is an unpromising candidate. If you're supposed to know what you assert, you should also know what you presuppose. Fiction, why should you know stuff in fiction? Because part of fiction can be fact, or can be purported fact. I'm talking, and this is, I think, bread and butter of theory of truth in fiction. It's there in Lewis in his paper on that title. That part of fiction is a factual or purported factual backdrop. The geography of London in the Sherlock Holmes stories. And their biology of snakes in the Sherlock Holmes stories. Yeah, Conan Doyle should have got it right on the biology of snakes, and he didn't. Okay, so you can as good as lie, I don't know whether to call it a lie, you can as good as lie through what you presuppose and through what you convey through the purported facts that's the backdrop of fiction, just as surely as you can through what you explicitly assert. That's what I argued before. So this means that speakers are responsible in a way that we don't normally take ourselves to be. I'll get to more about that in a moment. That's about individual responsibility. It's also relevant to wider issues about free speech. knowledge as a norm for free speech. That was there in Mill. If we take the rationale for free speech being the argument from truth, which, as I said before, is really an argument from knowledge. We need free speech because freedom of opinion and of the expression of opinion is something which, if we don't have, we'll lose some truths. And if we don't lose truths, we will lose the conviction and rational basis for the truths that we have. So basically, he's concerned that we need free speech for knowledge. For those of you who need a reminder of the argument from truth and need to decide that it really is about knowledge, it's quoted on the handout. So, if you think this is important, then you will think that certain sorts of speech are going to matter more when it comes to free speech. So, a political counterpart to the norm that I just described for individuals might be something about protecting speech only if it's knowledge promoting. That would be way too strong for reasons I'm not going to go into here. But it's connected with something that is genuinely important that I don't have time to get into here, which is that speech acts that are doing something completely different, you know, enacting your child's bedtime or whatever like that, this is not an exercise of free speech, and that's there in the arguments of Kent Greenawalt and Mary-Kate McGowan and Ishani Mitra, who have argued that situation-altering or significantly norm-enacting speech acts are not covered by a free speech principle. So that would tie in closely with the idea that what free speech principles are about is fundamentally knowledge. So that would go with a Millian story about the point of free speech. So there's one other role for knowledge, but I'm going to postpone it till I get to responsibilities for our institutions. Okay, now I said this is going to be programmatic, and I'm sorry if this is going to seem like a ragbag of different of strategies, but these are all strategies that I find hugely interesting and in many cases really promising. And they illustrate what it might mean to give concrete reality to Brandeis's thought that we need something that is going to make the conditions for free speech real, because that's the only alternative to enforced silence. So, I'm going to divide it between responsibilities on the part of institutions and those on the part of individuals. So, and I'm going to draw on the things I just said pulled out of this picture. The richer picture of speech, the responsibilities of bystanders and others, the role of knowledge, and the like. Okay, so responsibility for omissions. Why might that be relevant if you're thinking of institutions, for instance, the state? So doing nothing as a hearer or bystander can be doing something. This raises the possibility that state non-interference in unjust speech can be a failure to block that grants it additional illocutionary force. This is something that's implicit in Ishani Mitra's work on subordinating speech that we began with. Recall her example, one example was the hate speaker who burns a cross. We don't know who the hate speaker is, and the community leaders do nothing. The omissions of the community leaders, in her view, give that speech a derived illocutionary force that might enable it to be subordination, which it would otherwise lack. And she argues for that conclusion on the basis of analogies of other very plausible cases where the omissions of certain authority figures, even if they're not explicit endorsements, count as failures to block. She doesn't put it in terms of failures to block, but I am. So they count as failures to block, which give the speech force it would otherwise lack. And I'm just suggesting in an only half-teasing way that we can capture this as a kind of injunction to remove the state subsidies for hate speech and the state subsidies for other unjust speech. Why is that a state subsidy? Well, this is an admittedly obsolete meaning of subsidy, and here it is from the OED. A subsidy, help, aid or assistance, from the Latin sub and sedere, meaning sitting under. So it's state support. And I really like that way of putting it, even though I know it's extremely, it would be an extremely, I wouldn't be surprised if nobody else in this room would like that way of putting it. But I like that way of putting it because the argument here has been that omissions can be support. Omissions can be felicity conditions for illocutionary force, and that's why state silence, state omissions, can be a state subsidy of hate speech. Anyway, I don't know if I want to be reported as saying state tolerance is a state subsidy of hate speech. I do think this is a genuine phenomenon. So if you look at how hate speakers and pornographers invoke the First Amendment in a spirit of righteousness, I think that it's definitely drawing on it as the school bully in Mitra's example draws on the teacher's omissions as a source of support. Okay, so that omission could be ameliorated. Of course, one way to do it would be to actually enact laws that would penalise such speech, but alternatively, something could be done not through legal constraint, but through communicative means. I'm really interested in the question of whether the state and other institutions, including universities and many other institutions, have a role as not merely practical authorities, which is the one that's always focused on, but also epistemic authorities. I'll say more about that in just a minute, because these thoughts are all connected. So, one thought that would be building on this richer conception of speech would be to see it in terms that draw on Nussbaum and Sen, of the idea that certain important liberties and interests have to be understood in terms of a capability. This idea of a capability approach to speech is being explored. It was explored by Susan Bryson, and it's being explored further and argued for by Catherine Gelber. What it means is that concrete economic and educational resources are needed for the exercise of speech. So the intuitive thought is there's a certain kind of hypocrisy in the idea that you're giving someone free speech if you're simply letting them say something in an isolated room, not to anybody else. So, you know, Robinson Crusoe hasn't got free speech. That's the thought. Free speech takes other resources. This is often thought of as a positive liberty conception of free speech, which raises a lot of issues that I don't have time to defend here. But there's something very hypocritical, in my view, about states who say they prize free speech and go on about it at great length, and then do not pay their dues to the UN and other international bodies to enable world efforts at literacy. The idea that you only care about speech if a government is going to crack down on it. You haven't got free speech if you are at home and you can't read anything. So literacy is the basic part of speech. So I'm sympathetic to the idea of speech as a capability approach to free speech. So I'm gesturing in that direction. Like I say, this is very programmatic, and those who are interested, I really encourage you to look at some of the work I just mentioned. So one other idea that's there in Kathleen Gelber's work is that the state could act in a speech-enhancing way, not only by providing resources of the kind I just mentioned, seeing speech as something that needs concrete and educational resources, but also providing different opportunities to speak. So she argues that rather than banning hate speech, this state should provide resources for the targets of hate speech to answer back. Those resources include platforms, public platforms, enabling platforms which do take financial resources. So this is obviously relevant to wider issues about epistemic injustice too, by the way. So I will just flag that. So there are many other things that you could do. I mentioned already the priority to knowledge-oriented speech. That seems to fall out of it. There are other things that one could do other than the legal constraint option. One thing that many have suggested with regard to certain sorts of speech is that there's something odd about having an opt-out approach where you have to see it unless you opt out. So this connects with wider views about whether nudge approaches, as described by Cass Sunstein and others, have a role to play when it comes to free speech. Could things be set up in such a way that the speech is permitted, but it's not so much in your face? You have to opt in to get it rather than opting out. I understand that South Africa had a law that could be understood in that way. I heard from an expert on that yesterday. Anyway, I'm not sure whether it should be understood that way, but anyway. Okay, so there could be institutional structures, not just laws, but on the part of institutions like universities and employers and so forth, to guard against unjust distributions of authority. And here we have issues about anonymity, orchestras making sure the auditions are done behind a screen, what that did for the increased number of women in orchestras. I think everybody knows about that. In the context of universities, anonymity as a way to counteract the effect of unjust distributions of authority, otherwise known as implicit bias, a topic that's been getting a lot of attention lately. Now, in all of these strategies, one thing of interest and possible promise is to think of the state not only as a practical authority enacting rules, but as an epistemic authority, in part on its own rules. And now this brings me to the topic I left out before. Suppose that justice requires knowledge of what justice requires. I'll say that again because it's an idea that that I'm drawing from Jeremy Waldron's book about hate speech. The thought is that you don't have justice if the laws are there protecting you, giving you civil standing, giving you civil rights, but you don't know about them. So imagine that apartheid law was abolished in South Africa and nobody publicized that fact. Nobody told anybody. No black person would vote because they wouldn't know about it. So that would be an extreme case where it's completely obvious that with civil standing comes knowledge of civil standing. What I mean is, in order to have the civil standing, you require not only the laws to be in place, but the people to know what their rights and their standing is. One place that this matters, right here, not in old apartheid South Africa, but right here, is the mismatch between legal norms on sexual violence and social norms on sexual violence. This is a topic in Les Green's paper that I mentioned before, Should the Law Improve Morality? It's a very interesting paper where he talks about how the law has improved morality in various ways already, especially about the standing of gay people. And the law could improve morality in a place where morality is in a very bad way. And he has in mind sexual morality. And he has in mind precisely the thing that is bothering me just now, which is the mismatch between sexual norms as they are held, for example, by the high school students that I described, that were interviewed in the Children's Commissioner's report that I quoted from in an earlier lecture, and what the law says. You know, this week I actually wrote to the authorities who publish the law online. And by the law, what I have in mind is the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. And I said, can you please tell me where I can find a plain English version of this piece of legislation accessible to high school students? And they wrote back and said, I'm sorry, we know nothing about any plain English version of this legislation. So I wrote back and said, well, can you tell me who could help me find out whether there's a plain English version? And they directed me to an obscure bit, and I still couldn't find it. Anyway, so what we have, I believe, is a situation where the law endorses certain norms about consent. Someone doesn't consent if they do not have the power to consent, for example, because they are completely drunk. That is not in the public perception of consent. That's just one area. People, anyway, I won't go on and on about this. This is one area where I think it is very obvious, and I agree with Les Green on this, that there is a huge mismatch between the social norms about sex and what even the law requires. And of course I think the law should be improved, but that's another issue. And here, one of the basic things is, you know, women, and I'm thinking especially of vulnerable women, young women, high school women, who are in the grip of sort of blame the victim myths, and in the grip of all sorts of falsehoods about what does and doesn't count as asking for it. They are in something analogous to the situation of someone under apartheid law who has their civil standing and doesn't know it yet. The onus is on the state to communicate what it has required. So that's one suggestion. That's a communicative function. And what it puts on the table is the thought that there is a neglected epistemological aspect to justice, and by that I don't just mean epistemic injustice of the sort that Miranda Frigga has talked about so eloquently, and many other social epistemologists. I'm talking about a straightforward bit of political philosophy which says, regardless of social epistemology, you don't have your political rights unless you know what they are. This is an idea that Waldron argues for, arguing that hate speech undermines knowledge. Hate speech undermines knowledge of of the target's civil standing. That's the thought. And I talked about this earlier in the lecture on knowledge, talking about how the hate speaker has a role a little bit like the skeptic in the contextualist picture of knowledge, whose utterances make the knowledge go away. So, and there we have a particular sort of knowledge, the knowledge of what justice requires. So, I've been talking about the importance of knowledge and of speech as a wider capacity. Now I want to talk about individuals. There's so much more to say about institutions, and this is so programmatic and gestural, but anyway, never mind, here goes. Now turning to individuals. I said I wasn't going to enunciate a new categorical imperative. However, there is going to be a slight Kantian flavour, I warn you. Okay. Okay. The first thing I want to say, and this is something I mentioned already, is that for individuals, there is maybe an unnoted responsibility for what I've been calling backdoor speech acts. Backdoor speech acts that are enacted through backdoor methods such as presupposition, backgrounds of fiction, backgrounds of presuppositions of things that aren't even assertions, questions, many backdoor speech acts, and I've been riding roughshod over a whole lot of distinctions about implicature and pragmatic presupposition and semantic presupposition that if I were able to talk through with my philosopher of language friends, I would be able to get a lot tighter. Okay, but so backdoor speech acts are speech acts that we are responsible for. And first of all, that means being responsible for them when they might not be the speech act we were thinking they were. So, remember the discussion of generics. Generics are a wonderful case where we use words meaning to do something with them, we're not exactly sure what. We're very ready to find them true on the basis of very few instances, and we're very ready to shift from one disambiguation of them, the striking property version, to the statistical version, to the characteristic version, maybe to the normative version. Which of these is, the boys don't cry? Is this supposed to be a statistical generalization? Is it supposed to be a normative statement? And generics, I think I agree with Sarah Jane Leslie, that are a potent means for the transmission of social norms, and speakers who use generics need to take responsibility for them and make clear which sort they mean. So that's one sort, that's one instance. Because the speech act might be a statistical generalization, or it might be something else. And if it's a normative generic, then it's doing something completely different. And its standards for success are different. And again, you shouldn't say it unless you know it. So that's the other thing. You should take responsibility for the other sorts of speech acts that might be going on, and for the truth of whatever it is you're conveying through the backdoor speech acts. So that's responsibility for backdoor speech acts. Responsibility for omissions. This is for hearers and bystanders. If doing nothing can be doing something, then failing to block assumptions that enact norms and authority patterns is an omission that is, bad. It's contributing to something bad. What sort of responsibility? Okay, I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Now, in thinking about what is required of individuals, this is a really tough question, and I am really not quite sure how to approach it. I'm inspired by what Miranda Fricker has done in her work on epistemic injustice, where she said in her book where she argued that the important way to combat testimonial injustice, remember the testimonial injustice is the unjust distribution of credibility, it involves acquiring or building certain sorts of epistemic virtues. She calls it the virtue of testimonial justice. So to combat testimonial injustice, you need to acquire the virtue of testimonial justice. Now, I'm not going to do justice to what she is what she wants to say there, but what I think is important about that strategy is there is a mixture of epistemic and practical virtues that are not the whole story, but they are maybe part of the story. What I mean is they are not the whole answer, but they are part of the answer. They are not the whole answer. And this is something I said in response to Miranda in a review, because very often you just can't manage to get the virtues that are required. It's just too hard to acquire the virtue of testimonial justice, and what we need actually are just straightforward mechanical institutional structures like anonymous refereeing and so forth, that will help combat the problems much better. But nevertheless, I do think there's something right that in the thought that there is something individual people can do. Now, I said there would be a Kantian flavour to this. There's a Kantian flavour because virtues in the Kantian picture, I'm afraid to say, are merely a means to an end. We haven't got the Aristotelian picture from the Kantian perspective that says, you know, the good life is all about acquiring virtue. Virtues are a means to an end, and the end is doing the right thing. And so in the doctrine of virtue, Kant talks about how we need to build the strength, the power to obey the categorical imperative. Now, I said I wasn't going to announce a new categorical imperative. What I really should have said is I'm not going to announce a perfect duty, a categorical imperative that has the form of a perfect duty, which is like the duty always to tell the truth, which of course we should obey. What do we have instead? It's going to have the character of an imperfect duty. Unfortunately, an imperfect duty is very hard to get clear on. But what is an imperfect duty? Kant brings in the idea of an imperfect duty as a way to understand our duties to be benevolent, our duties to make the ends of others our own. So he does think it matters to not only refrain from telling lies, fulfilling our perfect duties, but making the ends of others our own. The happiness of others, that's something we should pursue. But we shouldn't pursue it in the way a utilitarian would pursue it. We shouldn't say, well, let's get as much of it as we can. Let's maximize happiness. No, instead, it's an imperfect duty that has a certain sort of latitude about it. You need to make the ends of others your own. You need to make your ends coincide with others and help people to a certain degree, enough. And if you never did that, you would be failing in your imperfect duty of benevolence. But for any given opportunity to be benevolent, maybe you don't have to do it. And then Kant scholars say, well, what about, you know, extreme circumstances? Is there a duty of rescue? If something's really extreme, yeah, maybe the extremity of the need doesn't make a difference. Why is that a good model for the virtue that I have in mind here? What I'm thinking of is the virtue, which I haven't worked out how to name. The virtue, first of all, has got an epistemic side and a practical side. The epistemic side is basically about being alert. It's about being alert to all of that incredibly tricky and really interesting backdoor stuff that is going on when we're using our words to do stuff that we don't even mean to be doing. It's being alert to it as a speaker, being alert to it as a hearer, trying to stop it just sort of sliding through under the radar. The under the radar part was one of the main problems that I tried to identify when talking about the handicaps on fighting bad speech with good. So part of the virtue is going to be an epistemic virtue about noticing certain stuff, paying attention, if you like. You know, Iris Murdoch made a big deal out of paying attention to people, but I'm talking about the normative significance of paying attention to certain aspects of speech. And then there's a practical part, which involves you know, having the nous to jump in and say, hey, what do you mean, even George? Or having the nous to say, hey, I don't think we talk like that around here, or some much wittier comeback. And as you know, my Aristotelian role model, because I do like Aristotle for some bits, is the quick-thinking Tina Fey. Here's the other thing I agree with that comes from Aristotle, which is that it's not at all easy. So Kant thought it was incredibly easy to do the right thing. I mean, I know lying to the murderer at the door, telling the truth to the murderer at the door doesn't sound easy, but still, nevertheless, there's a sense in which it's really easy for Kant, because it's just a matter of having a good will. Anyway, there's a way in which he certainly proclaims his moral philosophy as being very easy. It's supposed to be really democratic. Anyone can simply see what the right thing to do is. They just need to think whether they can universalize their maxim, and boom, they know whether it's an okay thing to do or not. Now, I agree with Aristotle that actually a huge amount goes into the good life and the virtuous life, even if we understand virtue in Kantian terms. It takes skill, it takes resources, it takes a huge amount, and it's really hard. And it's also, you can't possibly do it all the time. Life is way too short, way too complicated. We've got so many other things in life that we are juggling that I'm not going to say, wow, here's a new perfect duty. Always block the false presupposition. Be armed to the teeth. There's this bit where Kant says, he talks about the moral philosophies that he doesn't like, where your path is bristling with duties at every step. This would really create a path that was bristling with duties at every step. That is not reasonable. So that's why I'm suggesting we think of it as an imperfect duty. What that means, by the way, is that for any given instance of not interfering, we're not going to be in the business of blaming for that bit of non-interfering. I mean, maybe if it's a duty of rescue case, maybe if it's something so appalling, by the way, like some of the appalling stories that are on, what it's like to be a woman in philosophy. I'm sure most people here have looked at that blog, and the incredible and shocking stories about things that were said that were then accompanied by nervous laughter when they should have been accompanied by stony silence, which in response to the sort of joke that was told, Jenny Saul's written about this, in response to the sort of joke that was told, stony silence can be a blocking of a really awful joke. Anyway, it could also make you look like Anyway, I've talked about the challenges with all of these methods of blocking. Anyway, so there's the epistemic side, there's the practical side, if it's a power to perform an imperfect duty, to develop the skill and recognitional capacities, as well as the nous and guts or whatever else it takes to jump in and intervene in a really wise and sensible way, because there are all sorts of ways in which it might backfire and go wrong, then that's something that is worth developing and worth enabling, and that itself is going to take resources, and there are different ways that might be pursued. And I said no blame for the specific instance, because in general with an imperfect duty you're not blameworthy for neglecting one particular bit, one particular occasion for charity, and here too you're not blameworthy for neglecting one particular opportunity to intervene. But then again, wider issues of blame might be at stake here, and I'm interested in the connection between this thought and Hannah Pickard's thought that we can think of responsibility in a forward-looking way, where we're leaving behind the issue of blame for the past. This is not the same as an imperfect duty, but it is an issue which she describes as the responsibility without blame model, which is especially important in the therapeutic context, or the context of offenders, where what's important is people taking themselves to be taking responsibility for what is going to happen, without everybody getting into the business of what a terrible thing you did in the past. So, of course, there's a consequentialist flavour to that, which Kant would not have liked. Okay, so I've run out of time. I want to say one more thing, which also has an Aristotelian flavour. I said that the force of speech can depend on stuff that the hearers and bystanders contribute. One thing that bystanders can contribute is, the blocking of really awful hate speech, like the sort that was on the train, that Ishani Maitra describes. Another thing that hearers could do, if they're incredibly clever, is shift an ambiguous speech act in a particular direction, which amounts to defusing it. you know, generics might be a great case of that, because they're already so blurry. So one thing, you know, you could do the challenging thing and say, well, do you mean generic A, B, C, or D? Or you could say, oh right, yeah, I see what you mean. It's like anyway. So there might be a way to interpret it in a diffusing way. And if you're doing it like that, then the hearer and the bystander is literally changing the illocutionary force of the speaker, actually contrary to what the speaker intended. Of course, that's very subversive, and it sounds. This is my bit that sounds sort of like Judith Butler, I guess. I wish, anyway. Okay, but I want to say, as one last thought, and this is the Aristotelian thought, somebody who might have done something bad and ends up not doing something bad through good luck has a piece of moral luck. Remember, I talked about moral luck early on as a model for the ontology of speech acts. Whether Gauguin did the right thing in abandoning his family depends on whether he turned out to be a great painter. That's a cartoon version of William's thought in his paper on moral luck. So we have someone uttering bad hate speech, or what could have been bad hate speech, and some incredibly clever and wise hearer, I don't know who it could be, manages to shift it so it's not bad. Or they manage to maybe just block it so it is bad, but it doesn't have the bad effects that it would have had if it was more authoritative. So there are things that hearers can do to reduce the badness of speakers' actions, and when we do that, if we can do that, then that is giving ourselves anyway, that is doing something which I think hasn't really been described in the literature on moral luck. We ourselves are being the sources of moral luck for each other. I think that is a really inspiring thought, actually. I wish more people would be sources of moral luck for me, because I certainly need it. And on that hopeful note, let me close. Thank you.